Welcome to Yerba Talks.
Welcome to another debate review. We're doing the second debate from DebateCon. I am Max. This is Kat. We have Isa with us. I hope everyone is doing awesome. As we said, the second debate of DebateCon 7, and the topic today was Jesus a Muslim? Before we get into it, make sure to do the social thing is like, share, subscribe, send this to a friend, send this to your significant other, go to the corner, yes, the corner street, and you'll subscribe to share about the talks. And that way we can share that up for the channel. How are you doing, Isa?
I miss you, hermano. It's been too long.
Oh my, I've been like up to here in problems with the moving and stuff. My brother turned off the main circuit breaker to my mom's house before they left, and when I went there, I have to throw away the fridge because there was food in the fridge, and he turned off the light, and it can't be opened. I'm up to my eyeballs in shit. But oh well. It's been a crazy week with stuff, but other than that, doing awesome as always. And yeah, it's been a little bit, but here we are. We are reviewing this, and before we get into that, I would like to give my first impressions. I've watched this once, and to me, this debate in particular, and I haven't had this in a while, this debate in particular strikes me as two liars just lying at each other nonstop. It's kind of weird in that way, and we'll get into why later. But that's kind of the feeling that I got. What was your first impressions?
I'm lying.
Oh, you are. Yeah, I hear you. Roboting. I don't know, maybe try reconnecting or something like that.
I'm gonna close some of this down.
Gareth said Jesus was my homeboy. Lindsay Bowe said, "Oh boy, I'll bet this was a shit show." You're not wrong. The better question: does it matter if Jesus was a Muslim? I don't think so. That's a great question. I don't think it matters. But we'll get into some of the details of the argument in just a little. Oh, I heard myself there for a second. Oh. Let me. There you go. Okay. That's probably why. All right.
Can you hear me?
Hello, everyone. Yes, I can hear you. And I don't hear myself anymore, which is good.
Okay, I'm just closing. I might have a lot of windows up.
So while you get that, would you like to give us your first impressions?
I think IP did a much better job than Hassan Shibly. I don't think Hassan Shibly knew what the assignment was. So I was far more impressed with IP's argumentation on it. I think I think he hit the nail on the head in defining it's like if you're going to say what a Muslim is and you just make a generic platitude, then, you know, I can use any type of thing. I'd say we're all humanists. We're all Jews. We're all Christians. And in some way or other, everybody will be this. You could even make an argument that we're all atheists. There's a way that you could do that with every single thing. When you hyper generalize a term, that term can just mean anything. And I don't think that's how.
Oh no, we lost Isa in the middle of us. Sorry, that's helpful. Okay, sorry, you cut off. You froze there for a sec, and your image is frozen. One second. Sorry, booty call. Okay. Steve Scrippy Man, hello, my friend. How you doing? I thought Jesus was bread. I kind of agree with you, Isa, on the debate, but then there's a couple of argumentation points that IP did that I think, just like he always does, citations, without showing them, without actually letting us into what the hell he's citing. And there's one that I find particularly egregious. So we'll get into that a little bit later. How is everyone doing? I hope you're all doing awesome. 1 second. All right, sorry. Okay. I'll start playing this. Isa will be right back, and we'll carry on. As always, we're going to play the openings uninterrupted, except if something becomes just way too juicy to comment, then we'll comment on that. Okay, you're back.
Yeah, I think I had too many windows up, so I closed a bunch of stuff.
Perfect. Now you seem fine.
Did you hear what I said before?
Yes,
Okay,
I agree with the basis of the debate. IP's argument is basically our argument also, that in order to make what Hassan is saying true, you have to forego a lot of categories. You have to overgeneralize, and that gets you into a bunch of problems, which, if you follow that, then yeah, we're all Hindus, we're all everything, right? Now, my problem came with some of the strategies that we're very familiar with from IP, which is the endless barrage of citations, a bunch of other. I had particular problem with one that he made, and we'll comment it. But all right, no more preamble. We'll play the intros. If you want me to stop at any point, let me know. But like we've been doing, we'll play the intros in full, and then we'll comment. All right, here we go.
Abraham, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad were worship things. Hassan, thanks for being with us. The floor is all yours. In the name of God, most gracious, the most merciful, I bear witness that none is worthy of worship but God alone, and that Adam, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad were messengers of God. We exist by his will. He is with us wherever we are, and to him we return. His power, his knowledge, his vision, his hearing has no limits. His listening to us does not distract him from hearing all creation, nor does his hearing of all creation distract him from listening to us. He is the ever-living one who sustains everything and is sustained by nothing. He is the giver, and we are the receivers. And all he asks of us is sincere gratitude to him. And of the greatest of tragedies is to live a life enjoying God's countless blessings in each and every moment that we exist, and then to return to him, having never truly thanked him, having never sought him, having never worshiped him, or having worshiped other than.
The preacher voice on this guy is absolutely insane.
Do you mind if I do an imitation?
No, of course not. Go for it.
I want you to know Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
Rahim.
I want you to know, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. We're all here for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yes, we might hear this kind of crazy types of things that are going on in the world, in the dunya. But we as Muslims and Christians need to unite against the hedonism that we see in the world. Don't you know, brothers and sisters, of what is happening here today? Of course, Jesus is a Muslim. We know he's a Muslim. Adam is a Muslim. Abraham's a Muslim. David is a Muslim. Everyone of all the holy prophets, alayhi salam and sallallahu alayhi wasallam, are Muslims. This is obvious for anyone who's here. So I don't understand why we're even having this debate. This is already won. Thank you.
When this guy finished his opening, I always when this debate happens, most of the time I get in my head the theme song from the Lego movie that goes, "Everything is Muslim, everything is Muslim, everything is Muslim, because I say so." It's such a weird take, but I posted because, like, dude, you're in a room full of Christians and Muslims. This preaching about God is completely unnecessary, and you're just wasting time of your opening. This also has made me doubt how good of a lawyer this guy is when he completely missed the mark in like the first half of his opening.
So what I think, in my opinion, about what he's doing is he thinks he can just talk about whatever he wants. I don't think he understands what a debate is. So when he's at work at being paid, it's like he has to fit into that framework. But he's like here, he's like, I can just do whatever I want and say whatever I want. It's about religion. So I think there's a compartmentalization of his job and, you know, kind of religious imam showboating. I think he thinks imam showboating is debating. And he's very charismatic and charming. Like he pulls that off. You know, he's definitely going on doing a khutbah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen.
What's khutbah?
Like it's like you can tell it's like he's ready for a Jummah sermon. And it actually reminds me a lot of Junior. This is like the Junior style of debate. Junior and him, very similar. They're here to give a khutbah. They're here to give you a Friday sermon. They're not here to debate. They're here to preach.
Yeah, khutbah is sermon, right? Then
yes, the khutbah is the Friday sermon that you give on Yawm al-Jummah on Friday. There's like a special prayer, and they give like a sermon, and then you do a prayer afterwards. So it's like a special kind of type of prayer. So it's a sermon that they give on Friday. So it's exactly like that sermon.
Okay. Now, one final question before we continue. What the hell is this? You can't see my cursor, damn. What he has on his right hand, that's not the watch.
It kind of looks like a tasbih, you know, like a rosary, like a Catholics have.
Yeah.
It looks like, I think it's a kind of a rosary. It's an Islamic rosary, I think he has.
Okay, got it.
In him. With that, we begin, and we ask God to show us truth as truth and guide us to follow it, and show us falsehood as falsehood and guide us to avoid it. Was Jesus Muslim? This debate hinges on one question. What does Muslim mean? Muslim literally means one who submits to the will of the one God.
Oh.
It's not about ethnicity.
An etymological fallacy as the crux of your argument. Oh boy.
I 100% agree with you. We are on the same page on this. I think this is nuts. Like, this is not how you debate. Because again, you fall into the trap that we could say we're all atheist, we're all Christian, we're all Jewish, we're all Buddhist, we're all Hindu, you know, and you can use some very generic definition. Because what they do is that they shift the definition. What happens if someone doesn't pray 5 times a day? What if someone doesn't give zakat? What if someone doesn't give salat? Are they Muslim?
No.
If you go to a standard space, they're not considered Muslim. So how could they be Muslim in this situation? It's completely nutty. And I definitely think people think he's like a Baptist preacher. No, he's very much like a khatib, like an American imam. Like he sounds just like an American imam for Friday sermon, you know? He would be. He's probably quite. He probably does do it. He's quite good at it. You know, just it's a different skill set than debating. You know.
Right. Yeah.
Or language, nor is it about membership in later institutions. Rather, it means the one who chooses to surrender to God alone. By that definition, Jesus was absolutely Muslim. Again, Muslim literally means someone who surrenders to God. The word Islam describes that state. Islam is not a noun. It's not a thing. Rather, it is a verb and an action. It means peace.
You speak Arabic. Is that true? I don't think that's true.
It's complex because you're trying to make a descriptive, like the adjective, into kind of the noun. And I think that is the problem. Muslim is a religion. It is a practice. It doesn't see a better word that they should use is mu'min. You should say Jesus is a mu'min. It doesn't necessarily connotate that you're a part of a religion. A mu'min is someone who has iman, one who believes, a believer. So just call people believers and you kind of circumvent this entire position. But if you're trying to say he's a Muslim, Muslim means something else. You're trying to use two definitions, and then you're kind of shifting from one definition into the other definition. It's kind of very shady. You're using, like, for example, in the Quran, it talks about the prophet Abraham. It doesn't say he's a Muslim like the religion Muslim. It kind of describes him as being submitted to God, right? It calls him a Hanif wa Islamti. That's what it says in the verse. So it actually says he's a Hanif, which means he's a pious person. But you'll see a lot of these kind of tricksters will not call him a Hanif. They're going to call him a Muslim. When Muslim is really, he's really a Hanif. He's a pious person who is submitting to God. It's ridiculous.
The way, obviously, filthy atheist, the way I would make the difference with Abraham is that Abraham, like Yahweh or God or Allah or whatever, spoke directly to Abraham.
Right.
So it's like, yeah, if God is talking to you, I mean, what are you going to do? Disobey?
That's a fair argument. It's a very fair argument.
Right? So, like, he didn't have a choice. So, I mean, those people, Moses also spoke directly with God. So he saw God right there in the flesh or apparition or whatever. But he spoke directly to God. So yeah, it's very different to call these people one thing and to call, the rest of regular humans not in the books, not as part of the compilation of books. It doesn't make an argument like that. To me, that just fails.
I think you're correct, and I'm with you. I think this is nonsense. And in reality, a Muslim does mean a lot more than what is being entailed. A Muslim is someone who prays 5 times a day, a person who gives alms, 2.5% of their wealth, someone who goes to pilgrimage, someone who fasts the month of Ramadan, which is coming up soon, and someone who does like a testimony. There is a certain meaning of what that is. And when you shift around cases, you come off as being a grifter. You get what I'm saying? Like, yes. It's not good and it's not sincere. Jesus was an Israelite. He was a Jew who practiced Judaism. Just definitionally, that's what he was. Hassan does talk about Judaism later on, which is really, really weird in the question and answer. We'll get to that probably. But we have to be honest. It's like me saying, well, you're not really a Uruguayan. I'm going to say you're a Canadian just because I want you to be a Canadian.
Right.
It's dishonest. You are a Uruguayan, and it's okay for you to be a Uruguayan. You don't have to be a Canadian. Why am I erasing your identity and making you what identity I want you to be?
I had someone use the argument against me that I'm actually Spanish. But it's like, well, no, dude, I have Spanish descent, but I think that people are from the place they're born. And I am a very stark reflection of my culture, of having grown up here, or my language. And I think that is what really determines who you are or where you are or to what group. What language do you speak as your native language? That is way more determinant than anything else for pretty much anything. So
And
if
your
you are,
location, your culture, where you were born, and I think at some point, yes, being a Spaniard is a part of your identity and your culture, but it's not your. It doesn't have to be the only thing. Like I'm a multicultural, multi-ethnic person myself, right? I have multiple identities. And I can say yes, I'm connected to these identities, but I'm not solely that identity. I'm an American, right? I'm born in America.
yeah,
I'm from the American culture. Like you're from the Uruguayan culture. Like you
yeah,
can go to Spain and have a connection there, but it's not your homeland. Your homeland is Uruguay. You know
yeah.
Uruguay. That's what you know. That's the culture you know. That's the heritage you know. And it's like weird, like when you try to divorce Jesus from being a Jew and being an Israelite of the first century, or a Judean, whatever term you want to use, I think it's deeply problematic. And then some people are like, well, Jesus was a Palestinian. I'm like, the term Palestine didn't even exist at the time.
No.
I think Palestinian is a completely fine identity now, but it's dishonest to try to say, well, he was a Palestinian when the concept of Palestine didn't exist. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, yeah, we have to be honest with the facts and history. I don't like the dishonesty, and trying to say Jesus is a Muslim is just a nonsense position. It's nonsense.
It is. Electron Element says your world line determines who you are. What's a world line? No, I think that it's the language. It's the language that distinguishes the languages and to a lesser degree, customs. But I think it's that's what really gives it away. The language people speak.
The state of peace through surrender to God. It means to have peace within your heart, within society, and in existence by surrendering your entire being to the creator of the heavens and the earth. Likewise, Muslim is not a noun, it's an adjective. It's a description of the person who surrenders themselves to God. God did not send down different religions and cultures to humanity as a means of worship. It was always one message sent to.
No, it wasn't. What is he talking about? Are you going to tell me that the dragon, let's say, religion that was in China is in any way connected to any of this? It's not. Or, for example, the voodoo religion in Africa, or in Haiti, or the pre-Columbine religions in America, that they're all disconnected from each other. That is just the biggest copium that I've ever heard. No, it's not one religion for everyone.
I agree. I think it's a hyper reductionist position too, and it shows that he doesn't really have a skill set in comparative religion. I have compassion for him. I understand where he's coming from, but I'm like, he's really kind of stuck within his own worldview. He doesn't really know anything outside of it. It's very clear. You know what I mean? It's like I don't like, even when he talks about other religions, he only really knows like the polemic against a religion. He doesn't really understand the internal machinations of the religion, and it hurts him. It hurts this performance. That's why I feel overall IP wins. It's like, I understand that you have problems with his position, but I think
I made a distinction on the base argument of the debate. I'm fully with IP. Jesus was not a Muslim. That's like pretty much over. But then some of the things that he says, I do have a problem with, because I see it as very kind of slimy tactics, and I'll point it out when we get to it. But I think it's quite egregious when what he's saying. It seems like a tendentious analysis. He cites a study, and I heavily disagree. But like always, we don't get a proper citation or anything, like he doesn't show it, anything like that. So that's kind of my problem with that.
It's an emotional argument, and he doesn't even have a presentation for this. Again, we don't like that. You need to, if you're going to make this, what he does is he makes a hyper simplistic claim, and the claim is, he's like, well, it's an adjective, and I'm like, well, then you're just on hot water. You have nothing to say. Why are you at a debate then? If you think it's just some adjective of a description, then I'm like, why do you think people have a contention? Because it's more than a description. You're saying Jesus is a religion. You're saying, I mean, he's following a religion, and you're saying he's a Muslim. Jesus is, if Jesus is a Muslim, then it's like, then you could say the prophet of Islam is Baha'i, or the prophet of Islam is Mormon.
Right?
The Mormons actually claim the prophet of Islam. I don't know if you know that. They see him as a prophet. He's a hero for Mormons. Like, the Mormon prophet Joseph Smith cites him and says this is a great man. So, I mean, yeah, no, it's like, if you get to claim him, then LDS gets to claim the Prophet Muhammad, and so do Baha'i. See, he's a Baha'i now, if we're going to play that game. It's just not, it's a very silly game to play, I think.
Or, well, you just have faith in God, then you don't know. Because you're an atheist. Good job. Everyone can make those silly, fallacious arguments all the time. They just suck. All right.
Humanity. Again
you
and
know
again.
what? Let's see if we can do it at 125 speed so we can get the Q&A.
And that message was, have peace through surrender to God. That is Islam. Those who surrender to God are by definition Muslim. So let us...
Oh my, hasty generalization fallacy. The problem is that if God exists, everyone would have no choice but to submit to the omnipotent creator of the universe. So everyone would be considered Muslim, even though they don't do any of the things that Muslim people do. That is just silly. Just silly. Radical Moderate says, hello, everyone. Hello.
Summarize. Islam means submission to God. A Muslim is one who surrenders to God. This definition is not controversial. Even modern Christian scholars acknowledge that Islam linguistically means submission. Nowhere in the Bible do you ever find any of God's messengers saying God has chosen Judaism, God has chosen Christianity as his religion. Nowhere do you find Moses or Jesus saying, oh, humanity, become Christian that you may be saved, or become Jewish that you may be saved. But again and again they say, surrender to God. Give yourself to God that you may attain salvation. It was a universal message given by Abraham, Moses, Jesus, all great men who sacrificed everything for the unseen seer of all who is with us at all times, from whom we came and to whom we will.
Wait, what?
I have a question. Are we
Given
going to
by
bring
Abraham,
people to the stage too? Because I have a lot of my apologist friends are here. They might have
Yeah.
something to share too. Can we put the link in the chat? Because I think, you know, I can tell you, brother Imam Claus is amazing. Radical Moderate. We got the bearded doctor. We've got a lot of people who have a lot of feelings about this.
Yeah. There we go. Let me go here and I'll pin it.
It's
What
so
are the
funny.
what are the chances we get Manar crashing out again? That would be epic. Oh, in case you didn't see, we got to 1,100 subs. So thank you, everyone. That is just amazing.
Oh man, Imam Claus is amazing. One Way Apologetics. He's on the Christian Dawa scene. He's a Christian Dawa da'i. He's a Christian da'i of the original Quran apologetics. He's an amazing guy. I've been friends with him for years. Like I've known most of these Christian apologetics for years. So, but they definitely have interesting insight. But I mean, if I'm like a Christian in the audience and I was listening to this, I would have been dying. I'm like, really? If I was a Christian apologist, I'm like, you don't even know who Jesus is. That would be my argument. I'm like, you want to say he's a Muslim, you don't even know who he is. Because you think the Bible is corrupted, so you have no idea who he is.
Right? He gets himself into the hardest of places, between like a rock and a hard place, because he also goes into the Islamic dilemma. And I have a great rebuttal when we get to that. Beer the Doctor says I can jump on in about 30 minutes or so. Yeah, no problemo. We'll be here.
Moses, Jesus, all...
Wait, hold on. I wanted to check who he names here.
It was a universal message given by Abraham, Moses, Jesus, all great men who sacrificed everything for the unseen seer of all who is with us at all times.
My guy, Remember, Abraham didn't sacrifice much. He killed a goat or an animal.
He is so much.
Oh my!
I
Read
want you
the
to
damn
know,
book.
Jesus, Muhammad, and David, and Solomon, they were all together. They were sacrificing for the name of Allah. Do you
Oh my!
understand? Ameen, Ameen, Ya Rabbal Alameen.
Yeah, Beer the Doctor said he really sounds like a Muslim televangelist. Oh boy, yeah, he does.
I mean, this
He
is
does
probably
have
the
a great voice.
This is the best debate performance I think we've seen of all time. This is like S tier legendary status.
Yeah. Electron Element says the Bible does say that God chose Israel as a people for my name. Yeah, then we get into some of the other things. Like, I don't think that Yahweh and the law are the same character. I do not think that they're the same. They're very different. All right. Welcome, Radical Moderate.
Yeah, this is an old friend of mine for years.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No, I just wanted to say, if you listen to his voice, he would be a great singer. I mean, he's got that whole reverto thing, you know. It's like, you know, if you like listen to, he's got that reverto thing, you know, where it like his vocal cords vibrate when he speaks. He was professionally trained, I bet.
Oh,
yeah,
vibrato.
What?
I don't
Is
think
that
it's
what it is?
Roberto. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what it's called, but you know what I'm talking about? Where they like Queen, like the singer Queen, Freddie Mercury. Yeah. He had that thing. But if you listen to it, you can hear it when he really gets into it. It starts to vibrate. It's like, wow, dude. But yeah, I bet you he's professionally trained, and you're right. He does have that televangelical thing. But yeah, he doesn't know who Jesus is. But yeah, anyway, continue on.
I agree.
Is that a fair argument that I said, Rad? Do you think so? I'm like,
oh, definitely.
Yeah, I believe in Jesus. And then you're like, well, who is Jesus? The Bible is. I said, what, can you tell me about the Injil? The Injil's corrupted and doesn't exist. And I'm like, yeah, who's Jesus? Well, he was a prophet. Well, what did he teach? He taught about God. He taught about God. And I'm like, well, what did he specifically teach about God? Well, like what all the prophets taught about God. They all taught about God, and they're all a part of the same teaching. Well, what are their specific teachings? It's all the same thing. Did they teach?
And you get to the Gospel of John, where you get the higher Christology, and it's like, oh yeah, Jesus claimed to be God. Well, no, that's corrupted. It's like, oh well, you need to make up your mind then.
And I think it's an important question. Did he teach Salat? Did he teach Zakat? Did he teach fasting Ramadan? Did he teach Hajj al-Bayt, going to Mecca? Did he teach these things? The Prophet of Islam taught specific things. So it's kind of a lie to just say, well, they all taught the same thing. They didn't all teach the same thing. Let's say they all taught about God. They taught different things. They had different practices. Like, to be honest, what did the ancient Israelites do? They did sacrifices in the temple. If you ask a Muslim, well, tell me what Bani Israel did. Well, they believed in God. Okay, but how did they pray to God? What kind of rituals did they have? You don't know if you don't have the Torah. You don't know if you don't have the Zabur or the Injil. You have to have these texts to understand what's going on with these people. If you erase them, then you erase their history, you erase their identity, and they just become like some generic like background filler. Like I don't know if you know like Windows 95, Windows 98, like really old, early PC, like the PC operating system. Like they had the little maze where they would like walk through the maze and stuff. It's like really, really generic. You know what I mean? That's literally what the kind of argumentation they're trying to say about this history. They all worship God. Do you know how they worship God? No. What practices they had? No. The only practices I care about are the Islamic practices. And I'm like, then you're erasing history. You're erasing the cultural identity. And ultimately you're erasing these people. You don't know who these people are if they don't have their identity. If Jesus is not a Jewish man from the first century, then what is he? He could be just, you can put insert name here and just put anything there. Yeah. Jesus can be just an inserted character, an inserted, like in the new Gen Z language, an NPC. Jesus becomes an NPC. Yeah. You know, that's literally it. It's very embarrassing. And I'm like, this is not good. It is not good. If you think Jesus is your Messiah, because Muslims believe Jesus is the Messiah, right? And he's just a generic, NPC character in an RPG. You're in trouble, bro. You're in trouble, bro. That's what I'm saying. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on that, but I'm just like,
no, that's fine.
It's so bad. Like this argumentation is just, oof, it's very bad, and no Christian.
Not only that, real quick, not only that, they don't even know when Jesus was born. I'm not talking like December 25th or that nonsense. I'm talking about when and where he was born. They have no clue. It's not in their Quran. And that actually is important when the time period they are born in the region they are born in. So I don't even know that. I don't have a clue.
Oh, that is something we usually point out, that the Quran actually presupposes that people know the previous scripture because it refers to the stories that are in the Bible and the Torah,
that's a good point.
without specifying them, without retelling them. So it presupposes that you have read the other scriptures, which is kind of an interesting take when they jump into the Islamic dilemma. It's like, okay, well, why don't they tell me the stories if they are corrupt and they're supposed to be overwritten by the Quran? It's because that argument is just flat out wrong.
Brilliant point.
One last thing.
We will.
Yeah.
I was going to say that's completely correct. I think we're doing some really good deep analysis here. And I think the big problem too is you have to know these texts. You have to engage with these texts. And if you're just going to discard them, then you really discard the person. And it's like, you can't say you love someone that you don't even know.
Oh yeah.
You can't say that. And I'm just saying, I'm thinking about if I'm a Christian in the audience, this debate is supposed to persuade me that Islam is true, that Jesus is a Muslim, and I need to believe in Islam. That is Hassan Shibli's job. It's not just to talk. It's not necessarily to persuade IP, but it's to persuade the audience, and particularly to persuade the Christian in the audience, right? So if I'm the Christian in the audience and I'm listening to this argument, I need several things to happen. I need you to show how Islamic tradition connects with the teaching of Christ. I need to see that. And if you just give me a generic argument of who Jesus is, that he's just this generic, monotheist, as a person where my whole life, because what it means to be a Christian, it's just like Christian is it's like a descriptive term. In my understanding, it's not really a name of a religion. It's a descriptive term of a person in a community who believes that Jesus is the Lord and Savior, right? You could use any term. You can say, the way, living water. You could use any kind of other term to describe it. But basically what it's saying is, if I'm a person who believes that Jesus is my Lord and Savior, right? If that's my position, then my whole life revolves around Jesus. My whole, being, my essence is about this man, about this God. That is what I care about. And if you just reduce him to this generic prophet that doesn't really have any identity, that's going to be insulting to me. If I'm the Christian in the audience, I'm going to be insulted. And not only am I not going to agree with your position, I'm going to probably frown and kind of be like, ugh, this is disgusting.
Yeah.
You want me, my center of my life, my soul and my heart, is just some peanut gallery prophet that really ultimately just, is devoted to an Arab prophet? That would be hard. If I was a Christian, if I'm a Christian in the audience, that would be so hard for me to take seriously. I would be like, you've got to be joking. You want me to leave my love of Christ to make him, to downgrade him, to humiliate him to a generic prophet that's not even an Israelite or a Jew anymore, and doesn't have any story? Yeah, that would be hard. I don't know if Rod would agree with that, but that would be tough. That would be a tough thing for me.
Freeron says a Christian is someone that believes Jesus is the Son of God. The problem with that is, for example, you have Jehovah's Witnesses that believe that Jesus is the Messiah, but not the Son of God, and they are Christians.
I think other Christians would probably say they're heretics, but I'm just going to let you know they probably would say, Trinitarian Christians are probably yeah.
But all Christians say other Christians are heretics.
That's totally fair. I totally agree. I'm just saying that's Unitarians and Jehovah's Witness and LDS. Usually, you're kind of mainstream, particularly evangelical Christians, nah, these people are not with us. I don't know what these people are smoking. They're smoking some kind of substance. They're not on our team.
But when the Jehovah's Witnesses come to my house, they want to talk about the Bible. And that's a Christian to me.
No, right, I totally hear you. I totally hear you from your vantage point. I was just sharing what their vantage point.
I agree.
Return. Because it wasn't
that. Where does he get? I've been saving that. Where does he get that Jesus is going to return? From the Bible. Where else? Like what? And then you say that it's corrupt. This makes no sense. This makes my brain hurt, actually.
And
It's
about
the hadith-
labels.
The hadith tell us that too, but the
Okay.
hadith are connected to the Bible. So
They're
I would
connected,
say you're
yeah.
correct. Yeah.
It wasn't about egos. It wasn't about nationalities. The terms that people often use were developed by men hundreds of years later. But again and again in the Bible, you find the terms of having peace through surrender to God. God is one, and he sent many messengers to humanity calling for us to surrender to him. Was Jesus Muslim?
Nope.
Well, that's basically asking, did Jesus surrender to God? And if Jesus didn't surrender to God, I don't think anyone has. Of course, Jesus surrendered to God. He worshiped God, and he taught peace through surrender to God. So we believe he taught Islam, which means peace through surrender to God. And that's what this is about. It's
Wait, did he just smuggle in the peace into the definition that he gave like less than 5 minutes ago? Or am I just going crazy? I think he just smuggled peace there.
Yeah, he didn't
God.
offer it as like
It's
a
not-
secondary definition. He could have said that, but he didn't.
No, I think he expanded when at the beginning, the first time he gave it, he just said submission to God. Now it's peace through submission to God. That is just weird.
about cultures or labels or other things. It's about living life surrendering to God. And God's messengers throughout all time come with the same message.
let me give one
The rules may be
objection on this. The problem is, he said it doesn't matter about words, labels, and terms. Then why are you giving a word, label, and term in this situation, and particularly a culturally specific Arabic word, label, and term? Why are you doing that? What are you doing? That would be my response to that.
different. Moses had different rules. Jesus had different rules. Muhammad had different rules, but the rules and the regulations don't make the religion. The theology does. And their theology was consistent and universal. The theology of God does not change with time and place. He may allow the rules to change, but the theology, the belief, is universal. Whoever accepted the divine theology surrendered to God. How do you surrender to God? I will quote from the Holy.
My guy, the theology from Judaism to Islam is very different in all three steps. Very different. What are you talking about? What? Why are they letting these people debate? Like, this is bad. This is so bad. But I mean, I think I know it's because they've been having problems finding good Muslim debaters.
The Quran's translation, which says in 2:177,
back.
righteousness is not that you turn your faces towards the east as the Christians did, or as the west as the Muslims did, or vice versa. Rather, true righteousness is in the one who believes in God and the last day and the angels and the books and the prophets and gives wealth in spite of love for it to the relatives, orphans, the needy, the traveler, and those who ask for help, and for freeing slaves, and who establish prayer and give in charity and fulfill their promises when they promise, and those who are patient in poverty and hardship and during battle. They are the ones who have been true, and it is they who are righteous. That's what a Muslim is. Not one who carries a label, but one who has faith and strives for good action. And it's based on the belief of 6 articles of faith: believing in God, his angels, the holy books, the prophets, the day of judgment, and the will of God. Whoever believes in those 6 is a Muslim, and certainly Jesus preached and believed in all 6 of those.
All right, let me see if I can.
Again,
try.
it wasn't about labels.
Right.
The real question is, did Jesus submit to the one God,
I don't-
worship
I'm
him
not
alone,
sharing
obey
it,
his
so it's
commands,
making it a little
and teach
difficult.
others to do the same?
I'm so
Sorry,
Absolutely.
sorry. I went to the toilet for a moment.
Okay, yeah, he wants to speak. Do I have control of the video or I don't?
No, you don't, because I'm sharing it through like my YouTube.
Okay, got it. All right.
Well, I just want to point out that he says, this is what Jesus believed. He names up these things, giving to charity, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, that's pretty much what all religions and holy men believe, okay? To do these things, right? To do good. So you're saying like Buddhists believe this stuff, I believe.
Oh my God, he did say later that Buddha was a Muslim.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, he
I
does.
swear
He
to
does.
cow.
He does. He says, he's like, we don't know for sure, but it looks like some
Buddha
people
was
argue
a
that Buddha was a
Muslim.
Muslim, and probably
I know
Krishna.
he
Krishna could be
wasn't.
a Muslim, and maybe Leif Erikson was a Muslim. All of these people may be Muslim.
Yeah, so, okay, so pretty much anybody who believes there are atheists who actually, they don't believe in God, of course, but, people that don't have any religious thing, they still give to charity, they still do, good, you know what I'm saying? So it doesn't, anybody could be a Muslim as long as they do, yes, no, it makes no sense. There has to be a dividing line, you know what I mean? of what makes someone this religion or that religion. And the dude sitting there saying Buddha a Muslim? Then anybody could be. Anybody could. The guy that started the Shinto religion. I don't know if there is a guy that started it, but anyway, he could have been a Muslim. Or the guy that Harry, the guy that started, or the people that started the I don't even know what Hindus believe, but the Hindu religion, they could have been in it. Their scripture got corrupted. You know what I mean? It's totally ridiculous, dude. With this, never mind.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
That one is
a
little bit more of a stretch because the Hindus have a whole bunch of gods, and there's avatars of Vishnu and so on. So it's a little bit harder to make that claim because they are mushrikun, the polytheists. That is a little bit harder. But Buddha doesn't have. Buddha is not a Muslim. Just like seriously.
I agree. This reminds me. There was a guy that we used to know. Well, I haven't heard from him in a long time. It's tragic, but he used to have this argument.
Oh, you're roboting.
Well, continue on then. Just continue on.
I think it became stable now. Try it again.
Okay. Well, this one guy we used to know from the Pell Talk days, he used to argue with the Muslims. He'd be like, so you believe in 120,000 prophets or whatever it is they believe. Some say it's 140,000, whatever. But anyway, okay. So who are these prophets? They'd be like, well, we don't know who they are, but we believe in them. He's like, he's like, so could Obi-Wan be a prophet? Yes, Obi-Wan could be a prophet.
Obi was a Muslim.
Dude. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
We're like, Skywalker was a Muslim.
Darth Vader was really a Muslim, but anyway.
Darth Vader left the path of Islam. He was a Muslim, but he became a kafir and left Islam.
Right.
But I'm funny, in your position, Rad, you would say that you think Darth Vader is the real Muslim.
Yo, Muslim, yeah.
All right, now this is a totally ridiculous argument, but I do like the guy's voice. I will give him that, and he's got a cool beard. But other than that,
I agree. Yes,
it's very awesome. He's got a very long beard.
Listen, I'm hesitant to quote the Bible because today's Bible absolutely is not the revelation that was given to Moses and Jesus taught by them. No one.
Oh, for fuck's sake, no! Jesus wasn't given a book. God, spoke directly to him. What are you doing? Yeah, don't quote the Bible because you know jack shit about it. I know more about the Bible than this guy. Holy cow.
Believes the New Testament was
I
a book
read Bart
Jesus
Ehrman.
had.
That's why I could talk about this. I've read Bart Ehrman and I know all about this.
Oh my, yeah, that was, oh boy. When a Muslim, why don't you ask Bart Ehrman what he thinks about Islam before you quote him like a doofus, flat earther?
Taught his followers.
I'm still going to AI clone this guy's voice. I am, dude. That's going to be awesome, dude.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
When we talk about the gospel, it's an assortment of books written hundreds of years later, some by unknown authors selected by the state, and then inadequately preserved and changed numerous times. I highly recommend Bart Ehrman's book, Misquoting Jesus. It shows how the manuscripts were selected and how they were changed. For example, how they literally changed the manuscript to change the word servant of God to son of God. Modern Christian theology.
I'm pressing X to doubt on that. What Bart Ehrman talks is about textual, what scholars call textual corruption, but that just means copying mistakes and that kind of thing. People getting stuff wrong while they're copying a whole book by hand and so on. It's not this. It's not this.
Is not an accurate reflection of Jesus' teaching is the challenge that I propose to you today. It reflects the teachings of Paul, who was an enemy of Jesus throughout his life, and then the Roman state selection of the books in the Nicene Council hundreds of years later. I urge you all to follow the pure message of Jesus, not those who corrupted it later. But despite that, even today's modern Bible has verse after verse of Jesus surrendering to God. I have 2 minutes. I'll read them quick. Matthew 26:39. He fell with his face to the ground and prayed, "My Father, if it is possible, may this cup be taken. Not as I will, but as you will," surrendering to God. Luke 6:12.
I'm sorry?
Aren't all these things corrupt?
Yeah. Why? Why is he even saying? But, and then again, this is the contradiction. Oh yeah, he prayed like a Muslim, but Jesus is praying in a whole bunch of positions. And then, like, if you're going to take that, that means you're just cherry picking, because in the Gospel of John, then Jesus is God. You just can't make, like, this dude. How is he a lawyer when he doesn't know fallacies?
And he also didn't pray like a Muslim because he didn't make Fatiha. He didn't do Qiyam. Qiyam means the standing part of prayer. He didn't do that. He didn't make Fatiha. He didn't make a surah. He didn't do what do they call it? Ruku, the bowing down in prayer, and say the dua that you have to say during ruku. He didn't make sajda, which is prostration. It's a particular kind of thing, and do the dua in ruku and in sujood. He didn't do the dua in jalsa. That's like the sitting up position. He didn't do the tashahud. He didn't do any of those things. So how did he pray like a Muslim? That's how a Muslim prays.
Not only that, but he said our Father. He said Father. I mean, he prayed to the Father. Muslims do not pray to the Father. Yeah, exactly.
Daily bread.
Exactly. Yep. I mean, no, it's totally ridiculous. Another thing, well, I just want to mention this prayer thing. Wow, you have all the movements mesmerized. That's interesting. So yeah, it's like a whole Tai Chi kind of yoga kind of thing, aerobic exercise when they pray. You know what I mean? I've heard Muslims say, yeah, you can hurry up and do it if you do it like, if you just hurry up and do it, it's like aerobics, it's exercise. And they're like, yeah, get your heart racing. I'm like, wow, okay, dude. That's good to know. Anyway, please continue on.
Jesus went out to the mountainside to pray and spent the night praying to God. John 17:3. Now this is eternal life, that they know you, the only true God, and Jesus, whom you have sent. John 5:30.
Right,
I can do nothing of my own.
I don't understand. Do not these Muslims understand basic English? Okay. When the and statement is there, it means both things are true. So this is the true God, the Father whom you sent, and the Father. This is the true God. You and Jesus Christ, whom you sent. Now that but it continues on. Chapter 17, verses 11 and 12, he says, Father, I protect him by your name, the name that you gave me from the beginning. What is the name of the Father? Every Jew would know this in the first century. It is the unpronounceable name of Yahweh. He says it twice, that the Father gave him his name. And the Father gives it, and God gives his name to no one. This is the clearest text of Jesus claiming divinity that there is. And I don't understand why they cannot understand basic English. It boggles my mind. Anyway, but sorry.
My own, but the will of him who sent me. John 14:28. The Father is greater than I. Mark 10:18. Why do you call me good? Jesus answered, no one is good except God alone. Mark 13:32. But about the day
Jesus wasn't good. He couldn't be a prophet.
Knows, not even the angels in heaven nor the Son.
Hold on. Let's try to get through the opening, and we'll comment at the end.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting excited. Sorry.
The Father. John 20:17. I am ascending to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God. Again, Jesus distinguishing, surrendering, and worshiping and honoring God. Even Timothy, 1 Timothy 2:5. For there is one God and one mediator between God and mankind, the man Christ Jesus. Again, this shows Paul's inconsistencies. He's describing Jesus as the mediator, but God is ultimately the arbitrator. So in conclusion, Jesus prays to God, calls God the one true God, describes himself as sent, and a being who prays and submits and is sent is not God, but is a servant of God, someone who surrenders to God. And that by definition is a Muslim. So if submitting to the one God, praying to him, obeying him, fasting, prostrating, rejecting self-divinity, and calling people to worship God alone makes someone Muslim, Jesus was by definition Muslim. So in closing, my brothers and sisters, do not follow cultures and states and power authorities. Follow the pure message of Jesus. He surrendered to God. The adjective describing someone who surrenders to God in Arabic is Muslim. He, along with all who worshiped God alone throughout humanity and followed his messengers, were Muslim. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much for that opening statement.
Again, like cherry picking verses of the Bible to try and make your point. When you just said that you were hesitant to quote the Bible because it's corrupted. So far, we have three fallacies. An etymological fallacy on the meaning of the word Muslim, a hasty generalization fallacy when applying the previous fallacy, and now a cherry-picking fallacy. My God, I wouldn't let you defend me from a traffic violation.
We appreciate that opening statement. We will kick it over to Mike Jones for his 10-minute opening as well. But before I do, I want to give a special thanks to our sponsor, Yonaguni International Cuisine. That's in Aguadilla, Puerto Rico. Check them out in the description box. Is there a link below? And we appreciate their sponsorship and support of Fair Debates. With that, Mike
He's blurry, but here's our friend Apollos in the back.
Jones, you're ready for your 10-minute opening.
Check. All right. Thank you, James. Thank you, Hassan, for that opening statement. I have a lot of respect for Hassan, and I appreciate you coming out here. Let's get right to the heart of the issue. If all we heard today was that Muslims believe Jesus was a Muslim because it was part of their religion, no one would care. But we are here because Muslims want to claim that it is objectively true that Jesus was a Muslim. The only way they can do this is by committing one or several fallacies in the process. And what we just heard was an opening statement that committed the etymological fallacy, quote mining, and special pleading. And I thought this might happen. This was written actually about a week ago or so. Now, if you actually read the Gospels in context, our earliest sources on the life of Jesus, you'd come away with the idea that Jesus was anything but a Muslim and committed multiple forms of blasphemy according to Islam. So what we see is that they tend to quote mine the Bible. They'll pick the parts that agree with Islam and ignore the parts that show Jesus committed shirk or other sins. But before getting into that, I need to highlight an even bigger issue, which is that he defined a Muslim as one who submits to the will of God. By that logic, Hassan must accept I am a Muslim and every Christian is a Muslim because we submit to God. So my first question I want him to answer is, are you willing to say I am a Muslim and every Trinitarian Christian is also a Muslim when we worship Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, one God, now and forever? Amen. If the answer is yes, then the term Muslim has been defined in a way that means generic theism, because anyone can claim to be a Muslim by just submitting to the Creator generally or however they please. If the answer is no, then my opponent is special pleading. He would not actually think the definition of the word Muslim is one who submits to God, but one who submits to the God in the way that he deems appropriately. There's no way he can define that term where he gets to exclude modern Christians, but gets to include Jesus and his disciples. So that's the first problem. The second issue is this is an etymological fallacy. The word Muslim means a follower of the religion of Islam, which did not exist until Muhammad created the religion. We have absolutely no evidence whatsoever that Islam, as we understand it, existed before Muhammad. And I dare anyone to challenge me on that. Therefore, Muslims did not exist until the 7th century as they're properly understood. The etymological fallacy is this: the assumption that the present day meaning of a word is similar or has its historical meaning. This fallacy ignores the evolution of language and the heart of linguistics. The fallacy is usually committed when one finds the historical meaning of a word more palpable or conducive to his or her argument. My opponent has defined the word by its historical meaning and therefore has built his entire argument on a fallacy. The word Muslim comes from the Arabic word one who submits. But the word today means a follower of the religion Islam, which is a religion that did not exist until the 7th century. Jesus lived in the 1st century. Therefore, he was not a Muslim. You can't make an argument that is entirely fallacious. Now, perhaps they'll say, well, the teachings and the acts of Jesus align with Islam. But this can only be accomplished through quote mining the Gospels. He said Jesus prayed with his face down on the ground. Jesus did pray with his face on the ground, but he also lifted his face to heaven and prayed in John 17:1. And he said one can pray while standing in Mark 11:25. Nowhere did he pray in the same order or pattern that we see in the Muslim prayer or salat. Hassan says the theology of God has to be consistent. This is true, but the Quran is very inconsistent with the Bible. Jesus called God his God, Father, when he prayed. In fact, he did this in Matthew 26:39 when he fell on his face and prayed. But the Quran says in Surah 19, and they say the most merciful has taken a son. You have done an atrocious thing. The heavens almost rupture therefrom, and the earth splits open, and the mountains collapse in devastation that they attribute to the most merciful a son. And it is not appropriate for the most merciful that he should take a son. There is no one in the heavens and earth, but that he comes to the most merciful as a slave. Surah 9:29-30 scolds Christians for saying Jesus is the Son of God. It doesn't say we have the wrong interpretation of what that means. It doesn't say that we have changed the meaning of that. It says we are wrong for saying Jesus is the Son of God. Jesus says he is the Son of God, which according to the Quran is so bad the heavens almost rupture and the earth split open. For example, in Mark 14, Jesus, the high priest asked Jesus, "Are you the Christ, the Son of the Blessed?" And Jesus said, "I am, and you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power and coming with the clouds of heaven." Scholars have noted Jesus is actually claiming he is the Son of Man of Daniel 7, a divine figure who comes with the clouds of heaven and is given dominion and served. In John 3:16, Jesus said, "I am the way and the truth," and he said, "For God so loved the world that he sent his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life." He claimed to be the unique Son of God there. This is shirk, where one associates partners with Allah. The Quran says it's one of the worst of sins and that he won't forgive shirk in Surah 448 or 4116. By that logic, Jesus cannot be a Muslim because he's associated himself as a partner alongside God when he calls him his Father. Jesus, also we see in John 10, Jesus said this. He said, "My sheep hear my voice and I know them and they follow me. I give them eternal life." Let me repeat that. He said, "I give them eternal life and they will never perish. And no one will snatch them out of my hand. My Father who has given them to me is greater than all, and no one is able to snatch them out of my Father's hand. I and the Father are one." After this, the Jews tried to stone him twice because he was making himself out to be equal with God. In John 5, we read, this is why the Jews were seeking all the more to kill him, because not only was he breaking the Sabbath, but he was even calling God his own Father, making himself equal with God. So Jesus said to them, truly, truly, I say to you, the Son can do nothing of his own accord, but only what he sees the Father doing. For whatever the Father does, the Son does likewise. Or the Father loves the Son and shows him all that he himself is doing. And greater works than these will he show him, so that you may marvel. For as the Father raises the dead and gives them life, so also the Son gives to whom he will. For the Father judges no one, but has given all judgment to the Son, that all may honor the Son, just as they honor the Father. Whoever does not honor the Son does not honor the Father who sent him. Imagine saying that. How could you see something like that in the Quran, where you have to honor Allah the same way you honor Muhammad? That would be blasphemy, I would assume, in Islam. The disciples also thought Jesus was God. Now, Luke, in Luke Acts, uses the Greek word proskuneo more restrictively than other New Testament authors. He only uses it to refer to worship of God. But in Luke 24, the disciples proskuneo, or worship Jesus. So they thought Jesus was God. Hassan said, the Bible says, give yourself to God and you'll be saved. This is true. But Jesus said, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. In John 8:24, he said, for unless you believe that I am, you will die in your sins. And we know from the context of John 8:58, what he means is he's making a divine claim. We see something very similar in Matthew 7:21-22. So, just some of these other quick issues here. He said that at the Council of Nicaea, they put the Bible together. This is a historical myth. They didn't discuss the canon at the Council of Nicaea. This is false. They discussed the Arian heresy and developed the beginning of the Nicene Creed. The canon was not discussed at Nicaea. Total myth. He said that he said something, I believe he said the Bible was not written until hundreds of years later. No, that's not true. The books that make up the New Testament canon, even Bart Ehrman would agree, were all written in the first century. They were compiled into the New Testament later. Yeah. Bart Ehrman also says,
yeah, but like 60, 70 years later, that's a long time.
this is important. In the paperback edition of Misquoting Jesus, he says, the position I argued for in Misquoting Jesus does not actually stand at odds with Professor Metzger's position that essential Christian beliefs are not affected by textual variants in the manuscript tradition of the New Testament. So Bart Ehrman is acknowledging there's nothing in the manuscript tradition that is going to challenge essential Christian doctrines. He does not actually hold to that. He brought up John 17:3. This is commonly brought up by Muslims. But if we just read the context, none of this aligns with Islam. So when Jesus had spoke these words, he lifted his eyes to heaven and said, Father, the hour has come. Glorify your Son, that the Son may glorify you. This is him talking about the hour when he's going to be crucified. It says, you have given him authority over all flesh to give eternal life to all whom you have given him. Again, this sounds like shirk. And this is eternal life, that you know the only true God and Jesus Christ whom you have sent. The important thing that Robert Bowman Jr. points about this verse is it doesn't say only the Father is the true God. It says the Father is the only true God. That's different. Where you place only in the sentence matters. If I said only 2 + 2 = 4, that is false. 3 + 1 = 4. If I say 2 + 2 only equals 4, that is true. So this verse does not contradict Trinitarianism. Okay, we agree the Father is the only true God, and we can also say the Holy Spirit is the only true God, or the Son is the only true God. And by the way, at the end of 1 John, the first epistle, he says the Son is true God as well. So I don't see we've seen any evidence that Jesus was a Muslim. And just to reiterate my first question, are you willing to say that we as Christians are Muslim based on how you define that? We need a rigorous definition of the word Muslim. Hope we can get that. And I look forward to discussion.
Thank you very much. We'll jump into that open dialogue indeed. We'll do it fast, as that's going to be 60 minutes, and we will start that right now. So, gentlemen.
You need us to sit in these chairs, right?
Yeah, actually, if you can.
Can you pause it for a second?
Excellent.
I want to make a quick comment.
Yes.
We didn't make any real comments during IP's opening. We basically let it play the whole way through, which kind of shows something, that there wasn't like deception and lies in there overall, right? I think he did a good job in laying it out. It was clear. I think that his argument is exactly the all of us on the panel agree with. There's lots of fallacies. His whole argument is filled with fallacious reasoning, and it's embarrassing. It's just really embarrassing. And I think,
I have a problem with some of the stuff he says a little bit later.
But not with the opening. You didn't have a big
not with the opening. The opening was fine.
It's
like
fine.
I could like nitpick, but that's not kind of the point.
Right.
But it would
overall,
be it would be just me arguing from my position, kind of disregarding the debate. Now, when it comes to the debate, Hassan got absolutely killed in the opening.
Yeah, that's it. I totally understand that we might come from our own positions, but I'm like, just looking at the debate for what it is. Yeah, I think IP just wiped the floor with this opening. I think
Yeah, absolutely.
Hassan really just did not know what he was doing. He thought he could just come and give a khutbah, and he thinks that people are going to buy it.
Yeah, exactly. Anything on your mind, radical moderate? Rad? It's okay if I call you Rad, right?
Yeah, we all call him Rad. He might be
Awesome.
a
Yeah.
little busy.
No, that's okay. Yeah. No, nothing really. I mean, like I said, it was pretty solid, pretty standard. Yeah. So okay. Continue on. let's
Yep.
see what the response is.
Welcome, the bearded doctor. How you doing?
Fantastic. How are you doing tonight?
I am always awesome. Thank
Perfect.
you. Give us some of your thoughts of what we've seen up until now.
Well, I mean, I in the chat, I mentioned that I feel like he was acting like a Muslim televangelist and full on. I don't think that he actually prepared for a debate at all. I think he prepared to give a presentation on what his view of Islam was, and he tried to do it in a manner that was, it mentioned before, kind of more Baha'i than really true Islam, because the Muslim faith is not charitable to all other religions. Neither is, or really very many of the other religions at all. They, most every one of them, and I've said this many times, we might all be wrong, but we can't all be right. And and his definition of Islam, I definitely do not think, or rather, his definition of is Jesus a Muslim, it does not fall within Islamic tradition of what makes someone a Muslim. Yeah, I also found it interesting, and he'll mention it later, because the IP's comment, well, fine, then I guess we're all Muslim. He definitely will not accept that as a true statement, and he changes his parameters later on in the debate. But I just think that, yeah, he came across trying to be very universalist, and it just backfired on him. It showed, like has been mentioned, he doesn't know Christian scripture. And I would almost wonder how much he knows of the Quran, if he's willing to admit and acknowledge some of the things that he says in his perspective. So that's all I've got for the moment. I agree that I think that his opening was horrible. I feel like IP's opening was much more succinct. He definitely came with references and whatnot. Like him or not, I think that he did a much better job of representing the Christian faith than the Islamic faith was represented.
I wanted to make a quick response to that, Beer Doctor. I think Islam is pretty polylythic. So I think there are different interpretations. Like you could take like a Sufi metaphysical, Baha'i, because Baha'i is an Islamic derivative, right? So there is a way that you can make this argument, but the problem is you will see that he's not consistent to the perennialist position. He's not going to take the Islamic perennialist position all the way. And if he is an Islamic perennialist, why is he at this debate? He shouldn't have a problem with Christianity. If you're a perennialist, you don't actually have a problem with Christianity or Judaism. You know what I mean? So the problem is there's going to be an inconsistency with that. I think Islam can offer that. Like there is a space in Islam for that. However, if you go down that line, there are consequences of going down that line, and you have to be consistent. And you'll see throughout the debate, he takes a very conservative, hard line when it comes to, is IP a Muslim? Because if you took like a Sufi perennialist position, you could argue that a Christian is a Muslim, through that kind of, mystical spiritual interpretation. But you got to go all the way with it. And you wouldn't be in a debate then against Christianity. So
Computer from far away. All right.
All right, so I jump in and answer some of those questions?
Ready for you.
So in terms of are the people today, are Christians today Muslim? Well, to be Muslim, you have to accept the 6 articles of faith as they apply within your time. So at the time of Jesus, to be Muslim is to believe in all the prophets that were sent before Jesus. If someone rejected Moses, if someone rejected Abraham and they accepted Jesus, they would not be Muslim. To be Muslim, they would have to accept Abraham, Moses, and Jesus. Those were all the prophets that were sent.
Oh my God, he just shot himself in the foot because Jesus didn't accept Muhammad. Jesus didn't even know Muhammad. It happened like 700 years before. That is silly. Why do people not see when they're making like absolutely trash arguments? I have a hard time understanding why people even engage in debate when they don't know the basics of just not killing your own argument with one sentence. That is just silly.
Up until then, you have to accept all the prophets of God. Now, the mistake that the children of Israel did is that they rejected Jesus. And when they rejected Jesus, up until Jesus came, they were Muslim. They had surrendered to God. They had followed Moses. When they rejected the message.
No.
I agree. I want to challenge that position too. So first and foremost, I'm going to bring up Paul of Tarsus. Paul of Tarsus was a Jew. He never stopped being a Jew just because he believed in Jesus. These aren't mutually exclusive terms. This is a problem. Christian is a descriptive term. So it's saying it's a person who believes Jesus is the Lord and Savior. This is the position. You don't have to be in a cathedral. You don't have to sing hymn books. That isn't the distinguishment of what makes you a follower of Christ. You could follow all of the Jewish practices and still be a follower of Christ. These aren't mutually exclusive concepts. And I think that this is the problem, is that he thinks it's a person who sits in a cathedral and reads hymn books, and that's what makes you the Christian. It's a lot more amorphous than something like, Islamic tradition that has a lot of it's particularly your standard Islamic narrative where you have a lot more codified things, Yes, you're going to have systems like Orthodox and Catholic and, Protestant traditions. You also have Messianic Jewish traditions as well. But the thing is, the most important thing, if you're a follower of Christ, is that you follow Christ. That's it. You got to believe that Jesus is your Lord and Savior, right? And I don't think he understands this position. He doesn't understand this argument. And it's strange. It really does not work for him. And he's like, well, Jesus is this thing. And I'm like, well, what exactly is he? And he's like, well, the children of Israel didn't believe in him. That's false. All of the followers of Christ were Jews. They were Jews. All the early followers were all Jews. And then it just stopped being Jewish because they believed in Jesus. You can't even ethnically, culturally, you can't renounce Judaism. At least at that time, you couldn't. You might be considered even the concept of apikoros comes a lot later in rabbinic Judaism, but you might be not following the derech, you might not be on the path, but you can't really renounce your Judaism because if you're born a Jew, you die a Jew. That's the concept. So they were Jews who believed in Jesus. So that's the truth. And so some Jews didn't believe in Jesus and some did. That's the way that it works.
There is no mechanism to be excommunicated from Judaism?
Early on, it was very complex. They didn't have the concept of heresy early on. It was more like if you did avodah zarah, if you did a thing called idolatry, you were in trouble, right? But it wasn't they didn't have the concept of kofrim. It's the same word as kufr. They didn't have that concept. Comes a lot later in rabbinic Judaism, but early Judaism does not have that. It does not have that mechanism of heresy. Heresy is something that it develops later on. So if you do idolatry, you're in trouble. But
to chime in here real quick.
You can also get atonement, and you can do a bunch of rituals to expunge yourself, right?
Well, just to chime in here real quick, there is such a thing now, okay, to be they literally call it to be unjewed, but you got to be a serious evil person, like a Nazi who put people in the gas chamber kind of deal. If they found out you were Jewish, and they've actually done this. The capos that survived, that they were really bad, horrible capos, they were unjewed, and it's a really big deal. It's you, boom. Anyway,
but you couldn't historically do that.
Right?
You would just you're an idolater, you're a Jewish idolater, that you might be executed, but you wouldn't stop. Your Judaism would not be revoked. You would just have to pay the crime of being punished by death at that time, And that's the thing, because rabbinic Judaism is a variant of Judaism. It isn't Judaism, and I think people need to know that. Rabbinic Judaism is not just Judaism. It's a form of Judaism. You had Sadducee Judaism. You had Essenes. You had many different kinds of forms of practice. But just the common practice now is rabbinic Judaism.
All right.
Which is Pharisaic Judaism.
Okay.
Jesus, they had committed shirk. They had deviated from the path. They were no longer Muslim. And my advice to everyone today, do not make the same mistake that the children of Israel did. They rejected Jesus. And by rejecting...
False.
Oh, my. Yeah, I mean, they rejected Jesus because he didn't fulfill one prophecy. Sorry.
No, but the point is...
Don't fight me on this. Just, it's my opinion.
No, I hear you. But the point is, it's still false, because the followers of Jesus, who were they? Maxwell, what kind of culture were they? What religion were these people?
No, I know they were Jews, but I think they're wrong.
Even the point is, it doesn't even matter. But the point is, his statement is false. His statement is false, where he's saying Jews rejected Jesus. No, certain Jews did, and certain Jews didn't. That is a false statement. He is doing it's a generalization. It's an ecological fallacy. He's trying to make the micro into the macro. So some individuals didn't believe in Jesus. Some did believe in Jesus. So what? That statement is unequivocally false. He can't just keep claiming it. And I think he should get pushback on that. I'm like, dude, no. There were Paul was a Jew. I mean, yeah, that's what he was. Even as following Christ, he was still a Jew. He never stopped being Jewish. He was never excommunicated as being Jewish, because he couldn't, because they didn't have a mechanism of excommunication. So he was Jewish. So, I mean, this is nonsense. What he's saying is nonsense. What is his name? Peter, Matthew, John, all of these people were Jews. They didn't stop being Jewish because they believed in Jesus. So, I mean, this is nonsense.
Muhammad, no, you would not be a Muslim because you're rejecting. But the command to follow Muhammad would not apply at the time, because Muhammad was not sent. And before Jesus, you did not have to accept Jesus to be Muslim. You would have had to accepted Moses. So before Jesus came, you had to accept Moses and everyone before Moses.
So can you define the word Muslim again?
Muslim is one who surrenders to God. And how do you surrender to God? By the 6 articles of faith. The 6 articles of faith: believing in God and God alone, not worshiping him with any partners, believing in all the prophets that were sent up until the time that you were alive, believing in all the holy books that were sent up until the time that you were alive, believing in the angels, believing in the day of judgment, and believing in the power of God. This was the universal belief across all time. God didn't send different religions to humanity.
Good question.
He sent one message.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Again. The Chinese, the Japanese, the pre-Columbine, like the Incas and the Mayans, and those are fundamentally different religions. The African, like voodoo and some of the other variants of the African
Yerba.
native religions. And I'm sorry?
Yerba, Akan, Hausa, all of these different traditions.
Yeah, I mean, the Norse, there's so many different religions that have absolutely nothing to do with any of this. That is, why do they make such factual, incorrect claims?
And say it so proudly. It's like, I want to say they're all the one religion. Do you know about commie religion? No.
No, here we have the Mayans, the Incans, and the ones further to the south. They also had like a pantheon of gods that they had the god of this and the god of that, and some had sort of the animistic view of the gods, like the jaguar was the god of death and this and that. It's all
Quetzalcoatl was a Muslim. Quetzalcoatl is a Muslim.
Yeah,
I want you to know Beowulf was a Muslim. Quetzalcoatl is a Muslim. Thor was a Muslim. Odin's a Muslim. They're all Muslim. Did you know that?
They'll submit to Allah.
We can't forget the Jedi. They'd have to be Muslim too.
The Jedi are Muslim. I want you to know that I'm here to teach you one thing. Everybody's a Muslim.
Yes.
Welcome, Derek. The followers of Jesus, they made salat.
Hey, Max. Thank you for welcoming me.
Hi.
You got it.
I just want you to know.
Question. So then what?
Sorry.
I have to say this. This is a very important point. The apostles of Christ were making salat. They went and did qiyam. They said Surah Al-Fatiha and said a surah. And they do all the dua. They could speak Arabic. They did all the prayers in Arabic because they were Muslim. They were fasting Ramadan. They wore a thobe. They wore jalabiya.
What's the name?
To clean their teeth.
What's the name of that thing you say when you become a Muslim?
They did shahada. They
Shahada.
recited the shahada. They said, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. They were all Muslim. They spoke Arabic. It's not about labels and terms, but they're Muslim. I'm using an Arabic word. They're all Muslim. They all did Muslim things. They fasted Ramadan, of course. They were fasting Ramadan.
I swear, it would be a better, more factually correct argument if Hassan said Jesus was a Muslim because he wore sandals. That would be a more factually correct argument than any of this.
I feel like he and Joel Osteen would really get along very well.
I don't know who that is.
Joel is he's the head of a huge church in Texas, but he's just one of those preachers who everybody's saved, everybody's a Christian, we're all just fine and dandy. There's no sin, there's no badness. Just let's all just get along.
I don't think Hassan Shibly is like that. I think Hassan Shibly is trying to use a progressive perennialist position in his opening, but then you find out that he's a lot more conservative later down the road. It's revealed, you know what I mean? He doesn't, but he is very exclusivist, you know, because what he does is he's like, I'm just going to make all of these people Muslim. You have to believe in Islam. And he even makes that claim at the end. I think he says, I'm calling you all to Islam. Time to do a shahada.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Time to do shahada, Max.
Like, what are some examples of how one could do that?
How one associates partners with God. I mean, saying there's more than one God, saying there's 2 gods, 3 gods, all of that.
So if I decided that let's say I was a crazy person, and I said, well, you know, I am going to judge just like God judges. Would that be committing shirk?
If you judge like God judges.
Yeah.
See, the problem that we deal with, I think, when it comes to the Bible, and
answer the question.
See where we're going with this. Is the problem with today's modern Bible is it was changed so many times through.
No. Every time you bring up the Islamic dilemma, you guys get fucking cooked. Like, what are you doing?
About history.
How do you know that?
Read Bart Ehrman's book. I think, and you quoted it. Read it from beginning to end. Who chose the books? Is there any unbroken chain of today's holy books going back to the Prophet?
There is no unbroken chain in Islam, you filthy liar. That is just another myth. That is just bullshit.
Okay, let's go on that. Okay, so how do you know that the original Jesus preached what you say he did? If these books have been corrupted, how do you know?
Because the Quran has never been changed. I have an unbroken chain.
Oh my God, it has been changed to like infinity and beyond. Like, why? This is why I told you at the beginning that I think this is just a debate between 2 liars just lying at each other.
Here's a fun fact about the Quran. All Qurans, okay, whatever version, there's like 27 different versions. I actually have all of them in Arabic PDFs on my computer, even though I don't read Arabic. I'm trying to write a Python script that will put them so I could use AI to search through them, but I'm having some difficulty with the OCR, but that's beside the point. Anyway, here's a fun fact. All these Quran versions, they all go back to one person. His name is Hafs. The Hafs Quran is actually the standardized version of the Quran, but all the other versions of the Quran all come from Hafs. Here's the funny thing about Hafs. He is reported in authentic hadith, okay, and also the histories and the chronicles. Hafs was a liar. He even stole people's books.
He borrowed books without asking. He borrowed without asking. I mean, I gotta, Rad, you got to admit this is hilarious. Like,
I know.
It's like you don't think of someone taking a book like that. It's just so embarrassing that you said.
And not only that, but he never returned it. He never returned the books, and he was a liar.
Them.
and it says you cannot trust any of his hadiths. So if you cannot trust any of his hadiths, because he would make up hadiths. If you cannot trust any of his hadiths, why do you trust his recitation of the Quran? That's who they rely on. A liar, a thief, and someone who could not be trusted with hadith. Fun fact. No, it is authentic, is it not, Isa?
Brother,
Totally
he's
authentic.
not a thief. He's a book borrower without
Book
returning.
borrower without permission.
Okay, he's a book borrower. I mean,
And he did return the books.
I mean, honestly, think about it. If someone borrowed your book and didn't return it, you wouldn't call them a thief. It's so embarrassing to hear that.
I know.
You're a thief because you took my book. My book was taken. I know probably books were probably more valuable then because people probably hand wrote all of them. But I just think it's so funny, the idea that you borrowed a book without returning it, and that makes you a bad guy. I borrowed books. I took the book.
Well, in their thing, yes, he should have had his hand chopped off. Anyway, I just
But,
thought
but,
I'd bring that up.
but for us, we think it's hilarious, right?
Right, right.
Come
No,
on,
no.
be honest. That's hilarious. If someone took your book and didn't return it, you'd be like, okay, you're a weirdo. Like, I mean, I'm going to order it on Amazon. But you're like, he's a thief. I don't trust him because he took my book.
He did it to multiple people, too. He did it to multiple people.
Oh, he's a book borrower.
Yeah, he was a klepto. He was a klepto, man. Anyway, but yeah, they trust with their
I try to be like consistent in my view. So I don't think that the transmission of the Quran is very reliable. But I also don't think that the transmission of the Bible is very reliable because for a long time it was just oral tradition. And we all know the problems with oral tradition. And we'll get into some of the claims that Hassan makes very shortly about the transmission of the Quran and so on. And we'll see those. But I have a hard time believing in any of this.
Well, and I think that's fine. I think it doesn't really matter. I think the problem is this is the kind of very conservative Muslim position. Christians don't care about that. This is not, the most important thing for a Christian if the text is perfectly preserved. This is not the argument that you hear from a Christian. So that's not an important argument for a Christian.
Yeah, that's true.
But Muslims are like, this book has never changed. It's always been the same. And then you're like, well, why did Caliph Uthman burn the manuscripts? Oh, it doesn't matter. He was just having a little bonfire. It's not a big problem.
Yeah.
It was a little bonfire. You understand? It was little bonfire, man. A little bonfire.
They were cold. They were cold in the desert at night. They had to do something. I need to play this because I need to go to the toilet again. I'll play it and I'll be right back.
Prophet Muhammad, unbroken. That's a relevant question.
Teacher, yes.
So how do you know that the original Bible or the original books of the New Testament preached the same thing as Islam? Because they could have been corrupted and maybe they taught Mormonism. How do you know it was Islam?
The whole idea is Islam is surrender to God. Every prophet of God surrendered to God. We accept Jesus as a messenger.
That's not answering my question, though.
Go ahead.
My question is simple. You want to say that Jesus preached Islam, the same doctrines you would
surrender
believe.
to God. He
Okay,
taught people to
how
worship
do you
God.
know that if these books have been corrupted?
Where anywhere in the Bible did Jesus say worship me? If Jesus said worship me, commit shirk, he would be expressly clear upon that. Nowhere in the Bible does Jesus ever command people to worship him.
Did Jesus ever say in the Bible, I'm just a messenger, don't worship me?
He was very clear, do not call me good.
Wait. He didn't say those exact words though, right?
I don't remember.
Exactly, because that's an exact word fallacy. But he clearly accepted worship in Luke 24:52 when his disciples.
So what you guys are
about
doing
to
is picking and choosing, and many of
Really?
these verses, yes, many
Picking
of
and
these
choosing.
Well, because
That's an interesting,
No,
interesting category.
Sure.
You don't say. Do you think you may have done that when you did in your opening
But
statement?
I preface that with the fact that the Bible itself is one I'm hesitant to quote from because it has been changed. And the problem is in the Bible that you have itself, the way you apply it, it contradicts itself. The
So
theology
we can't
itself
use
is
it then as
contradictory.
evidence, right?
Yeah, I'm happy not to use it as evidence.
Okay.
I heard someone say, wait.
No, I didn't say wait. I was just making commentary. I said,
Oh, okay.
I was saying, I always quote it. I'm hesitant, but I always quote it.
Then how do you know? Is it just, you're doing what I said in my opening statement.
Sure.
You're going to say Jesus is a Muslim because you already assume Islam is true. So you're just assuming that from your religious worldview.
No.
You can't objectively argue that. You would have to establish Islam is true first. And unless you do that, you can't say Jesus is a Muslim.
Well, the way we do it is we believe that the Quran remains the only unchanged book from God.
You can believe it all you want. but
Exactly. That's going to be the foundation. Obviously, the Quran is our foundation for our beliefs.
Okay, yeah, but that's my point.
Mhm.
Okay, if all you got up here and said, I believe Jesus is a Muslim, and if you accept Islam, you'll believe that too. Okay, that's fine, but you're arguing it's objectively true. That's why you did go to the Bible and use verses and say, no, this is an objective truth beyond what Islam believes. What is your evidence for that? And if your only evidence is Muhammad said so, that's not good enough.
Well, it may not be good enough for you, but ultimately, each and every person has to answer before God. And my message to everyone
Everybody
is
has
do
to
not
answer
make
before
the
God.
mistake.
My answer is to you, I'm here to make a pitch. It's time for you to make
pretty
shahada.
much.
All the people here, you need to make shahada. It may not be good for you, but it will be good for the audience. All the audience, you need to stop believing Jesus is God. It's time for you to believe in the Prophet of Islam. You need to believe in Islam right now. Okay? Very good idea.
Of worshiping other than the creator. The creator is too big. He is not, we know one of the biblical quotes, and again, I understand the contradiction of quoting the Bible, but it's something to think about. Numbers 23:19, God is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent.
Question. If I said I'm not a husband to cheeks, did I just deny being a husband?
No.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a problem. Right? But I don't know, like, it doesn't even work because, for example, when I debate Christians, I will quote the Bible, but because I'm doing an internal critique, this is not even an internal critique. So it makes no sense. It makes no freaking sense for him to quote the Bible, really. Especially since he has to cherry pick it to make the argument because there's other portions that contradict his main argument.
Exactly. He said, I'm not a man that he should lie. It's about
I'm not
lying.
a man that man would lie.
Yeah, this thing, that's
again,
the thing. That's the aim of the verse. It doesn't actually. What about Exodus 15, where it says Yahweh is a man of war? Ish. It uses the Hebrew
again.
ish.
I think there's many. If we were going to go and dissect the Bible, we would have a long time to do that. But I think the issue is this: ultimately, each person has to make a decision because ultimately our souls rest on the line. And I think where the difference is that you believe that you have to accept Jesus. Absolutely. Correct me if I'm wrong, and that he is God or is the Son of God. I mean, tell me exactly what do you believe about Jesus?
We believe Jesus is the Son of God and he is fully God in essence. Yeah.
So therein is the contradiction. You believe he's both the Son of God and is God.
No, that's not a contradiction.
But that is a contradiction, and that is what is sad is that you're blinded to realizing the contradiction in that. Our message is much simpler. Faith is simple because it must rest within the heart. Within the heart, we know that God is one and indivisible. He has.
No, we don't. I know nothing about that. Within my heart, I know there is no God. So how do you?
No, in your heart.
That circle?
I'm sorry. In your heart is Allah. Okay?
You're Muslim.
No,
Yes.
you are a Muslim. Alhamdulillah, Max. You are a true Haq bil Haq Muslim. It's you know it's true. You can't deny it.
He's giving the Mormon argument of the burning in the bosom. That's, just because I have a strongly held belief doesn't make it true. But that's his whole point. He's like, no, I believe this because this is my belief. Therefore it's true.
And with a little slimy tactic of saying, yeah, everyone knows this. Like, no, not everyone knows that. The Hindus don't know that for sure. Right?
Of course they do. They're denying it in their soul. Of course the Hindus know they're really Muslims. I want you to know Krishna was a Muslim. Brahma was a Muslim. Vishnu was a Muslim.
Vishnu, in all his avatars, was also
of course, and
Muslim.
Hanuman. The great Lord Hanuman, he was a Muslim. Rama was a Muslim. They're all Muslim. Sita was a Muslim.
Gandhi was a Muslim.
Of course, and Lakshman was a Muslim. Lakshman was a Muslim. They're all Muslim.
Remember that time that we were talking about the definitions of kafir and mushrik?
Right.
That I was very sad that I'm neither of those.
No, you're not.
No, I am. That is bad. Sad face.
No, I'm sorry.
No children. Yes, there are verses in the Bible. I am the Son of God. You are the Son of God. He's the first begotten Son of God. The Bible uses multiple people and calls them the Son of God.
Then why did you quote
reject?
it?
Well, I told you the caveat of.
Wait. Oh my fucking God. Yes, everyone is a son of God according to the Bible, but then there's the begotten Son of God, which is Jesus, and that's only said about Jesus. Then the other people, they are sons of God in the same way that we're all just part of creation. Or they are like selected for a specific purpose. But the only one that is claimed to be like the literal Son of God, that is Jesus. And the fact that I know this and he doesn't is very troubling to me.
Of quoting it, what I urge you to reconsider is that our position about the Creator is he is too great, too beautiful, too powerful to be a person. He's not a person. We reject anyone who claims that they are God or that they are the Son of God. And yes, I love the verse you quoted. They say the most merciful has taken a son. The heavens and the earth wish to tear up about that claim. We reject those claims. We are the only remaining pure monotheists who believe in Jesus.
Those
and
claims.
we believe we do.
We reject those claims. We are the only true pure monotheists. What about Sikhs? Are they true pure monotheists? What about Baha'i? Are they true monotheists? What about Jehovah's Witness? These are all. Are any of these true pure monotheists that believe in the truth? I want to know.
You know that it's weird. There's a weird interaction there. Remember when Yahweh wants to like outdo the Egyptian gods? So there's a little acknowledgement that there are Egyptian gods there. So wouldn't that also be, some kind of borderline mushrikun?
It's the interesting idea of henotheism. Like there's these other supernatural entities, but Hashem is the greatest of all the entities. Like
right.
The battle of like Baal. It is interesting. Is Baal actually real? Does Baal exist? And if Baal does exist, what is Baal? I mean, that's an interesting question to ask. I think there are, for academics and scholars, there are questions about these other divinities. Like, are they real according to the Torah? Are maybe they demons? Like, this is an interesting question that one could ask. I think it's an interesting thing that you're raising. I get your point. But I do think it's just funny what he's saying. He's like, oh, I want you to know. I'm here to tell you about the truth. You need to get with Islam right now.
Yeah. Magus Bjork says, so I knew that despite never having studied religion and growing up in an average Swedish household, one of the most atheistic societies in the world. Yeah, right.
No, Magus Bjork, you're actually a Muslim.
You're a Muslim, just like me.
You're a Muslim. Taksamika, you're a Muslim. I want you to know it.
Everything is Muslim.
Who follow the original message of Jesus. Jesus did not make it about himself. He loved God. He worshiped God. He prayed to God. And all I'm saying is
God,
pray
but I don't
to God
believe in any
with
of
us
those
alone.
things.
Do not
Corrupt. I want you to know the Torah, New Testament's corrupt. I'm quoting it, but it's corrupt.
This dude seriously needs to take a job doing reading books, dude. I could listen to this dude read a catalog, man. I'm seriously, he would make it that interesting. He really should do audiobooks. I'm serious. Okay, this dude is amazing.
Or you could sell stuff. You could be
What's
like
that?
Billy Mays.
Oh yeah, no, he would be.
He's like,
Yeah,
buy this thing now. You need to buy it now. It's $5.
Could you imagine him in court though?
You'll get two for free.
What kind of lawyer is he? He's like a trial lawyer or something. I don't know. Could you imagine him in trial? Yeah. He would be amazing, dude. I would definitely hire this dude just for the fun of it. I want to go out and commit a crime just so I can hire him so he can be my attorney and I can hear him argue my bogus case of why I didn't do it because I was committing the crime across town. You know what I mean? I didn't commit the murder because I was killing someone else on the other side of town. But anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
No,
I don't know. I get the exact opposite. With the way that he argues, I get the exact opposite idea that he's just a really bad lawyer.
But he's really funny. I think he's a really good salesman. I think he would be a great pitchman. Like the guy like Billy Mays, except he has a better voice than Billy Mays, and he could come in and be like, I want you to, I'm going to sell this product to you. You see your bathroom and the toilet's not clogging. Look at this in this powder. You stick it in the toilet and then everything goes down. But if you buy it now, you'll get it for $5. You'll get it for $20. Yes. And if you buy it in the next 30 seconds, you'll get 2 for free. What kind of deal is this? You have to get the powder now.
And you must call now 1-800. You're going to get ripped off.
Call 1-800 and get 367-8910 and get your powder now. Shipping and handling fees pertain. You have to pay $20 included on this fee. I think this dude would be an amazing salesman. I think he would be just spectacular because that's what he's doing. He's pitching Islam. That's what he's doing. He's selling Islam here, and he's like, "Can I take the Shahada now? Jesus is a Muslim. He did Shahada. Alhamdulillah. He was a great Muslim. The apostles of Jesus were Muslim. Everybody is Muslim."
Yeah, he would be a great voice for like Sprayet or something like that.
Oh, he's fun. I love this guy. This is just it's like Junior and him are my besties. So like my favorite Islamic debaters. Like Junior, it's the exact same energy. Junior comes up and he's like, "Yes, Islam is true. I want you to know Islam is true.
No,
I have my monkey too. Islam is true." Oh,
let me do Junior.
I don't beat my wife. Hey, baby.
No,
Hey,
Islam
baby.
is a religion of peace. Hold on. Let me do that one. Islam is a religion of peace. We respect women. Hey, baby, do I beat you up? No. That was just wild that someone would do that in the middle of a debate. I would have rolled on the floor laughing about that, which is almost what I did here when I saw that. I was like, what the hell is this?
I'm not gonna lie. I actually showed Junior to my mom, and my mom loves Junior. My mom loves Junior. Just the way that Junior talks, like my mom likes it. My mom would like Hassan Shibly too. She likes this kind of style. She likes this. She's definitely pro this kind of approach. So
we've seen some weirdness. Remember when Grace Thorpe sang in her opening statement?
I actually saw Grace Thorpe and Ben Thorpe recently. I went on a YouTube channel. I saw them.
Ask them if they still have PTSD about me.
Yeah, it was interesting. We were actually just talking about Islam. It was this other guy named Daniel, the Prophet Daniel or something, and he had come on the Cross and the Crescent, which is the channel where Rod and I are from, and they went to the Prophet Daniel Speaks or something, and he was talking about Islam, and then I jumped on the channel and I was like, oh, this is interesting. I'm like, oh, the Thorpes are here, and I don't think the Thorpes, like, I didn't really have a presence when they were on the channel here. But we were talking about Islam, and they were talking about how they're Catholic, and it was a very peaceful conversation. I think Daniel's interpretation of Islam was quite interesting. But I think that the Thorpes were interested in understanding about how Islam works and how it connects with Catholicism. So, yeah, it was an interesting situation.
Do you know how it went down when they came here?
What I heard, I think I may have went to sleep. I don't know, or I came on a little later. But what I heard was
yeah, we were doing the after show, and then the lady, Kat, she had debated Ben, came on, and Ben was like, oh, what is the scope stream? And then he proceeded to have a little bit of a mental breakdown. And then towards the end, I don't remember exactly what I said about Jesus. And he's like, oh, you're blaspheming God. He's like, yeah, I'm an atheist. I don't care. The blaspheme to me is nothing. I just speak. And then he kind of dared me to blaspheme Mary. And I was like, very happy to oblige.
I know, I remember that.
They lost their minds. Like, they literally couldn't handle it. It was funny as hell.
Well, he was saying that you came from a Catholic background. He wanted to kind of insist that,
Yes. But no, he's wrong. He's completely wrong about that, because Uruguay has been secular for, I don't know, 150 something years.
I think that they're trying to argue that if you come from a cultural background that has this element, that means you have to identify with it, which I think is a strange kind of argument, because it's like, if I'm Uruguayan, couldn't I argue that I'm from the indigenous religion and culture of Uruguay? Why would I have to argue that I'm a part of the Christian narrative that comes later? Like, you could make that argument, say, no, I'm actually really an indigenous Uruguayan religion, believes like the previous deities that were there. That's what I believe in. This other religion is actually a foreign intervention within my culture. You know what I mean? You can make that
because Issa, the evil white colonizers were, I'm sorry, Max, but you're part of the evil white colonizers. I'm just looking at you. You're kind of whiter than me. But anyway, the evil white colonizers, they wiped out all those indigenous people. Didn't you know this?
Yeah, in Uruguay, that's what happened. There's only about 150,000 people here that have the native people that were here, like DNA and stuff. So here, the extermination was quite thorough, because I mean the indigenous people that we had here were quite savage, and they wouldn't lend themselves to integration with the Spanish. But you could make the argument, and like the thing is that Uruguay started as a Spanish Catholic nation, but then we moved really quickly towards becoming secular. So he doesn't know the story of my country, so he can't make any of those arguments.
But he's trying to say that you're Catholic by proxy. That's the point that he was trying to argue. He's like, you're from, because there's a Catholic ethos there, so you're automatically default Catholic. That's what he's trying to do, because I think he's Irish, right?
Yeah.
Ben Thorpe is Irish, but one could say, well, Ben, you're actually Celtic. You're not really Catholic. You're a Celt. You're
Right.
actually a Celtic Druid. You're a Druid tradition. You can make that argument. So I think it's better to allow people to find themselves.
Yes.
If
I
you say,
think-
hey, I'm not a Catholic, yes, I might have Catholic family. I have some connection to this Catholicism, but I'm not Catholic, and I don't associate with it. I think you have a right to saying that. It's like gaslighting to impose that upon you when you don't agree with that assessment.
Again, Issa, the evil white colonizers wiped out all the Celtic people in Ireland. Okay, don't you pay attention to this? Dude.
I've been to Ireland, of course. I know about Ireland. It's a great country, I'm Bigora. It's a great country. I was reading about Finn McCool.
Are there trees in Ireland? Are there trees in Ireland? I'm sorry. Are there trees in
so
Ireland?
many trees. I went to Shakespeare Road. I want to tell you about the story when I was in Ireland. There was a toilet in the yard. There's a toilet in the yard. I want you to know there's a toilet in the yard. I'm not even joking. I heard that. On Shakespeare Road, there's a toilet in the yard. Like when I was doing like a tour of Ireland, I went to Northern Ireland, and the guy was trying to tell us, he's like, these Southern Irish keep complaining about how hard their life is. But guess what? We're poor up in Northern Ireland, and we had a toilet in the yard. We had to go to the toilet outside in the yard, okay? And he just kept saying it. There's a toilet in the yard. And there was another funny story. I'm sorry we're derailing, but I have to tell you the story. It's so funny. I was on a bus, and the guy was telling us the story. He's like, when I was a wee lad, and I took my first tour of students from America coming on the bus, I want to tell you something. We had a great tour during the day, but at night, I told them we're going to have lots of crack. We're going to have lots of crack. And one of the students said, dude, we're going to have lots of crack. That's awesome, man. And then I was like, what are you talking about? And then the professor said, no, he doesn't mean crack, like crack cocaine. Oh, no, it's not crack cocaine. I'm talking about crack having fun. In Irish, we call crack fun. We're having crack. We're going to have crack. We're going to have lots of fun. And I was like...
If you have crack, you're going to have crack and fun. I'm just saying.
No, but we're talking about crack fun. C-R-A-I-C, crack, Irish. Oh, my God. Ireland was just an amazing time in my life. In another story where he told us the story about Giants Causeway and Finn McCool and Ben and Donner. Oh, my God. If I go into that story, I'll share that story another time. But, oh, my God. Ireland was a blast. That's one of my favorite places is Ireland. My journey to Ireland, amazing. Top tier. I have too many stories about Ireland. There's lots of trees, lots of rain, very foggy, lots of Irish accents, lots of pubs. If you want to pint in the pub, you go to Ireland, okay?
All right, let's keep it going.
Associate partners with God, lest you regret it when you return.
Are you
to him.
done? Can I go now? Okay, thank you. Okay, this is not a debate Trinity versus Tawhid, so let's get that clear. Okay, we're talking, I want to keep this actually on topic. Okay,
I appreciate that.
So if Jesus was a Muslim, what is your evidence beyond Muhammad said so? Do you actually have any evidence? Because if you're going to go to the Bible, which you say is corrupt, you've acknowledged you can't use that. The only evidence you're presenting is some guy, some illiterate guy, 600 years later said so in a completely different part of the world. That's not evidence.
Really, I think what it comes down to, and I think this would sort of bring out my own question to you, which is, if Jesus worshipped God, you acknowledge?
I want you to answer. You can answer me that question. I'll answer that question next, but please answer mine first.
Sure.
Yeah. So, what is the actual evidence other than is your own? Are you only up here?
But wait. I think there's a flaw. Like, Muhammad never said Jesus was a Muslim. Muhammad said Jesus was a prophet.
That's correct. No, the only time they're using the word Muslim, it's descriptive. It is not that this is what these people's religion are. Abraham was not a Muslim. I've studied Islam my whole life, pretty much. So, no. Abraham was a Hanif. He was a pious man who was submitted. Muslim was used as a descriptive term. It was not used as the name of the religion. Islam means something. That's why you have in the Hadith the Arkan al-Islam. Arkan al-Islam are the 5 pillars of Islam. If this didn't exist, then what would be the definitive thing of what makes a Muslim? A Muslim is a person who does these things. And I just find it wild that he tries to use the descriptive term sort of as the prescriptive term. And I'm just like, it's ridiculous. I just think it's wild and it's dumb. And I've seen a lot of Muslim debaters doing it and they fail every time. I'm sorry. I got to make a comment. The Muslim debaters have failed all the debates that I've seen.
Oh, my.
It's just epic fail after epic fail after epic fail. I'm like, dude, they need to put me back in the ring. At least I'll be honest, man. Most of them are just lying. I'm like, why are you lying, dude? Just tell the truth. Why do you keep lying? You know, the Christians are going to be like, Islam dies without lies. Like, that's the little Christian jingle that I've been hearing. And I'm like, dude, you're embarrassing. Like, you've embarrassed Islam. Jake, when it said, jizya is so great. Jizya. Yes, this proves that these Jewish laws don't matter. Jizya, we subjugate Christians. We subjugate Jews. Oh. I'm like, dude, you just said you're a barbarian, dude. You just said you're a barbarian.
I have a question.
One second. It's such a bid'ah thing to do when they are so staunchly against bid'ah, right?
It is bid'ah. It's innovation.
Go ahead, the doctor.
Yeah. So just out of curiosity, can you say that there's an etymological difference then if someone says that they're Muslim versus being Islamic, or in that capacity, could you say that Jesus was a Muslim, but he wasn't Islamic?
I think that would follow if you go down the route of Hassan's argument. If you go down that route, you would have to make that distinction.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I agree with his position. I'm just curious because I'm not Muslim, nor am I Islamic. So I don't know in that capacity. With us, we've got Christian. That's it. One terminology versus. I mean, I guess you could say, are you a follower of Christ versus like a cultural Christian, or as you were talking about, with Catholicism being, the religion of a country. I could say that, America is a Christian nation, but that doesn't necessarily mean that all people who are Americans followed the teachings of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
But Bearded Doctor, I want you to know, Islam is in your heart. You're actually really a Muslim. That's the truth. You know it in your heart.
I mean, it's true. So could I be a Muslim and not follow Islam?
You're on it. It doesn't matter if you're following it or not, because you are forced to be Muslim in your heart. That's
already. That makes sense.
Oh my God, it's so funny. This debate is hilarious. I love Hassan Shibly. He just brings joy to my heart. Junior brings joy, and Hassan Shibly brings joy.
To respond to the doctor, doesn't one of these debaters actually say, I forgot which one, but in this debate series, don't they actually say, yes, you don't even have to believe in Muhammad to be a Muslim? Didn't one of them say? I think maybe Jake did in I don't know, but somebody did. I'm pretty sure I remember that.
That sounds like something.
Maybe
Jake
it's this guy. I don't know. Yeah, you don't have to believe in Muhammad to be a Muslim. It's like, what? Okay, dude, whatever. Everybody's a Muslim, dude. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, continue on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that is a claim that they make. Like Little Wolf says, everyone was born a Muslim. You just need to revert. But I have serious problems with that stuff. Because it's like, no, because I was not born a Muslim. I'm not even baptized. So, yeah, no.
You're baptized in Islam because your heart and soul are Islam. I want you to know.
According to Islam, I'm just a little bit of a heretic.
No, you're not.
Pretty much.
Everybody's a Muslim.
The only thing I don't do is shirk.
Absolutely
because
not.
I don't believe in God. But all of the other things, yeah.
Brother, you're just
basically
confused. You're confused and you have some shubahat in your heart. You have some doubt.
You know what?
You need to pray to Allah.
I'm a closet Muslim.
You're a closet.
That's what I am.
Dude, I think I would be a better da'i than this. Than a lot of these people. I just was playing around and just doing my joke performance.
In all of the DebateCon, I think I'm missing one debate. I have to still watch. I don't remember We watched the first one. I watched this one. I watched the one with Danny and Daniel Pikachu.
Danny and Danny.
I'm missing one. I haven't watched it still, but so far, like
it's Jake and AP.
3 out of 4.
Jake and AP.
Yeah, I haven't watched that one. In 3 out of 4, the Muslims have been like thoroughly cooked, like rotisserie chicken.
I think that they all do pretty bad, and it's like it's very funny because, oh my God, it makes me just laugh. I'm just having a great time when I listen to this.
Yeah, the Muslims should come to Yerba Mate Talks to get their arguments pimped. We will give them arguments that don't make them sound this dumb or bad or whatever.
No, our intelligence is increasing. We are increasing in intelligence. Our brain cells are multiplying with the haq. It's so true.
You have to change your channel to Yerba Muslim Talks.
Oh, Yerba.
Yes.
Noor ala noor. I just like it's. I am dying when I'm listening to this because it's hilarious. Like it's. I'm like, you know who doesn't bring joy to my heart as a debater? It's Jake. When I listen to him, it's like,
boy, no, he's horrible.
You need to be funny. Like you see, both of these guys, they have like Junior and him
they have energy, and they're supremely wrong in their argumentation, but they have.
They're not mean. Like I don't find either of them as like mean and insulting. You know what I'm saying? I don't like debaters who are like, follow the point. It's so hard for the mushrikun. It's so hard for the mushrikun. Like when I keep hearing that, I'm just like, oh my God, you're like killing me, Smalls. Like I'm listening to this and it's just like, it's terrible. I feel like a part of me dies when I listen to those things, you know? You're kufar, mushrikun. And it's like, you're too stupid to follow. You're so dumb. And when you hear that, you're like, dude, you're just chest thumping, man. It reminds me of Central Dawa. Like, you know, Central Dawa comes in, he's like, yeah, well, I want you to know, yeah, your blood is halal. Your blood is halal. Your blood is halal.
I remember that guy, yes. But also, he's like a walking contradiction. He has tattoos and stuff. It's like, well, you're not supposed to do that.
I think it's a tattoo of Jesus on his arm. I think it's a tattoo of Jesus.
Like, what?
And he comes from a Muslim family. He's a tattoo. Only God can judge me. And I think Jesus is there.
Yeah.
Jesus is in the middle of his arm.
That my God. So weird. To me, at least. Because, like, I don't care in general if people have tattoos. But the Muslim stance on tattoos is pretty clear.
Yeah, it is.
And I don't get it. So is the Christian stance on, like, you're not supposed to mark your body over the dead or in general.
The Jewish position.
This is a Muslim because I think Islam.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but those are the things that kind of transfer over, right?
Well, it depends. If you some people like Christians will argue that the law is fulfilled in Christ. So the point is like these other kind of like the mitzvot, like that's for the first covenant. I'm just saying from a Christian perspective, usually they would say, well, we're under the second covenant, so we don't have to follow the laws of shatnez, like mixed fiber clothing, and we don't have to follow kashrut laws or Shabbat laws. Like we're not bound to these laws because Christ fulfilled all of these laws in the second covenant. And so the blood of Christ is the answer. I'm just saying that would be the argument, but I get your position.
No, I know that's the argument. I've heard it like a million times, right. But that's not the meaning.
But you're not persuaded by it. You're not persuaded by it. I think
because that's not what fulfilling means.
I think your position basically is like, if God said this, then if God is real and God is persistent throughout time, then how can any of this stuff change? It has to be consistent. It doesn't make sense that, you know, Jesus comes and now we don't have to do this stuff anymore. Like I get, is that fair? Is that where you're?
Yeah. Because I mean, over and over, both God and Jesus say you're meant to keep the law forever. And I'm sorry to whoever it hurts, but this is a perfect analogy. When you fulfill the law of wearing your seatbelt while you're driving, that means that you need to keep it on while the whole thing that you're driving. You get on your car, you put on your seatbelt, you drive with the seatbelt on until you stop, and then you take it off so you can get out of the car.
And this is usually the Muslim critique.
I would actually say, if I can jump in on that comment, as a Christian, it's the fulfillment would be like me saying, well, I fulfilled 6th grade, therefore I can't not be in 6th grade. I fulfilled what was needed. That doesn't negate that 6th grade's still there and other people can't still be a part of it. But I don't have to continue to go through 6th grade every year. Now I'm in 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and so on, because the new covenant came, and that's what it says, that he didn't come to do away with it, but to fulfill it. So when something is fulfilled, like a bank loan, or my debt, if a debt is fulfilled, then I don't keep paying it.
That's the incorrect usage of the word fulfill.
Actually, if I could chime in real quick. Well, if I could just try to back up, what is this, bearded doctor?
Bearded doctor.
Yes. No, great analogy, but I would just simply add to go with your analogy, Max. Okay, what's the whole reason for you wearing the seatbelt?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does matter. The whole reason for you wearing the seatbelt, yes, it does, is because if you get into an accident, you will not be ejected from the car. What I would say is the whole point of these dietary laws, the whole point of these you call it the separation laws, or you can call it, I know Issa would have a better name for it, but the whole reason these purity laws, these ritual purity laws, these dietary laws and stuff like that, was to keep you clean. Christ fulfilled all those dietary laws. Christ fulfilled all those ritual purity laws. Christ fulfilled all that stuff. So you are now clean in him. So it was fulfilled. And yes, to back up what Bearded Doctor said, at the same time, too, we've graduated now from 6th grade. We're now PhD students. Okay. So what I mean? Yeah,
it's not analogous because those are finite things. When God says the law is meant to be kept forever, he literally means forever.
The law is kept forever in Christ. He's the one who fulfilled it. He is the only one that could fulfill all the purity, all the ritual rites, all the dietary laws, everything. He fulfilled in him. You can disagree with it, that's fine, but that is the way Christians see the whole thing.
Yeah,
okay?
and I think
he
Christians
is the
are
reason
wrong
for
on
it.
that.
Okay, well.
Because it's not even Jesus. It's like this is a Paul thing. But we don't want. Let's continue.
Is that your position?
No, I actually want to make one last point on this. I think what's interesting is this is what Muslims will argue. This is how Muslims argue against Christians. They're like, hey, we believe in laws too. We follow the Sharia. The Sharia is the halakha. The halakha is the Jewish law, right? So you Christians, what's wrong with you? You're not following the rules. We're following the rules. So
yeah,
Jesus that's the position again.
With the caveat that the Sharia is not the Mosaic law. It's very different.
That is true. That is true. Like eating camel meat is okay in Sharia. It is not okay in the halakha. And Shabbat is a law. Shabbat, shotness, like mixed fiber clothing. Kashrut is not the same as halal. Kashrut is a lot more strict than halal. Like there's a lot of rules of what you can't eat with the animal, and like the way that the animal, like even how you do the slaughter, and you have a professional do it. You have the professional's name is a shochat. The shochat is the person who sacrifices the animal, right? So they're a professional person. Any Muslim can just do the sacrificial rite. So that's a very big difference. And also for circumcision, you have a person called the mohel. The mohel does the circumcision in Judaism, right? In Islam, anybody can do the circumcision. So these are very different things, with religious law, and also the circumcision for a Jewish person is in 8 days, right? For the Muslim person, it might be 8 years, because it's a philosophical difference, because the idea is the chosen covenant for Muslims a lot of the time is Ismail. Ismail is the chosen one, right? But in like the biblical narrative, it's Ishaq, right? Or Yitzhak, right? So Isaac was only a child when the circumcision happened, right? But like a baby, right? But Ismail was like 8 to 10 years old when the circumcision was commanded. So that's a huge difference. And a lot of people are okay with the 8-day circumcision. A lot of people ethically are not okay with the 8 years. That's a huge difference. It's very, very traumatic to get a circumcision at 8 years old.
I have a friend, real quick note. I have a friend, 30 years old, okay, Filipino dude, converted to Islam, or not Islam, I'm sorry, to Judaism. No, like serious Judaism, like the Chabadnik Judaism.
Orthodox.
Yeah. Okay, because he met a beautiful woman that he wanted to marry. Anyway, I mean, this is love on his part, I guess. But he had to go because he was already circumcised. He had to go before the rabbi, and they had to cut his penis and draw blood, and he had to squeeze the blood out. I'm like, dude, seriously? Dude, no, I'm sorry. You're not touching my schlong and cutting it and drawing blood. I just draw the line on that. But I got no problem 8 days because I'm not going to remember that crap. But anyway, continue on. I'm sorry, but I just wanted to share that.
Oh, I have a big problem with mutilating people. Just FYI.
Mutilating people, it's kind of just... Yeah. No, not really.
Oh, no, I definitely have a big problem with that.
I do want to just...
My father, for example, he got circumcised as a medical precaution when he got diabetes at like 50. And he told me he spent like a month and a half seeing the stars. So yeah, no, I don't support any kind of mutilation.
Oh yeah, when you're 50, and I never heard of...
Unless it's voluntary after you're like 18.
Well, the circumcision is 8 days old. This is actually medically proven. 8 days old is when the baby has the most antibiotics in them because they're weaned off of the booby milk. We can get into that later, but let's continue on with the debate. Anyway, let's continue.
I mean, absolutely. I believe he's Muslim because the Quran was unchanged.
Okay, God, so you're just saying this is just my personal belief then, right?
Belief based on facts.
Okay, then what are the facts that Jesus was a Muslim beyond Muhammad said so?
I mean,
Greg says gender affirming surgeries. Those happen usually when you're over 18.
for me, that's sufficient. And I challenge everyone to do their own research to see if Prophet Muhammad was a messenger of God. The Quran remains the only book that claims to be from God that was never changed.
Bullshit. And yeah, no, Muhammad was not a prophet. Sorry.
Quran is not.
According to.
Excuse me. How can you say that?
That
He
is the
holiest prophet, Khatamul Nabiyyin.
That is the crux of the Islamic dilemma that he brought up.
But
I think I don't think he understands the implications of him claiming that the Bible is corrupt. That's the crux of the Islamic dilemma, right? That if the Quran then affirmed the authority, yada yada, of the Bible and the Torah and all the religious texts before, then you're affirming a false book. That is just a self-inflicted wound.
From God, then humanity has no book.
I want to do something here. Hey, David, what? Was Jesus a Muslim? Okay, my proof, your proof is Muhammad. My proof is David Wood said he's not. That's good enough for me now.
No.
You know what?
No. Very funny. Very funny.
Well, that's what it sounds like to non-Muslims when you say that. And that's not evidence. Give us evidence.
I mean, I think the Bible is sufficient in that he worshipped God. It's clear he worshipped God.
Okay, and it's consistent with Trinitarian theology. So what?
And I would say Trinitarian theology is corrupt. It's based on the Nicene Conference, which then later with the books that they selected, there's plenty of books. You have to look at Arius and the anti-Nicene fathers. I point you to Arius.
Arius, my favorite philosopher and patron saint Arius. All the Christians here love Arius. Arius is amazing.
Who's that?
It's Arius. It's not Arius. It's Arius.
I laughed out loud when he said that originally. I was like, what in the world?
It's Arius.
He makes it sound like he's in those 50s space movies.
The Arian, like the Arian heresy. Do you know about like Arius?
Yeah, I know. Okay, it's the guy. Okay, I know about the Arian heresy. I didn't know about the guy.
It's Arius, not Arios. But I loved it. I was like, it's Arios. We have to talk about Arios.
All right.
Arius, and the anti-Nicene Arius and the anti-Nicene fathers. Look him up. They rejected the Trinitarian.
They also did not preach Islam. He taught that Jesus pre-existed his birth. He was more than a prophet. You know that, right?
Yeah, but they didn't worship Jesus.
Oh, yes, they did.
Did they?
Yes, the Arians
definitely. Arius did not. He rejected the concept
that Jesus was a different substance than that of the Father, but he was the firstborn, the first thing created. He should still be worshipped.
Yeah.
It's like Jehovah's Witnesses today are like sort of like neo-Arians in that sense. So yeah, they actually absolutely did. This is the problem you have is we don't actually have any groups in the first century that were teaching the same thing as Islam. The closest what they'll try to bring up is like the Ebionites, but the Ebionites Many denied the virgin birth. They believed Jesus was crucified, resurrected. They believed he was a human prophet, but they also didn't think he was the Christ. They thought the Christ.
And they also think that Jesus was black. So, little problem there.
Arios. Arios is the guy. It's Arios. He's not gonna leave. That's never gonna leave because he's supposed to be the official knowledgeable person on Christianity, and he tells us about Arios.
Here,
It's painful. Sometimes I think some of these guys are secret Christians, just playing Muslim just so they can make the arguments look really bad.
Have a hard time believing that. But,
well, of course I'm being facetious, but I'm just saying that for him to come on there thinking that the arguments that he's saying are actually valid is ridiculous. And I will say this: watch him and the amount of times that he spends looking at his phone. I think that what he's doing during this debate is actually using ChatGPT, and ChatGPT asking the questions that he doesn't know on a consistent basis, and that's where he's getting all the comments, which is why some of the stuff he's saying is off because ChatGPT doesn't know. But I genuinely, he's not actually looking at and engaging Mike at all. When Hassan looks down and on his phone, he's just typing stuff furiously into his phone. So either somebody's feeding him answers or he's looking it up on some sort of a website.
Mm-hmm. In case you didn't know, the Ebionites believe that Jesus was black, and I do have to say that this looks cool, but it's kind of, he was Middle Eastern. I think he was brown, not black.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't white, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He was Arios. He was Arios. I'm never going to let that go, dude. If I meet him in person, I'm like, can you tell me about Arios? I want to hear about Arios now.
Oh my God. Descended on him and left at his crucifixion. So we don't have any evidence of Islam in the 1st century. We don't have any evidence Jesus was a Muslim. All we have is Muhammad said so in the 7th century.
No, also, what I would argue is to think rational, look at the big picture. Was Moses a Trinitarian? Did he worship Jesus? Was Abraham a Trinitarian? They all surrendered to God alone. Your interpretation contradicts countless prophets and messengers that call to worship God alone.
Do you think Moses thought there were multiple Yahwehs?
No, Moses believed in one God and one God alone.
What about, okay, so let's go to Exodus 23. I want to read you a verse. Okay. Exodus 23 says, my messenger goes before you to bring you to the Amorites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Canaanites, the Hivites, the Jebusites, and I blot them out. You shall not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do as they do, but you shall utterly overthrow them and break their pillars into pieces. You shall serve the Lord your God. Now this is the important verse. He's talking about the messenger. God is speaking. He says, I send my messenger before you. In verse 25, he says, you shall serve Yahweh your God, and he will bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from among you. So Yahweh is talking about sending a messenger called Yahweh before the Israelites. You go to Genesis 24 or 19:24. Yahweh reigned on Sodom and Gomorrah from Yahweh out of heaven. So you have two Yahwehs there. So it sounds like, as scholars like Benjamin Sommers, as well as Alan Siegel, who are Jewish writers, Jewish scholars, they'll say, yeah, the God of the Old Testament is multi-personal. And Benjamin Sommers is on record saying, I've got no theological objections to the Trinity.
That's insane. Literally.
Did I know what the Bible says? Yeah,
no, that's literally insane and shows what.
It shows. Look at my phone. Look, I'm going to tell you about Arios. Let me tell you about Arios on my phone.
Look at my iPhone 17.
Look at this.
The corruption.
It's literally insane. It's literally insane.
See, the reason he didn't know how to say it properly is because he's just looking at his phone and reading it, and he read it as Arios. I'm telling you, he's not. He's just looking at his phone. That's why I didn't know the way to pronounce it.
I think, and we have an emoji for that I think we should spam a little bit. I think he's getting booty calls, but that's just me.
I'm telling you, I love this debater. He is like my favorite. He's hilarious. He's so out of touch, but he's amazing. You know, I have my favorite debaters. I think he's one of my favorites. Manar is one of my favorites, and Junior. I think that's like my trinity right now. Manar, Junior,
wait. Nadir?
Oh God, Nadir is amazing.
That old wacky dude, George Howard Stirrup.
Who's that?
It's like a very, very wacky flat earther. that believes dragons are real, and like he got himself banned from MDD because he's very close to being crazy, let's say, to be charitable. And I don't think I have a first, but Nadir is my absolute favorite.
Oh, I meant like Muslim debaters. I didn't mean like all debaters. I'm saying like out of the Muslim class. Oh, Nadir is up there. Wacky, 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 quacky. Here's a coronavirus hell. Corona's virus hell. Look at this. Christians are horrible enslavers. They're horrible enslavers. The Muslims, we were ending Islam. Do you understand? We were ending Islam. Alhamdulillah. Look at the Quran and the Hadith. We were ending Islam. And then the warden is like, I don't know what you mean by that. I'm not entirely sure what you're saying on that. And he was like, yes, look at this. And then he's like, well, what about the 2 black slaves for the 1 white slave? And he's like, well, he was a Muslim. Wasn't that great? I was like, dude, that's your answer, bro. Oh, dude, I think your brain's on coronavirus right now, man. But I was like, Nadir, spectacular. Nadir is top tier.
Oh, my.
But I love Manar. Manar is one of my favorites.
Yeah, like I am right because I can do handstand push-ups.
No, but I love like when he straightens up his back. I am Manar. I am a tough guy. I love Manar. Manar is amazing. This guy is spectacular. Hassan Shibly, wonderful. I am just enjoying every moment. Just like with Junior and Hassan Shibly, I can just watch them. They're like my top tier because they're fun. Like Nadir can be kind of rude and mean, and I don't like that. I don't find them to be like Junior overall and Hassan Shibly. I find them to be very funny. Like they make me laugh. Like everything they say, I'm just like, what are they going to say now? You know, what are they going to do next? Like
no,
Junior...
I get that, but that's where, for example, our personal styles. Because I would love to debate Nadir and have him try to be mean to me, so I can give him a little bit of his own medicine. But yeah, I like these other guys that have no clue what they're doing. They are funny.
Oh, they're extremely funny. They have no idea. That's what I'm enjoying. I
suffer a little bit with bad arguments.
Well, but I mean,
and that is why the
argument in Nadir is the king.
As well as Alan Siegel.
Sorry,
I was saying Nadir is the king of bad arguments. I'm like, what argument has he made that was good? He's the king.
Never.
He is the master of bad arguments, and I'm just like, what's Nadir going to do now? I'm like, I love it. Nadir is spectacular.
Now that Nadir has been reduced to a fucking clanker, like all he does is just, but ChatGPT says this and ChatGPT says that. It's like, yeah, well, Nadir, why don't you stop and think for yourself a little bit? Why don't you clanker lover?
Well, our former comrade from the past had a debate with him, and he basically
I remember that. Yeah.
And he was like, what about the mustard seed of Jesus? The mustard seed is a lie. The mustard seed is a lie. And I'm like, I don't believe in any of this stuff. Do you want me to be like a Christian debater now? I can do it. But he's like, I believe in the mustard seed. Look at the mustard seed. It's not the smallest seed. Jesus is lying. Dude, I'm like,
he was debating Nadir was debating an atheist. For those of you who are not in the know, this is kind of like ancient history from 2 years ago. Nadir was debating Voldemort. You all know who that is. And Nadir's whole argument was that the Quran was more scientifically accurate than the Bible. And it's like, yeah, I don't care. You're debating an atheist. Bash on the Bible all you want. But Nadir was so fixated on that it kind of ended up having to be an atheist defending the Bible against Nadir's silly arguments. It was kind of funny. But
it was spectacular.
But yeah, fuck that guy. The other guy.
Oh, I hear you. But
Nadir, Jewish writers, Jewish scholars will say, yeah, the God of the Old Testament is multi-personal, and Benjamin Somers is on record saying, I got no theological objections to the Trinity.
That's insane. Literally.
Did I know what the Bible says? Yeah,
that's literally insane and shows what the corruption of the message is. And that is why the message of the Quran is so strong and consistent. God is one. He has no partners, no son, no father, no equals.
So
he is the uncreated creator of the heavens and the earth. And the point is this: we define God as the ever-living one who sustains everything and is sustained by nothing. That is, let me finish this point because you keep asking, jumping question to question because you're trying to control the narrative, but it's okay. The idea is this, and that's very, very great on the debate skills. But the point is, God is defined as the ever-living one who sustains everything and is sustained by nothing. God is the ever-living one who sustains everything and is sustained by nothing. By definition, he must be one. Which part of the Trinity sustains everything and is sustained by nothing? God, by definition, must be one and only one, because by logic, only one being can sustain everything and be sustained by nothing. God did not send messengers to be worshipped. He sent the messengers to call humanity to worship God alone and achieve God's pleasure through sincere service to humanity. That is the divine message.
That's going to make a great Islamic sermon one day, but that's not really the debate here. Notice what you just did, though. Okay, I read you Exodus 23, Genesis 19:24, and you said, well, look at how it's been corrupted. We know this because we know the Quran is true. You just basically gave the whole game away here. The only way you're arguing Jesus is a Muslim, or you know the Bible's been corrupted, is because you just assume the Quran is true. You're just assuming your position and then using that. But you're not actually giving us any real objective evidence that is independent of what the Quran says.
The objective evidence is for each and every person to think for themselves.
That is not objective evidence.
It doesn't matter. You all must make your decision, philosophically speaking. You must choose. Is God one or is he three? Is God a Father and a Son and a Holy Spirit, or is he one that is not limited by time or space? And I think your heart tells you the truth. In your heart, you know the ever-living sustainer of all that is sustained by none cannot be more than one. And if you do your own research, you will find historically the messengers of God all got called to worship God alone.
Yeah.
Nope. Oh my God. Why?
I hate it when people use that term. Do your own research. Oh, it's so irritating.
It's like you're here to give the evidence. Do your own research. Just it's conceding that you have no point whatsoever. This is what flat earthers do.
No, but you know what the best actor of that whole thing was?
Yeah, Lindsay Bo says karate chop sermon. People forget what a big deal it was to get it by what? No, never mind.
Yeah, man, just feel it, bro. Just feel it, bro. You know it's in there. This is the same thing Mormons tell me. Just feel it in your heart. No, we're going to go on. I want actually objective evidence. The reason I'm a Christian is because we have so much evidence for.
No, for fuck's sake. We've gone through this so many times. This is, and now it comes like where I got like, I was biting my lips.
The reliability of the Gospels. I could give you a whole big.
What were Jesus' last words? Talk to me about reliability.
That's on onomastic congruence. We have a ton of evidence that Jesus actually did rise from the dead. And that is why I believe
a lot of that falls back.
What is the evidence?
The problem is a lot of the Trinitarian theology falls back on Paul. You cannot trace anything related to the Trinity or the resurrection that is not traced to Paul or the
point for Hassan there. Sorry.
Those who were influenced by Paul's writings. Paul himself was an enemy of Jesus throughout his life. And somehow the 12 disciples didn't get the message right. And apparently Jesus had to come afterwards to someone who was his enemy throughout his life to preach a message that was completely contradictory. If you are to read the Bible with an open mind, you will find that he called to the worship of God alone. And the verses that are used to indicate the Trinity rest on Paul's theology, who was an enemy of Jesus throughout his life.
I think you came to the wrong debate. We're debating is Jesus a Muslim, not the Trinity.
I agree with IP.
Irrelevant to the actual.
I'm sorry. Even if you say that he gets a point, he doesn't really get a point because his position, it doesn't matter what Christianity is. It's irrelevant. The Christian position is irrelevant. His position is he has to prove Jesus is a Muslim. He is not doing that. Him critiquing Christianity doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Christianity is false. Even if Christianity is false, it does not prove that Jesus is a Muslim. He has to prove the position that Jesus is a Muslim, and he has not done it.
I agree on that. But I said point for him because I agree with what he was saying.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying he doesn't really get any points because he's not argued at all that Jesus is a Muslim. I get for you, you're like, yeah, you're right. If we're looking at holistically, Christianity needs to do that, but it doesn't matter because Christianity is not on trial. And that's the point. If you're in a debate, your position, the onus is on the lawyer. The onus is on Hassan. His position is he has to prove Jesus is a Muslim. He is not doing that. And I think a lot of these Muslim debaters are very terrible at doing this because all they do is deflect. They do not engage the argument. That's when you lose a debate if you don't engage the position. His position, and IP is correct to keep heralding him back to the point. It's not Tawhid versus Trinity. It's not, is Paul a corrupter of the Christian teaching? The argument is Jesus a Muslim? And he's failed. All he's told us is Jesus is a Muslim because if you submit to God, you're a Muslim. That's his only position on the argument. That's the only sentence he stated the entire debate. It's terrible, dude. Horrible.
Yeah. No, I know. But I was not giving him a point on the debate. Just like I agree with that point he made.
You agree with what his chat GPT told him to say?
I'm sorry?
You disagree with what his chat GPT told him to say?
No. Well, that's an argument I make myself, and I don't use ChatGPT almost at all.
Muslim means he surrendered to God. I believe Jesus surrendered to God.
Okay, so Christian means one who follows Jesus. Are you a Christian?
If purely it means ones who follows Jesus. And
That was a great rebuttal. That was a great using his own logic against him with IP. That was good, I think. It's like, oh, you're a follower of Jesus? You said you were, so you're a Christian now. Okay.
and that's categorically accurate, then yes, I follow the message of Jesus. Jesus taught to worship God alone.
Are you going to go around saying you're a Christian?
Because that's not the correct teaching of Jesus.
Exactly. You're going to go into more rigorous stuff.
I'm sorry, that's point, sir. That's checkmate.
Yeah,
that's won the debate there. You lost. You lost because you now have to back out of your argument. He said if you want to use open arguments that if someone is defined by this, they are this, then you have to go all the way with it. If you can't, you conceded the debate. He conceded the debate there.
Yep.
That's it.
I mean, he conceded the debate in the opening because he
I
made
totally agree.
Because he made no argument. But this one was like the fatality.
It's a fatality. IP just got a checkmate. And he crumbles and he's still smiling and I'm like, dude, you've lost.
But I think because he doesn't realize that he just like literally cooked himself.
It's so bad. It's devastating. When I heard this point, I'm like, you've lost.
Let me ask Dirt, who hasn't spoken in a while. How are you doing? What do you think about all of this? Are you familiar with the argument? Does it interest you? Give us some thoughts there.
I'm familiar with it. I'm not so versed on anything to do with the Muslim faith. I'm more familiar with Christianity. That's why I haven't really said much, because I don't really know how accurate the one side of it is, because I have no context to use.
All right, fair enough. Thank you so much. If you want to ask questions or anything else, feel free.
I will. Sorry, I'm playing Space Engineers 2 as well, so I got a little bit distracted.
That's perfect. No problem. All right.
Buddha means the enlightened one, and you would say Allah enlightened Muhammad. So could you call yourself a Buddhist?
No, but you know,
exactly.
there's
Words
theories,
have meaning, guys.
There's theory. Well, there's actually theories out there that Buddha himself may have been a Muslim.
Audio warning. I'm going to yell. Turn down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No! What are you doing? No! Buddha was not a Muslim, for fuck's sake! Sorry. You can turn it up now.
I can weigh in on this one. Buddha most certainly was not a Muslim, and there's not an argument for that.
No. I mean, this is just like the most pure, unrefined copium that ever coped.
Yes, you can laugh all you want. You can laugh all you want, but the message is this.
My guy, when you're debating and you make a claim and the whole room laughs at you, you should get the hint, I guess. I know that you're underrepresented, that there's mostly Christians in that room, but even I would have laughed at that claim, and I don't care about like this debate pretty much at all. But I think that the factually correct position is that Jesus was not a Muslim.
We believe that God sent over 125,000 messengers and prophets to humanity.
Where are they? Who are they? When are they?
So I guess to be a little more involved, where is he getting that claim from that he could even say that Buddha could have been...
Where the sun don't shine.
Okay. Oh, that's a great source.
No, that's probably like, this is Bida, which means innovation. This is probably something some internet apologist said and he's just repeating it.
That's so
Your
bad.
Victoria says, Egyptian god, also Muslim. Well, finds out he's Victoria.
Okay.
They all came with the same message. Worship
Santa Claus also has a beard, so he's a Muslim as well. Yep, I agree.
surrender to God, worship him alone, be grateful to God, be good to each other, and associate no partners with God. That is the universal message, and it breaks my heart to see so many sharp, smart, eloquent, sharp-tongued people that are very wise, and yet they fall with the mistake of worshiping a man instead of worshiping the creator of the man. Yes, I reference the Quran, and the Quran says Jesus used to eat food, and that's a respectful way to say he...
Oh my God, hold on. Sorry, I stopped it at the wrong time. Let me do one back. Listen to this. This is so dumb.
Yes, I reference the Quran, and the Quran says Jesus used to eat food, and that's a respectful way to say he also used to go to the toilet. He did not create the heavens and the earth. He was a human.
My guy, even in Christian theology, yes, God became a man in human form. So yes, he pooped. He probably also farted. Not a problem. In like, I know that it's not a problem as a Christian. Like, that is just, oh my God.
Human. And the argument is God must have sacrificed for us. By definition, God cannot sacrifice. God cannot lose anything. Everything belongs to him. It is only us that sacrifice when we sacrifice our evil desires, when we sacrifice.
If he became alive, he became incarnate in human flesh, and then had died in a very kind of torturous way, that is somewhat a sacrifice. If you want to make the non-sacrifice argument, you would have to go down to the fact that Jesus was in hell only for like 3 days, and 3 days is not eternity. So you would not consider that the full sacrifice because he didn't get the full penalty. That's the only way you can make that argument. That otherwise it doesn't kind of really work.
To help the poor and the needy, and we serve humanity. This was the universal message of all God's prophets, which is simple. Religion isn't complicated, and you don't need a PhD to understand that God is one. Be grateful to him and serve his creation. That's the simple message.
Again, we're not here for a sermon. We are here for a debate. What is the evidence Jesus was a Muslim? You can say all day what you believe, but you're not actually giving me any evidence of this other than Muhammad said so.
For me, that's sufficient. So for me, the evidence is
not for us. Please convince us. We want to be convinced.
Can we play the video, please, DJ? Play it, and I'll get into it. Go ahead.
Is this seriously happening right
now?
What is that?
It's Quran. He has Quranic recitation.
Okay.
It feels like passing a magical spell. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like.
That is, yeah, especially since they're not showing the video because apparently it had like the subtitles or whatever. But yeah, we didn't get to see any of that.
It's okay. We don't have the video.
All right, let's
pause it. Until it's ready to play.
Mike looks so defeated right now. Like, he came for a debate, and he's sitting and having to listen to this. He looks so frustrated.
You're like, what?
I'm pretty sure it sounds like they're playing, Dark Side of the Moon backwards.
You're terrible. But it's just like funny. I'm like, you have people who don't come from this culture. Yes, in the Islamic culture, we're going to listen to Quran. Like, you go down and you have this beautiful recitation, you listen to it. I'm sorry, like, a non-Muslim is not going to be impressed by this. Like, you know what it sounds like? It seems like you're doing like magic. You're coming in to do some kind of ritualistic magic. I'm like, Hassan, this is not a good move for you, dude. Yes, in Islamic culture, it's acceptable. It's not acceptable outside of Islamic culture. You know, like, one time I was in the hood and I was waiting for the bus, and this dude was playing loud Quran in the car, and everybody was looking like, what the heck is wrong with this? It was like, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Wait, Issa, wait. What do you mean you was in the hood and it was playing Quran music?
So,
I mean, that's just kind of sounding like really Islamophobic, racist kind of stuff that you're saying here, man. I'm just saying. But
the car was passing by, and it was like, like when people play like rap music or metal music.
I'm mocking you. Right.
The guy just popping his head.
Wait.
Like a Quran recitation and going like, yeah.
Wait.
And people running for their heels like, is this guy going to blow up now?
Exactly.
I'm
Exactly.
sorry,
Well,
I had to.
Here's like a real funny story from history past. There used to be this program called Pal Talk. I don't even know if it still exists, but that was the first voice and video program that I recall. Anyway, and I got a recording. There was this dude that did the recitation, but he did it with the Gospel of John, the first chapter, and I played that in a Muslim room of these revert women. And they were all like, "Oh my God, radical moderate finally gets it. It's so beautiful. I need that surah. What surah is that reciting? Oh my God." This went on for like 5 to 10 minutes, dude. They were loving it. And again, it was the Gospel of John. Finally, a Muslim came in and said, "Sister, stop this, stop this." In other words, these revert, they had no idea what it was. But they were loving it.
Can you say convert and not revert? Because I have a very high.
No, I get it. I say that because revert. I mean retard. But anyway,
you're saying it's snarky. No, for him, it's a snarky response because he thinks it's crap.
Yeah,
I know
exactly,
Rad very well. We go back for a year. It's like he's saying it in a deriding way because like
exactly
a lot of these Muslims are saying, "I have reverted to Islam." No, you haven't reverted.
No, you converted.
You did not revert. They're like, "I was born a Muslim." That's not even Islamic theology. The idea is fitra. You have an innate disposition. But it's just so funny. Like when I was in the hood, I was just telling you, like the Quran was blazing, and I'm like, I know what's being said, but the other people are like, they're like, "What the heck is this?" But it was so weird because like the guy was trying to make it like it was like rap music, you know. Like it's like a rap music that you're popping. And so like, what? And people are like, "What's going on here?"
Dude, have you guys seen the Shia videos when they do the wait? Have you seen the new? Dude, they're all over the place. They're really getting into it now. The new Shia videos on the day of Ashura, where they're now doing the blood dance, but they can't do the blood dance anymore because of Ebola back in the day. But anyway, it's like a rave, dude. They're doing this demonic kind of like rave music. Have you guys seen these videos? They're doing it everywhere, dude. It's crazy,
no, I mean,
man.
I've been to raves, but they have very little of demonic, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, it's kind of like a rave beat they're doing it with, but it's like really kind of demonic the way they're doing it, man, with the lights and everything. No, you guys got to check this out, dude. They're doing it everywhere. The Shia Muslims have now taken the day of Ashura and they've made it rave party music. But it's really bizarre. I'm just saying it's
Max.
Crazy. But anyway, continue.
Challenge. Let's hear your next album.
I don't know. I've tried to stay away from controversial stuff with my music. But yeah, that's I don't know. It's weird. But you can just search for MXXXD in anywhere you listen to music and you'll find it. All right, let's keep it going. I need to go to the toilet again, so I'll play it and I'll be right back.
Up there to play.
I'm sorry, I asked them ahead of time. It had the translations. Okay. Sure.
Okay, can you just tell us what's going on in the video? Is there evidence in the video?
Yes.
Okay, what is just tell us the evidence then. We've been talking for 18 minutes and I still have not seen any evidence that Jesus is Muslim.
You haven't seen evidence that Jesus surrendered to God. So you're denying that Jesus surrendered to God.
I'm denying that is the actual definition of a Muslim, okay?
Give me a definition of a Muslim that doesn't include the Prophet Muhammad.
The definition of a Muslim is one who follows the religion of Islam.
That's a false definition. That's never been the definition. That is not the definition. That's not the definition. That's not. Muslim comes from the word salam, surrender, one who surrenders to God. That's all it means.
That's an etymological
fallacy. It means one who surrenders to God. You're using it as a noun. We use it as an adjective. You have made religion into a culture. Find me one verse in the Bible where Jesus says Christianity is God's chosen religion. Find me one verse where he calls his followers Christians. Find me one verse where he himself describes himself as a Christian.
This is so ridiculous. That's an exact word fallacy. Can you go from etymological fallacy to exact word fallacy? Can you make an argument without committing a fallacy?
Just answer my question.
What was the question again?
Find me what was Jesus? Where does he claim to be Christian? Where in the Bible does Jesus...
Has any Christian in here ever claimed Jesus is a Christian? Oh, look, no hands. Because Christian means follower of Christ. It does not say Christ is a Christian.
Where in the Bible does Jesus use the term Christianity?
Doesn't need to.
That's insane that God sends a religion to humanity and he doesn't even give it a name. The reason it doesn't have a name is because it was always called peace through surrender to God.
You know what I love about Christianity is God doesn't think you're an idiot. you can actually deduce things, and you go, hey, we can come up with a name for our religion. Let's call it Christianity. Yeah, well, God didn't say that. Well, who cares? Okay,
but that's the problem, is that you've given men too much power. And men, what happened is when the pagan Romans took over and wanted to implement the religious teachings that became Christianity, they diluted it with pagan beliefs. This is why we all celebrate Christmas, December 25th.
Don't even with these. Do you know who I am, sir? Listen, you know why everyone's laughing? Every year, how many videos do I have to put out every year going, Christmas isn't pagan?
Wow.
How many? 10, 20?
Yeah, no, we know.
Give me one piece of evidence that Christmas is pagan. Go.
Oh my God, we're not.
That's what
I'll
I thought.
save that. I'll save that for
So
later.
that's what I thought.
We'll talk
There
after.
is no evidence that December 25th was not a major holiday until the Christians started using it. Okay.
Mike's about to throw hands.
That is just wild. Again, it's this whataboutism, like, oh, your beliefs are pagan. It's like, well, I mean, you can make the argument, and people do make the argument that some of the inherited customs of Islam are also based on the Arab pagans that were hanging around in the peninsula. Like, even the Kaaba is said to have been like a previously pagan temple that got repurposed and then got some the Sum Sum well and some of the other stories that get attached to Sum Sum, sorry.
Yeah.
And all of that. I mean, yeah, you can make those arguments, but this is not the debate.
We have the Black Stone. We have Tawaf. This is not pagan at all. This is monotheism. I mean, yeah, it's the problem.
By
is
the way, have you seen? Have you guys seen the latest high resolution images of this black stone? This black stone is not black. It looks like what I leave in my toilet sometimes. I'm just saying it's brown, and it's the only thing that's black is the cement that's in the place. No, I'm serious, dude. This thing, no.
It's a meteor.
It's a meteorite.
Dude, it's not even there anymore. No, it's all been chipped away because they scratch it away. They worn it away. It's like not even there because it was broken into pieces and they cemented it in this black kind of concrete cement kind of mixture. No, go look at the high resolution pictures. Dude, there's nothing really there anymore. So it's gone. Okay, it's being evaporated before these Muslim eyes. But that's beside the point. Anyway, dude, here's the thing: the pagan rituals of Islam. I think actually Jake even admitted it in one of the debates where he said, "Yes, there are pagan rituals, pagan beliefs in the Quran." Yeah. Anyway, but the point being is this, dude. I am sorry. Walking around, they used to do it naked, okay, to the Kaaba, which was unhewn stones. They just piled a bunch of stones together. It didn't have a roof, okay, and they just kind of made it some kind of like temporary altar in a wadi, okay, because that was the place where the holy men would come together, okay, to suit out the tribal warfares. There are plenty of Kaabas all over ancient Saudi Arabia. They're all in wadis. They're just unhewn stone. They piled it together, and that's where they would come for the powwow, the sit down. Okay? But for some reason, this dude Muhammad made it into a holy place. And maybe they had a meteor. Maybe they had volcanic glass. I do not know. But they put this stone, and they all worship it. They kiss it. They grope each other. They trample over each other. No, seriously, the horrible things they got to do. Anyway, I'm rambling here, and I'm sorry, but no, this whole religion is the most paganist, shirking religion that ever shirked the shirk. That's how bad it is.
How can Astaghfirullah, right? This is not correct. You know in your heart that Islam is true. Islam's the real monotheism.
It's true, just like what my toilet is true. Anyway,
I'm going to break a lance thinking that the body of Christ and the blood of Christ is wine and bread is also pretty messed up. So I don't think you have much of a standing on my fantasy is better than yours.
Dude, so we got okay, symbolically. Well, okay, no, well, Catholics, the 30 Catholics in the room. Yes, this will offend you. I am a Protestant because I understand you believe in the substantiation where the Christ actually comes down, and well, that's beside the point. But for a Protestant, no, we believe that this is symbolic. But no, it's not symbolic. It is a ritual, and it is a ritualist rite. But no, we are not drinking the blood of Christ. We are not eating the flesh of Christ as Protestants. It is a holy ceremony to represent and remember what he did, and that's what it is for. Okay, but yes, it has significant meaning. Okay, and it is not to be given to pagans or unbelievers or anything like that, or just any looky-loo that comes in. Don't get me wrong, because it is a sacrament and it is sacred. But again, we do not believe that we are actually tearing a part of Jesus's thigh off and like tapping into his carotid artery and drinking his blood. No offense to any Catholics who are listening.
But I mean, the
anyway.
atonement is still blood magic, though.
Well,
I actually preached on this.
I wouldn't consider it. Well,
I was just
it
gonna say,
is. You're going to make excuses. You're going to make excuses the same way that Muslims would make excuses out of what you said just now. My point is that I don't think you have a higher standing than them to say that, oh, this is pagan.
What he was saying with the Last Supper, when he actually says that, he said this is it was a symbolism, it was a metaphor. He said this is a symbolism of my body being broken, and he took a piece of bread and he tore it in half, saying, look at this. This is basically what's going to happen to me when I'm on the cross, and this cup is the new covenant in my blood, poured out for many. He said, so it was a symbolism of what was going to happen to him being crucified, which is, literally what happened. His body was ripped apart. His blood was poured out of his body. And so he said, remember, he said, basically was telling them, guys, take some time out every time you take the Lord's Supper as a remembrance of what I did and that sacrifice. So yeah, was it a blood sacrifice? Not in the pagan sense of the terminology, but it was a sacrifice that was once for all. And no, so when he says do this in remembrance of me, we're not doing it with him again. We're not actually putting him back on the cross every time, nor are we, pouring out his blood every time. But it is a remember what I did, and so that's why it is it is taken seriously because it is a serious remembrance, but it is not the resubstantiation of Christ on the cross. It's not or transubstantiation rather of Christ's flesh and blood.
Okay.
But slightly off main course of the topic, but yeah. So it really is. It is a symbolic situation of remembrance.
So is the running around the Kaaba.
Sure. Yeah. I'm not sitting there denying that. I think it absolutely is symbolic. Although that's not mentioned anywhere in the Quran. Correct me if I'm wrong. Whereas is Christ, the Last Supper absolutely is mentioned in there, but there's no explicit mention in the Quran that refers to the Kaaba or Hajj as dealing with the black stone.
Well, better yet, it's not mentioned anywhere in the Gospel or the Injil. I'm sorry, it's not mentioned in the Kaaba. None of the Kaaba, none of these paganistic rituals are mentioned anywhere in the Torah and the Injil that we are to judge by. And guess what? It's not there. And furthermore, Floyd, I do want to talk about great sermon that you gave. Yes, I agree with you. Okay, but you mentioned it's blood magic. Well. If you want to believe that okay, no, blood magic. Well, see, you're talking about blood magic. If you want to, because I don't deal with them, but I have dealt with them online in certain local groups. Okay, where they're actual Wiccan witches, and they talk about blood magic, and it is really a dark thing. But in Hebrew, okay, or Israelite, life is given in the blood. He gives it to you to make atonement for your sin. In the Nordic blood magic, okay, or from the various cults and sects in Northern Europe, Well, this is relevant for Pat because you're mentioning a thing called blood magic, and blood magic
There's many
basically
different types of.
Oh, then you want to go to
either way.
voodoo. Then you want to go to voodoo or hoodoo. Hoodoo is actually a thing. But the blood magic used in all these various cults is to condemn and curse someone. It is to put a spell on someone. Okay.
Yeah.
No. In Israelite, the blood atones for your sin. You cannot sacrifice an animal.
Magic.
No, well, okay. Well, if you want to call it magic, I don't call it magic. But again, notice the difference. There is a difference. Well, hold on. Let me just
before you go on. Can I ask you a question?
There is no difference whatsoever. Whether you do black magic, whether you do blood magic for good or blood magic for bad, it's still blood magic.
So yeah, it's pertinent before you go on, just sure. Because I'm curious of what your response is going to be. So, what was the sacrificing of the lamb to God for?
Because life is in the blood. Well, actually, no. We can go to the Akita. It was supposed to be okay. Actually, it wasn't a lamb. Okay. Well, this is okay. So we got to go to the Akita. Okay, the Akita. So Abraham is told, okay, to go and sacrifice, okay, his one and only son. Well, he's got two sons, but his one and only son is Isaac, okay, because he's the son of the promise. So he takes him at the sacrifice, and Isaac ain't no fool. He says, Father, I see the altar, I see the wood, I see the rope, I see the fire. I don't see the lamb. And Abraham responds, God himself will provide the lamb. Okay? Now, all of a sudden, he's going to strike him down, and the angel, I forgot which angel it is, stops him. Okay? And says, no, do not do this. And Abraham's still fighting. He's going to do it. But he finally relents. And instead he says, look over there, and there is a ram. A ram is not a lamb. Remember, he said, God himself will provide the lamb. This is very important. Okay, so either way, they sacrifice the ram, blah, blah. Isaac lives on. But in the Hebrew Talmud, okay, in Mishrahic teachings, okay, Isaac was actually sacrificed. Okay, and then God miraculously raised him from the dead. But that blood that went on to protect the firstborn of Israel against Pharaoh, because that was the blood of the lamb. So the whole blood of the lamb, the whole point is to protect people, not to curse people.
Doesn't matter. Okay? Blood magic. Either way,
so it's still blood magic. Yeah. So even in paganism, there are blood rituals that are for protection or for guidance.
Yeah.
So I don't get your point.
Name one.
Okay, the sacrifice of boars to Thor, so that way he can give you guidance, because it might be a different animal. I might be mixing up the animal. But either way, Thor had two animals that he brought with him, and he would slaughter and feast with the people. And it was a thing to sacrifice that same animal to him for guidance or for something in return.
Guidance
so
or
how
something
is that
in return?
different?
Well, yeah. No, because this is for atonement.
It could be rain. It could be but you're saying they're negative. Those ones aren't negative.
No,
so what is your point?
I'm wondering why, because
this is for atonement. This is for redemption. This is for atonement.
Doesn't matter.
This is for
you're doing the same thing Hassan is doing when you're appealing to the Talmud. Yes.
So okay. No. Hold on.
Excuse me.
What I am doing.
My point.
No.
You're doing the same thing Hassan is doing when you're appealing to the Talmud and cherry picking one part. You know what the Talmud says about Jesus and Mary, right?
Yes, I do know.
Okay. Then why are you fallaciously invoking the Talmud?
No, because I am bringing up the Mishrahic teachings on Isaac to teach that yes, the sacrifice of Isaac was for the atonement, the future atonement of the sins of the Israeli nation. What I'm saying, fine, you want to call it blood magic? No, you want to call it magic or blood magic, that's fine. What I am saying, and you just demonstrated there is a difference. Well, there is a difference in this blood magic, as you call it, because the blood magic, you're making you have to make distinctions. This is logic. There's a distinction. An apple may be a fruit, but it's not an orange. Okay, so we have to make distinctions. Okay.
Yeah.
So in the Hebrew Israelites, the blood magic, as you call it, is the atonement for the sins of the Israelites or the future of mankind.
Don't care whether you use the magic for good or for bad. It's indistinct to me.
So
You're
a fruit.
just doing blood
Okay,
magic.
right. So an apple is an orange, and an orange an apple. That's not logical.
Nope, that's
but either
not
way,
what
you're
I
being irrational.
What is your
you're being
point?
irrational.
What is your
No, I'm
overall
not.
point?
No, I'm not. You're just flailing.
My
What-
overall point. My overall.
You've
point
said a
is
lot,
this.
so I've kind of lost what you're trying to
Okay.
say and all the muddleness. Can you please
Okay.
concisely say what
Sure.
your point is?
Sure. An apple is not an orange. Well, hold on. First, we have to agree on logic. Is an apple and an orange fruit?
Oh my God.
Okay.
No, is it?
I'm
Can you
bored
please
already.
just state your point, and then
Yeah,
we can
we're
go
going to
from there?
No, we have to. No,
The
I
opposite
have to
based
say
on historical evidence. Read Thomas Schmidt, Philip
Okay,
Notes,
yeah, we're
Thomas
going to
Taylor.
continue.
Good Lord, don't make me rant. I have a T-shirt I sell on my website called Christmas Isn't
I gotta
Pagan.
tell you, you're fun to debate with.
Thank you.
Discuss.
No. So again, back to the debate topic.
Mm.
What is the evidence Jesus was a Muslim beyond I personally believe this or the Quran says this? What is the actual evidence? Do you have it?
But
If not, just say, yeah, it's just a personal belief for us Muslims. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, but that's conceding the debate, so I don't think he will do that.
but I made it very clear that it's our faith is rooted within the Quran. We believe the Quran to be the unchanged word of God, and
So-
it makes it clear that all of the theology, whether you take it or accept it, you can reject it. No one's forcing anyone to take any opinion. But our opinion is that all of the messengers of God submitted to God. They all had a universal message, which is peace and surrender to God. It's Islam, and they surrendered to God. They were Muslim, and yes, the Quran is our foundation for that, and we're proud to have that as a foundation. Obviously,
But that's a circular argument then. That makes no sense.
So the one thing I wanted to share too is, what kind of position is that? Why are you even here to debate?
Right?
If you said, I believe what the Quran says, and there's the point of a debate is that you need to make arguments where you can persuade other people outside your own community. And he's like, I don't care. I'm not here to do that. I'm here to preach, and that's it. That's literally what he's saying. It's pretty bad. Like, it's not even an effort. He's just like, look, you don't have to believe it. Then I'm like, you're like, my text says it, I believe it. I'm persuaded of it. I don't need to persuade you of it.
Right? But it makes no sense in the context of a debate. It would be like me going to debate a flat earther and saying, well, I believe it's a globe. I'm not going to present evidence. I'm not going to convince you. I just believe that the earth is a globe. That's not the point of a debate.
That's literally what he did.
you reject the Quran, you can reject that notion. But I would challenge you again to study the accuracy and the history of the Bible and how it was changed to adopt Trinitarian ideas that Jesus never preached.
That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. And I agree with you, Hassan. You're correct. The Trinity, they claim, like I've heard people claim that the Trinity is in the Old Testament. No, it's not. But for example, it's a
yes, it is. I will debate you on that matter. I will debate you on the matter. The Trinity is absolutely in the Old Testament.
Okay, can you point us directly to verses that say that?
No, let's not.
Oh, now you are making a
yeah,
fallacy.
no, you're right, Max.
Dude.
Sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, we're not going to go into side debates anymore. To say I want to get through this. We're about halfway. But no, I've debated the Bible, that Trinity topic, and it's the same thing that Muslims do when they say that Muhammad is in the Bible. It's just not.
Okay.
And again, it's a whataboutism because that's not the topic.
Yes. Totally watch my channel. I've been doing this for years, defending the historical reliability of the Bible. So, I mean, from what I'm hearing from you, and that's fine, I don't have any objective evidence Jesus was a Muslim. We just believe this as part of Islam.
No, I believe the Bible.
Bearded Doctor, I agree with you. But I was doing it as a response of him, of Rad, like going like, oh, this is pagan stuff and so on. I'm just trying to show that it's just inconsistent stuff, that he has a double standard there. And I think I proved it.
No,
if you were to even take it as a whole.
Sorry, go.
No, you're good. No, my only point is that yes, the only thing it does prove is that blood is highly important to basically all religions, be them pagan religions or monotheistic Christian religions. And the reality is that blood is the life force of all animals, humans, beings that live on this earth. So but to pejoratively refer to it just as blood magic is to, I think, be a little dismissive of what the perspective of that is. Now, and again, you're that's only because I believe that. You don't believe that, so therefore you wouldn't hold that as a.
We do have a shared belief that blood is important because blood needs to stay inside you.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about it. Like,
right.
yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, if you bleed out, you die. There's no coming back from that one.
Well, Jesus did. But that's another debate for another day.
Oh, I never said that.
Could be interpreted in.
I said that whether it's blood magic for good or for bad, it's still blood magic to me. The purpose of it, to me, it's irrelevant. Because I don't think you realize that I don't believe in magic.
No. Well, I'm sorry, Max. We should end this, okay? Unless you want to debate this later, we can set up the debate. But again, you guys are clearly stated. You and the other guy, I can't make out his name. It's a green D on my screen. Have clearly stated. Yeah.
It's
well,
dirt.
okay. You guys, dirt. Okay. You guys have clearly stated that blood magic is pagan, no matter how it is used. Okay.
No, that's not what I said.
Yes, you guys did. Yes, you guys did.
No.
That's
now
not
you're
part of it.
Oh my.
No,
now
that's
you're
not
lying.
Okay. I will cut out the clips. We will rewind this because you said, Jesus drinking.
Pull it up.
You guys eating the flesh and the blood, blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, no, that's blood magic. That's what you said. That's pagan. You said it's pagan.
No, we said it's blood magic, not that it's pagan.
Pagan. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
No.
All right, so we're ending this. Okay, you guys
I'll wait for the clip. You'll never find it because I didn't say that.
Any ways to support the position that he surrendered.
Okay,
to God.
let's do the evidence. What evidence from the Bible?
I mean, again, the verses I listed in my opening statements. But again,
one at a time.
The issue.
Let's do one at a time, and I want to look at these verses.
The issue ultimately, however, is what I challenge you to do is pull up the earliest manuscripts of the Bible,
all right,
and show where they teach that Jesus was part of God or God according to Jesus himself, not influenced by Paul.
Okay,
because that's the problem. You can't point to any accurate historical.
Well, I mean, you can look at the oldest manuscripts of the Gospel of John. That has the higher Christology.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Why are we talking about Paul? What does Paul have to do with Jesus being Muslim? It's like this is a deflection.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be talking about, is Jesus a Muslim? I'm curious, has anyone on the panel here been persuaded that Jesus was a Muslim?
No.
By anything he said?
Nope.
Oh, I've already changed over all my emails addresses and personal. I'm totally going for. I'm all in.
now he doesn't say, "Oh my God," he says, "Bismillah."
This is like it's devastating, dude. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, and I'm just like, dude. If I was a lawyer and I came in like this, I'd be like, oh my gosh, I might lose clients from this debate.
I'm going to become the halal doctor.
Been a member for 5 months, says blood of Christ, then you drink it. Creepy.
Verses where Jesus claims to be God.
What verse do you want to go over to use to argue Jesus is Muslim?
You give me the verse where that rejects it. The default is that everyone who surrenders to God and believes in all of his messengers.
No. You don't get to assert the default. Dude, is this guy a flat earther? Like, seriously, this type of argumentation is bad.
I want you to know that the earth is flat. It is flat like a pancake. Alhamdulillah. Look at the Quran.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly what they say. That's exactly what they say. Remember how Whitsitt says, oh, no, flat earth is the default position. Like, no, it's not. It's a positive claim. You need to provide the evidence. You don't just get to assert that your position is the default position. Bullshit.
Of course it is. It's default.
Let
me place the Quran. I'm going to place the Quran, and that proves that my point is right. Look, did you hear that Quran? How beautiful it is?
Wait, does that verse say shaitan?
Oh, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. It means I seek refuge in God from Satan the accursed.
Oh,
so it does have Satan in it. Yeah.
I heard it.
Yeah, it is. That's correct. You're asking for refuge from Satan the accursed.
Yep.
Has
I
surrendered
changed
to
my name
God.
to
That is
Football
our position.
Doctor, by the way.
That is the fallacy of argument from ignorance. It is your duty to provide evidence for your position.
No, because
So please provide what verse? I will.
No, what do you mean? No. Yes, he's right. He's asking you for evidence. You're in a debate, my good sir. How does he not realize, but being a lawyer, that he has to give evidence for his position? He doesn't get to say someone is innocent or someone is guilty because that's a default position, or someone is innocent because that's a default position. What is that you're sharing?
Well, okay. Well, I got to go, but I just want to say this is the only reason why I would ever take my shahada, I should say, put it up on screen. Okay. If you guys can read it. Little Pigs, barbecue sandwiches, Ramadan special, pulled pork sandwiches for $2. Muslims eat free. I would literally take my shahada to eat at this restaurant. I'm just saying.
Muslims are not supposed to eat pork.
That's what I'm saying. You're not getting the joke. Is never mind. You're not even getting the joke. But that's the joke. If Muslims wanted to convert people, they would say during Ramadan, if you take your shahada, you eat free pulled pork sandwiches, they would get a lot of reverts. I'm just saying. I would be one of them for the free pulled pork. But anyway, thank you all for the interesting conversation. I will get in touch with Issa, Max. We will debate that topic. Is the Trinity in the Old Testament? Not a problem, dude.
Sure, I'll happily cook you on that.
All right, dude. All right, I'll talk to y'all later. God bless you all, even you pagans. And we'll talk later. Good night.
I'm not pagan. I'm atheist.
You're a pagan. Anyway, God bless.
I'm atheist. You 20 Revelation.
Oh,
someone is going to the lake of fire. The flames are perking up for you already. Revelation 21:8, my good sir. Don't tell me what I am. Oh no, we lost the doctor. Why?
Pull it up here and read it for you. What verse?
Give me any verse that shows that he didn't surrender to God.
We don't believe that.
You don't believe he surrendered to God?
We believe he did.
So you believe he surrendered to God?
Yes.
So then by definition, he's Muslim.
Oh my goodness,
You
sir.
just said you believe he surrendered to God. If he surrendered to God, he worshiped God. He's Muslim and you should worship the God he worshiped.
Did I ever accept your definition of a Muslim? No. Therefore, I did not agree with you.
Well, I mean, that's a problem on your end because the definition is clear. Muslim is one who...
Excuse me.
I apologize. I thought I was muted.
I lost my audio. I'll be back. Okay, got it.
Surrenders to God.
All right, pull up a dictionary and show me that.
I mean, I'll pull up ChatGPT.
Pull up a dictionary.
I don't have a dictionary on me.
All right, well, I can pull one up. Let's just...
Everyone is familiar with my bro rule. If you say bro in a debate, that's an automatic loss. I have implemented the clanker rule. If you bring up ChatGPT in a debate, that's also an automatic loss. So this guy has lost the debate like 5 times over at this point.
Okay.
I don't care about a modern secular weapon.
You
don't care about how we define
2 wins. His voice and his beard, 2 wins.
True. So he just, okay, we have 5 losses, 3 wins. So he's at 2 losses. Oh, well, I, the other way around. Sorry. 5 losses, 2 wins, beard and boys. That's 3 losses still. He still has a lot to make up.
He definitely spent more time grooming his beard and his hair than he did preparing for this debate.
That's so true.
Words?
No, I care about it. Historically, Muslim
English. We have to look at how these words are defined in English.
Yeah, written by who? Again, we study faith historically. Muslim is what is defined as surrendering to God.
I'm going to ask again. Give me a verse we can use to discuss if it shows Jesus as a Muslim.
No, you already admitted that he surrendered to God. You already said he surrendered to God. If he surrendered to God, we all should surrender to God as he did and worship God.
Wouldn't you have to show that that is the definition of Muslim from the Quran itself? Because like, where is he getting this definition? Is he getting it from like the people? Is it just a custom thing, or like, what do you think about that, Isa? Is there any verse you can point in the Quran that defines Muslim like that?
Like which thing?
Like just Muslim is someone who submits to God, or is it just a linguistic, an etymological thing?
It's a fallacy that he's doing. The
Yeah.
thing is, he's trying to use two definitions and put the other definition in it's kind of duplicitous. It's like, for example, it's like saying, oh, wow, you're fast, right? But then fast has another meaning. But then you try to use the fast in both ways. No, in this case, like fast, like you're fasting for the month of Ramadan. And then you're like using fast as speed. But then you try to use the speed definition in the place of the taking away, not eating food. So it's like, no, it doesn't work that way. Yes, Islam can mean submitted to God, but it also is a religion that has practices tied to it. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. You've got to clearly define what you see Islam to be. And if you're saying, well, it's submission to God, then you have to remove the religion. Then you would have to say that Islam is not a religion that has requirements. And it's just, but the debate is about Islam, the religion. It's not about Islam like you're submitting to God. That's not what the debate is about, and that's what the manipulation is. He's manipulating from what the topic really is. Was Jesus this religion of Islam? Obviously, IP is fine that, Jesus
asking for evidence.
Like, no one has a problem with Jesus being submitted to God. Like, who cares if he's submitted to the Father? So what? That's an irrelevant point. IP wouldn't be debating that. He's debating, is Jesus the religion of Islam, right? That is what the debate topic is. It's not, is he submitted to God? But he's trying to shift the goalpost and say, well, I'm going to just say that he's submitted to God. Well, then there's no debate here. There's nothing.
Even in the hierarchy within Christian theology, Jesus would submit to God because, at the time he was incarnate, he was human. He didn't have access to the essence of God and that kind of stuff. So it's not a contentious thing to say, Jesus submitted to God as a Christian. But Little Wolf says, the 5 pillars, he brought up the 6 articles of faith and so on. It's like, that's what makes you a Muslim, not submitting to God. That is just reductionist and wrong. Beer the Doctor said, one beer to another. Gotta respect his beard. I agree. But he still lost because of the use of halal GPT. I agree. I have those 2 rules. The bro rule, if you say bro at any point in a debate, you lost. Or if you bring up ChatGPT, it's like, you're not thinking here. You're letting a machine do the thinking for you. You cooked yourself.
And there's something else you're missing. He did halal chop too. He did halal GPT and halal chop. 75% of the debate was halal chop.
Alone.
Okay,
He
how
was a
did
Muslim.
So if let's do this then. Okay, so let's say I say I'm a Muslim because I surrender to God. Okay, are you convinced?
I mean, if you say it, I'll take you at your word.
All right. Yep. I submit to the one true God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Much. That's embarrassing, dude. You shouldn't be on the phone texting on the middle of the debate and then sticking it out for everyone to see. That's embarrassing, dude. That's a bad etiquette. Even if he's not on ChatGPT, it's bad etiquette, man.
He's getting booty calls. I mean, why would someone be on the phone that much?
But in the middle of your debate, he's very disrespectful to his colleague there. That's a very disrespectful thing to do. I would never do that. If you ever see me in a debate, you'll never see me on my phone right out in the open. If I were on my phone, I would hide it. I wouldn't just showcase it everywhere because it's very, very disrespectful.
And you know what? I get mortified when I have to use my phone on the while on stream. I don't imagine seriously being on my phone during a debate. I mean, no.
Am I Muslim?
No, because you just added partners.
Right. So it's not just that you submit to God generically; it's how you submit and who you think you're submitting to.
Well,
right?
so that's why I said the 6 articles of faith. The first one is.
Oh, so then it's not only that you submit to God. It's that you submit to God, the 6 articles of faith, the 5 pillars of Islam. So we're now expanding, and you're conceding the debate. Where were we at 3? You're conceding once more. We're at 4 now. Arnold says, using ChatGPT or another AI is fine, but they should be used as fancy search engines to find citations. They are not the citations. I mean, in the context of a debate, I don't know. I think that the way that you like find citations is by reading books, reading the literature, and that kind of stuff, especially in this, that the AIs have no freaking clue about theology whatsoever. They get everything wrong, and you can lead it to tell you whatever you want. So I don't think it's a useful tool for a theological debate, really.
Believing in God
you
alone.
said those were not the articles in Jesus' time. So how do we
No, I
know?
said they were the same articles. Yes.
Okay, so those same
I
articles.
say Jesus worshiped God alone.
So can Jesus commit shirk?
Jesus does not commit shirk.
Okay, so when he
doesn't
said,
worship
I am the
alongside
way and the
God.
truth and the life, no one comes to the Father except through me, that was not shirk.
Yeah, I believe that. The term, I don't believe he originally used the term father, but it's true. He
Oh my God. Conceding left and right. Again, with the corruption, I don't believe he used the term father and so on. It's like, that doesn't make the argument that, again, like, dude, we have to contend with the text we have. You can't just base your argument on your hypothetical idea, which, if you remember, Hassan thinks that Jesus received a book from God, that the book got corrupted, which is a myopic view of the experience of Jesus.
I think if you look at Mike's face right here, he's about to blow a blood vessel in his brain.
Yeah, a gasket.
was the messenger of God. No one could get to God except by following the messenger of the time. People use that to ascribe shirk. It's not anything of shirk. Yes, no one can get to the messenger, to God except through the messenger. So I believe in that.
So Jesus didn't call God his father?
No, historically not.
Okay, so what's the evidence for that?
What's the evidence he did?
The Gospel of John.
And who wrote it?
John.
Who's John?
Nope. Sorry.
The beloved disciple.
Who is he?
He's one of the 12. Walked with Jesus.
What's the evidence that you have that it was written by John himself?
All right. How much time you got?
Apparently, we got 30 minutes.
Have you heard of onomastic congruence? You know what that is?
No, tell us.
So it's about names and finding out if they're congruent. So some research has been done by two scholars. One is a statistician named Jason Wilson. The other is Luke Vandeweghe.
Mm-hmm.
They went through all the names of the Gospels and Acts, and they compared it to the list of names we know from the first century.
Mm.
And they had control groups. They also looked at the names in Apocrypha Gospels, the names in Josephus, the names in modern novels. So books like The Spear, for example, who authors had access to libraries to go through. And what they're trying to figure out is, does the names in the Gospels congruent with what the ratio of names in the first century? Now, this is important because if I asked you to write a novel about, I don't know, someone living in Georgia in 1960, and you had to do it without, for example, modern internet or libraries, could you get the right status of name, the right ratio of names? Like, did you get the most popular names need to be in there the most? The least popular names need to be in there less. Mid-tier names got to be in there around that range. So they read a study that used a mathematical model called a goodness to fit test. They found that modern novels scored 0%. They could not get onomastic congruence. They didn't get the right ratio of names. Apocrypha Gospels got 0%. Josephus got 7%. That was.
And see, this is what I was telling you, Isa, that this is when I go like, fuck IP. Because this is bullshit. Like, Josephus was a Jew writing history. How does he only get 7% of the names right? That just seems odd. So, and then he goes on to say,
strange.
oh,
That
the
is a strange
Gospels
argument.
get like 80%. So either this study is very sloppy or it's done tendentiously to show a result that the guys that did the study want. And this is when I go bullshit with IP.
I'm surprised he's making this argument because I don't think he needs to. I don't think it helps his position. You know what I mean? Because really his job, all he has to do is prove Jesus is not a Muslim. It doesn't matter about the names, about, you don't even have to prove reliability of the New Testament. Really, all you have to do is say, look, what choice do you have? Whatever you think about the New Testament's reliability, you don't know who Jesus is without the New Testament. The Quran is not a sole reliable source in knowing who Christ is. You have to have the New Testament to know who he is. If you throw away the New Testament, you throw away Christ. That's the argument I would have made, if I was a Christian apologist.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you on that. I think he's kind of diving a little bit deeper off the edge than he needs to. I mean, the fact of the matter is, we have, like it or not, we have complete manuscripts of the Gospels that date as early as 200. I mean, we've got partial Gospels of John that are within 70 AD, or excuse me, Mark. We have within 70 AD. So all of this long before the Quran was written. So if you're going to say there and say it's corrupt, well, okay, point to it. Point to where it is in those extant manuscripts that we have that are far before the Quran that it's wrong, and you will never hear a Muslim point to anything and say that's wrong. This is X, Y, and Z, because they can't, because those existed, and that's exactly what Muhammad was talking about when he said this is the Injil. This is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Grounded Extract says, no good father would allow his son to get murdered with the belief it will bring grace to those who loved and also hated his son, retroactively and futuristically, just ritualistic torture with a poor excuse. Happy anniversary. They are celebrating 10 years. Your family is just amazing. You guys are the cutest. Love you guys. Take care. Hope you enjoyed your day, and for many, many more.
Good. That means if you went through Jerusalem, you have about a 7% chance of getting the ratio of names in Josephus' works. What do you think the Gospels and Acts got?
What?
86%.
Bullshit! You can't tell me that a Jew writing history about the things that are happening right now got the ratio of names wrong. What? I'm going to go look for this study, and we're going to take a look at it, because I feel that this is what IP does, just sloppily grabs studies and cites stuff that is doubtful at best. So I'll check it out. I'll try to find it.
So basically what they're pointing out is the odds of anyone making up these stories astronomically low, because you would get a completely distribution of names that doesn't match reality. So John is included in that. All 4 Gospels are included in that. That is evidence this is coming from eyewitnesses, because they were talking to real people with real names who witnessed real events and handed that information.
That argument is pulled by the hair. Sorry. This is where I started getting frustrated with IP.
Down to them, or they witnessed it themselves. Give you another piece of evidence. John, in John 19, says he saw blood and water come out of Jesus' side when he died. Now that puzzled the early church. Origen said it was a miracle, because dead bodies, the heart stops beating, they don't bleed. But modern medical research has found that actually when a body is severely beaten and goes into shock, the body loses its ability to congeal blood. I brought this up in a debate with an Ahmadi a couple years ago. So actually modern medical research matches what John saw.
Fucking cat. Have you ever heard about edema? Now IP started to losing me with a little bit of the lying here.
Blood and water coming out of his side. And so this is evidence that this was witnessed by someone there on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I would encourage people to do a deep dive and research the Q manuscripts and the Q Bible. Obviously, there's...
Oh, my fucking cat. The Q is a hypothesis! Why? Why do they do this to themselves?
The fact that he called it the Q Bible, again, he sounds like he's been reading Dan Brown, Da Vinci Code as his scriptures. Oh my gosh.
Or just those random internet atheists that have no fucking clue what they're talking about.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, the just in case you guys don't know, the idea of the Gospel of Q is a hypothesized previous source to the Gospels that we have, but it's just a hypothesis. It's an idea. Nothing has ever been found. and we have no basis to say that it's true. So it's just that, a hypothesis, until it becomes verified and we find something related to this gospel, to this Q gospel, then it's still a hypothesis, right? Like, I don't know, dark matter, for example. Until we discover it, it's just a hypothesis. You can't appeal to a hypothesis, dude.
There's no a full record of it available, but there's some excellent research that's been done about the Q, which is to be sort of the oldest reference that was used and copied by the others. And within it, there's no reference to the divinity or crucifixion theology.
You sure about that?
What's the evidence that there was?
Okay, so I don't believe we can reconstruct Q. We don't have a Q doc. Let's be clear.
Yeah, I said that. I said we don't have a Q.
Yeah, I was want to make it clear from my side.
No,
I don't want people to misrepresent me. Okay,
I got you.
But in what scholars have proposed as Q is a verse where Jesus calls himself Lord, Lord. It shows up in Matthew 7:21, 22, Luke 6:46. And that's peculiar because the phrase in Greek is kiri kiri. Now, no, in all of our Greek texts from the time of Jesus or prior, no one uses the title kiri kiri except for God. In the Old Testament, in places like Deuteronomy 3:24, Psalm 108, they translated Adonai Yahweh as kiri kiri. So only Yahweh and Jesus ever used the title kiri kiri. Therefore, Jesus in Q is claiming to be Yahweh.
So the problem that ultimately rests, I think, is that what people are trying to do is distort the interpretation of.
Did you notice the energy change with that rebuttal? He sank. Like he's like, oh man, now he and yes, kitty kitty. We do love that.
The verses to fit their theology. And
Did
that's
you also notice how Hassan just completely glossed over everything he just said and moved on to something else because his ChatGPT fingers weren't quick enough to get a response to that, and he's completely out of his element, out of water. And yes, and he can't do it.
But yeah, like he deflated just now.
Completely deflated.
The verses that you quote themselves could be applied in various ways. You've chosen to take an interpretation, and there's different Christian denominations that have taken different perspectives on Jesus. And I think that's why ultimately the real truth is.
You mean like there's different Muslim denominations that take different perspectives on pretty much everything? Huh. Funny how that works.
Ultimately, yes, it is going to be found within one's heart. What makes more sense for humanity? Does it make more sense that the creator of the heavens and the earth is a person, was killed, can die? How can God die?
My guy, okay, I don't believe any of this, but if you believe that God is omnipotent, why couldn't he, grab a piece of him, put it on a human body, have it incarnate, and have that body die, to experience the human life firsthand, even though he should already know it because it's all knowing. So we're not going to focus on that. But what is the impediment of God incarnating in a human being? No idea. There is none. And that's what the Christians believe, that God humbled himself, lived as a human, and offered himself as a sacrifice to himself for the atonement of sin. That's what they believe. And I don't think that is. I think that's false, but I don't think it's logically inconsistent. I can't read that. But it does sound like kitty kitty.
Yeah, that's just the Greek word. It's pronounced kiri.
And the problem is, I think that the theology that is being proposed truly doesn't sit well within the divine nature that God has imbued within us to know the truth.
So how is that, back to the debate topic, how is that evidence Jesus is a Muslim? Because all you said is, I have a different interpretation than you. Fine, you have a different interpretation. You can believe whatever you want. That is not evidence Jesus was a Muslim, and it's not actually showing your interpretation is more parsimonious, plausible. Or
I mean, look, if you go in the pulpit commentary on Isaiah 40,
very outdated.
The Hebrew term mushulam can denote one who is devoted or surrendered. And it was used, again, to describe those who surrendered and followed the prophetic path. For us, the term Muslim is used for even before Jesus.
Oh my God. But the prophets submitted to God because God spoke directly to them. Like, what is this? argumentation. This is just silly.
It was
I
also
made
used to describe
an
Moses.
official request to Modern Debate to, in the future, not allow them to have their phones in a time like this, because it's ridiculous. He is not. This is bad faith debating, hands down.
Yeah, he's very desperate. Like, this guy is drowning. He's flailing, and he's very desperately, like, Googling to save his life and try to make an argument, but he keeps failing even at that. Like, this guy didn't prepare at all. This is bad. Like, I could do a better argument for this position if I had to defend this. I could make a better argument than this.
I'll be totally honest. When I was watching this originally, I think I might have even actually tagged to see if you were in the original live to find out, because I was like, Max has to see this. He's gonna lose his mind when he sees him.
I wasn't watching live on DebateCon because I was moving some stuff to my new house, so I didn't watch it. I watched it as they released, and I still have one pending to watch. Oh, granted, X success. We love you, Max. You're the best. I love you too, guys.
It was used to describe Abraham. For us, the definition is simple. Did Abraham surrender to God? Yes or no? He surrendered to God. Did he teach peace or war? He taught peace. So by definition, Abraham was a Muslim. The same applies to Jesus. The same applies to Moses. The same applies to all of the people who dedicated their life to God. Now, I think where you and I have a serious disagreement is about the nature of God. So therefore, does one who accepts the Trinity count as having surrendered to God? And we say no. The one who accepts the Trinity has not surrendered to God because they've accepted a deviant teaching. That would be the definition of shirk.
Our biggest
disagreement
is about what.
Well, oh my God. Now, to the Christians, it is internally consistent, the Trinity. They don't think that it's multiple gods. We can argue over the specifics and so on. And here I do lean more to the sides of the Muslims, that because of some nitpicking with the law of identity and so on, you could make an argument that it makes multiple gods. But you can't make your argument based on whether their theology is consistent or not. You need to prove that Jesus was a Muslim. And also, all you've done so far, Hassan, is just assert your position over and over. You haven't given evidence. You haven't given a cogent argument that is non-fallacious. And now you're just flailing. You've been flailing for the last 50 minutes.
Jesus actually said and taught. I'm going on what the earliest sources, the biographies of Jesus, say. You're saying they're corrupted because some guy, illiterate guy who claimed to be a prophet 600 years later said so. I need actual evidence. The funny thing is, you couldn't even help yourself, but use our Bible to argue your point.
Well, I think
that's the irony of
that's
this
just
whole
to open your eyes at the fact that your theology isn't absolutely clearly founded even on your own text.
Even if that is true, these texts clearly contradict Islam, what Jesus said and taught.
Of course, listen.
Then you can't use them to argue Jesus is a Muslim.
The modern biblical theology absolutely contradicts the absolute pure message of Tawheed, or believing in the oneness of God.
Irrelevant, not the topic.
Irrelevant and completely off base, because exactly what he's arguing was already in existence, and we still have those manuscripts today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even if they agreed on it in the Council of Nicaea, that is quite early compared to when Muhammad comes along. So again, this whataboutism. This is just this guy. Poor, he's flailing. He's flailing very hard.
Muslims believe in, but that's our point. Our point is that the books that are given today, for us, we believe Jesus had the Injil, right? The Gospel of Jesus. This was a book that he had.
No. What? Where did you get that from? That Jesus had a book?
That's the most ridiculous argument ever. Books weren't even a thing in Jesus's time. It would have been a scroll.
Well, but I'm not nitpicking the word. I'm nitpicking the concept that he thinks that Jesus received a book the same way that Muhammad did. That's not what Jesus had. Jesus spoke directly with God, right?
Yeah.
Or, you can make that argument, or you can say that because Jesus was God, he didn't need a book. He had the revelation all in his head.
Well, John 1:1 says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So Jesus is the Word. Therefore, he doesn't need a book because he literally is the Word of God.
Right. And yeah, even though I disagree, it does make the point that Jesus had no book. Jesus didn't have a book. The book that Jesus had actually was the Torah, which you can see Jesus reading it. Hold on, I forgot. When he reads the scroll of Isaiah, right? That's the book that he had.
Yeah, that was when he visited the synagogue in Nazareth. In Luke, it's mentioned Luke. I think it's Luke 4.
Yes. So that's the book that Jesus had, the Torah.
Yeah.
So no, Jesus didn't need a book. I had to go back and like listen it again when I heard it the first time. It's like, wait, what? You think Jesus had a book about himself? That makes no sense.
He taught his followers and his disciples.
Okay.
You don't have that anymore.
How do you know?
That?
How do you know? Wait.
Where is that?
Hey guys, I got a question. What's the Injil?
That's what I just asked you.
Yeah,
You don't
what's
have
the
it.
Injil?
The book that Jesus taught his followers.
Okay, so.
Oh my God, Jesus taught the Torah. And then the other teachings of Jesus, they were parables. I mean, you can make them up. Where did Isa go? Isa, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm finishing a homework assignment. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. What
I'm
do you
listening.
think about this idea of Jesus having a book about himself? That is wild. I've never heard that before.
Well, the position I would say is huge claims require huge evidence. So if you're going to make this huge claim, you got to have evidence to provide it. And he's just, what I call this is the emperor with new clothes. You know, they're coming around, parading around naked, but claiming that they have new clothes. So Hassan Shibly is just doing the emperor of with new clothes. So that's what I'm hearing.
I think that's an apt analogy for this. Yeah.
Which book is that?
You don't have it. It's
How do you know
lost.
I don't have it?
Do you have it?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Do I have
Well,
it?
tell me if you have it.
I do. It's called the Gospel of John. There. Okay, that's the Injil. Prove me wrong.
The Gospel of John is not.
How do you know? Ibn Ishaq said it was in the Life of
No,
Muhammad.
not at all.
Yes, he
not
did.
At all.
Pages
Not at
102.
all.
He
The
said
gospel.
he
Does
said
it
the
speak to you?
Injil
Are you
is the
claiming?
Gospel of John.
Are you claiming that Jesus taught the Gospel of John?
Oh my God, that is such a big misconception on what the Gospels are and what Jesus taught. Jesus taught Judaism. He also taught some parables to illustrate some other points, right? Jesus didn't need a book about his own life.
I agree.
No, exactly. It's the same stupid argument of Jesus wasn't called a Christian. Exactly, because a Christian is a follower of Christ. He wasn't a follower of himself.
Right? Yeah. And also Christian is an exonym, something that someone else calls another people, not an endonym, which is what people call themselves. So it's so silly that he thinks this.
I mean, the theology that
Are you
taught us in there,
claiming?
yeah.
Are you claiming that Jesus taught the Gospel of John to his followers?
I'm claiming that what is in
Are
there,
you
yeah, it's the
claiming
Injil.
that Jesus?
The words, the
Are
red
you
letters in the
claiming?
Gospel.
You know that this makes me actually think that Hassan has never read the Bible even once? Because that's a
100%
claim.
agree with you. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. He never has.
You can't make that claim if you read the Bible, even in like passive, like not deep diving into it. If you just read the Bible once, you would see that that's not what is happening here.
I think it's from answering Christianity. It's like some kind of thing like that. You know what I mean? It's like from an Islamic polemical site that you just find a few things, ChatGPT, Google. Yeah, I don't think he really understands. And I think most Muslim debaters do not understand Christianity. Like they just don't get the tradition. So they just make up stuff.
Yeah.
I'm questioning how much Islam he actually understands.
Aldebaran also said, someone who's never read the Bible for 500, Alex. Yeah, I agree. they say it's not the Injil, but they don't know what it is. Yeah, that's the second part of the argument. If you just look at the argument in isolation, if you have a book, whatever that book is, you can't say that that book is not that book if you don't have what to actually compare it to. So you can say that this book is corrupted if you do not have any kind of access to the actual non-corrupted version. If this is all you have, this is the book, and that's it.
Honestly, it's the same argument that Joseph Smith gave when he came up with the Book of Mormon, saying that the early church fathers were all corrupted and God gave me the new version. It's Joseph Smith's arguments and Islam's arguments are so much more cohesive than Joseph Smith's claims and biblical claims. I really think that he would have had a much better home in Islam than he does in Christianity. Not to mention he enjoys cousin Mary.
I think I agree with this sentiment of, Mormonism is just Christian fan fiction.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
You claiming. Yes, exactly. So it may have some bits and quotes from.
Let me clear up. I also think that Christianity is also Judaism fan fiction, but.
Within,
so the red letters are in the Injil. The red letters are in the Injil?
I'm not acknowledging that they are today. I'm saying you may have some quote and reference, but I'm talking about the full book, not cut up, not broken up, not divided, not distorted.
So then tell me what the Injil is.
It was the book that he taught his followers, which was taken and lost. It was corrupted and changed.
We don't have the Injil then?
No, we don't.
Okay, then why are Christians commanded to judge by it in Surah 547?
Because they could still judge by the ultimate principles of it. And
if we don't have it, how do we have the principles in it?
It was clear, their theology was clear, and that's why actually so many of the Christians, including the Negus king, when Islam, listen, right now we're 1,400 years later. Let's go back to day one, and let's go back to the Negus Christian king. Do you know the Negus?
No, I've never met him.
Do you know of him?
No.
Well, there you go. That's a problem. So the Negus was the king.
Who are your number one fan of?
That's a quote from a movie called Misery, where the woman she was about to break a guy's leg. She's like, "I'm your number one fan." It's a creepy horror movie, Stephen King.
It's Stephen King. I've seen it. Yeah, it's a spectacular film and book.
You were saying that it's fan fiction. I was like, "I'm your number one fan."
Okay.
Of the Christians in Abyssinia. Abyssinia, which is modern-day Ethiopia, was a Christian nation. And when the Muslims were being persecuted...
A little bit, just a little, depends on who you ask. It might be a little bit this or this little bit heretic, because the Ethiopians still consider the Book of Enoch as scripture, with all of the theological problems that brings. And it's why are you appealing to like a kind of fringe sect of Christianity to make your point? That is silly.
Tortured and killed because they rejected the idols of the Meccans. They left and they were commanded by Prophet Muhammad to seek refuge with the Negus, the Christian king. And when they escaped from Mecca and they sought refuge with the Christian king, the polytheist Meccans chased after them. And so the Christian king had a trial for them. And in this trial, he was going to see whether he will return them to the Meccans or whether he will give them refuge. And this is actually a beautiful story of unity between Muslims and Christians. And I think we need more of that today, because the truth of the...
Completely irrelevant to the debate. Isa, I think we should establish an Islamic Academy of Debating. We will become millionaires.
Oh, yeah.
These people have no clue what they're doing.
No, they don't. Their whole foundation is shaky, weak, and they usually, even in their openings, they defeat themselves in their own openings. It's very sad.
Yeah. We that love debating, for the sake of debating and that kind of a thing, we enjoy debating as a sport. This is like watching... Not even amateurs. This is watching, a fat guy trying to play football and soccer, right? This is just wild.
It's wildly
bad.
I think you should do Yerba Mate Monday. Should be Yerba Muslim Mondays, and you
Right?
just bring them on.
Definitely. We should bring
Let
them
us
over.
steel man your argument for you.
Yeah, we have a little show we do from time to time when we are preparing for debate, or when we help one of our friends prepare for debate, that it's called Pimp My Argument. And we try to give the best position for whatever argument is happening at the moment. And I think Muslims should really benefit from hanging out with us a little bit.
Muslims and Christians is being used to undermine and destroy civil rights in America today, but I don't want to digress. Let me finish the story very quick, and I'll give you equal time.
That's good.
To respond if you're okay with that.
I just have a question when we go back.
No, it's fine. So ultimately, they went there, and the polytheists came to the Christian king, and they said, "Listen, O Christian king, some of our runaway slaves have escaped to you, and you must return them to us." And he said, "I cannot return them until I have a fair trial for them," for he was a just man. And when he had the trial for them, one of the Muslims spoke out, and he said, "We were an ignorant people. The weak amongst us, the strong amongst us would devour the weak. We used to worship gods of wood and stone. And then a man came up from amongst us who was known for his truth. He invited us to worship God alone, and he commanded us to treat each other with justice. Our people rejected us and persecuted us, and the Prophet Muhammad came, and he told us to seek refuge with you." And then he was about to give them refuge, and the Prophet said, "But they disrespect Jesus. They speak ill of Jesus."
Feel free to chime in whenever you want. You don't need to type in the chat. Just
Story time.
Yeah.
This is Papa Hassan Shibly story time.
Yeah.
This is it. He just gets in these monologues. I'm waiting for them again to pass the halal plate, offering plate. Gosh. It's just ridiculous. I mean, it literally is what he's doing. Like he just digresses because none of this has anything to do with, was Jesus Muslim?
Nothing.
Nothing. And he's conceded it from the very beginning, the entire debate. So now he's just trying to, put the amount of money he spent on his beard and hair to good use.
I mean, it's a lovely story, but he still hasn't even established that it's irrelevant, number one. And he's just telling a story. Like, I can tell a story too. I can read you a story from this book, which is called Pedro Páramo. And they're like, yeah, what? So what? What is that? That's my favorite book, by the way. There's also a Netflix movie. If you're interested in magic realism, I highly recommend it. The name is this, Pedro Páramo. There you go.
And the Christian king said, "Speak. What do you speak about Jesus? What do you believe about Jesus?" And so they read chapter 19. I'm sure you've all read that chapter in the Quran. If you haven't, I encourage you to. It's called Mary. And it speaks about the virgin birth of Jesus and how he was sent as a messenger to God, to humanity for God. And when the Christian king heard this, he drew a line in the sand. And he said,
"How is Jesus a Muslim? We're still there."
Yeah, I mean, the Christians don't disagree that Jesus was born of a virgin.
How is Jesus a Muslim?
Yeah.
difference between you and us is no thicker than Islam.
Losing his
Feel free
mind
to
right
live
now.
amongst us as long as you need in safety. And then later he himself embraced Islam, not under coercion, not under duress, but he realized that Prophet Muhammad was the prophet that was being awaited. You have Solomon the Persian, who also was a major Christian who embraced Islam. Many Christians embraced because they were waiting for the messenger.
That Solomon, that's not the biblical Solomon, right? The Solomon the Persian?
No.
Okay.
That was to revive the message of pure monotheism that Jesus taught.
What's the Injil?
The book that was given to Jesus.
In which book was that?
Good.
The Injil.
Okay. So
I just told you that.
The Injil is the book that was given to Jesus. That's the Injil. Okay. The Quran says I'm to judge by it.
Right.
Okay. Is the Quran guidance for all of humanity?
It is.
Okay. Then the guidance it gives to me as a Christian to judge by the Injil. If I don't judge by it, I'm apparently going to hell. I'm rebellious.
Well,
what is it?
Again, they knew the teachings of it back then. They had it back then. And that's why the Negus, the Christian king, the leader of the Christians of Abyssinia, judged according to the Injil and became Muslim.
Okay. So where's this Injil so that I can judge by it?
It's lost.
It's lost. Well, isn't that convenient? Okay. So Allah is telling me to judge by a book.
Plates of Mormonism.
This guy lost two debates in one. He lost the was Jesus a Muslim debate, and he also lost the Islamic dilemma debate. That has got to be some kind of record.
Some lawyer.
Yeah, I wouldn't let him defend me from a traffic ticket.
That was lost in a book, the Quran, which he gave for all of humanity for all time to come. Doesn't really sound like a very smart God.
No, because you're ignoring all the other verses in the Quran as well. That
No,
make
no,
the
no.
message
I do
very
wanna,
clear.
just to redirect a bit in terms of whether or not Jesus was a Muslim. Are we able to draw together, kind of show the big picture of how this is relevant?
Took you long
So
enough, James.
I will have to clarify. I will have to say, I was in the chat and I was spamming the chat. Was Jesus a Muslim over and over and over? And I was tagging him in that every single time, going, "Can we get back on topic? Can we get back?" And he finally jumps in. Oh, I'm not saying it was because I did it, but glad he's mentioned it.
Took him a while to get that one.
Oh, way too long. Maybe he was on his phone.
To whether or not
This is relevant because his only evidence that he has given is Muhammad said so. It's in the Quran. Okay, that's a problem because the Quran also says in Surah 568, "O people of the book, you have nothing to stand on unless you observe the Torah, the gospel, and what has been revealed to you from your Lord." 29:46 says, "You as a Muslim are commanded to say to me, I believe in what has been revealed to us and what has been revealed to you. Our God and your God is one. To him we fully submit." You're not commanded to say to me, your scriptures have been corrupted. You're commanded to say, "Oh, I believe in those." I'm commanded to believe in my scriptures. Whatever has been revealed to me from my Lord, that's the Old and New Testament. It doesn't preach Jesus as a Muslim. It preaches that he is God. So that's what I'm going to go on.
The Quran also says, "O people of the book, let us come to common terms between us, that we worship none other but God alone." That was the universal message. Worship God alone. You're trying to convince me to worship a man. I'm telling you to worship the creator of man. And therein is the difference.
Oh my God, a man who they believe is the human incarnation of God. How is that hard to understand?
He doesn't actually answer the question. He's like, "Yes, I agree with what you're saying, but you know that we are not supposed to worship a man." That's not the point. The point is, he says you have to follow the Injil, and the Injil is with the Christians. That's what he said. He didn't engage.
And the Islamic this corruption also falls in contradiction with one of the Quran verses that say that Allah is actively protecting all of his scriptures so that they are not changed. Like, how is it that I haven't finished reading the Quran yet, but how is it that I know that verse exists and these guys, the Muslims, do not?
Max, you're not being fair. You're trying to use rationale and logic in the argument. That's not fair.
I know, yeah, and like you're reading the books, like you that's not what we do. But like it's weird that they would make such an argument when like the Quran is kind of explicit that say that Allah is actively protecting the scriptures. That even though people, I remember that the verse that they go to, it's that people lie by speaking about what the scriptures say, but that the text, that is what Allah protects. But it's so weird that they don't really hold to that.
If you worship God alone, you are Muslim. You have surrendered to God.
Isa, people of the book is Ahl al-Kitab, right?
That's correct.
One of my superpowers is learning languages.
If you worship other than God, then you have sold your soul for a cheap price.
I only worship God. So there, am I Muslim now?
You don't only worship God. Do you believe Jesus was God?
Jesus is God, yeah.
Jesus was, so he prayed to himself?
That's called modalism, sir.
So he prayed, you could call it whatever you want.
That's
You're
not
saying
Trinitarianism.
So he prayed to himself.
He prayed to the Father.
So he said
He's
the
not
Father is
Father.
greater than I. How could he be God and say the Father is greater than I, according to your own
Aren't you a
logic?
boss?
Irrelevant.
It doesn't matter. This is not
Tawheed versus Trinity. I know. I agree with you, Hassan. The Trinity makes no sense. But that's not the debate today. So let it go. Let it go.
I mean, the problem is if you're a Muslim trying to debate against Trinity, Tawheed doesn't make sense either. Tawheed is not some logical, rational thing. You're believing in an invisible God that you can't touch, taste, or feel. Either position is not going to be logical to a secular person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, but even the argument itself, like, it's not for this debate. Like, you're on your way to losing a third debate in one, Hassan. That is just bad, really bad.
You're a boss. You have employees, right?
Correct.
Great. So could you say, you have like a greater position in your company than them, or you're greater than them in terms of authority?
Correct.
Great. Yeah. So that does not talk about essence. The Father is the leader in terms of the role. This is the difference between the ontology of the Trinity and the economy of the Trinity. The Father is the leadership role. Akotheos is what we say, because the Son is begotten of him and the Spirit proceeds from him. So Jesus is not talking about essence in that verse. This is something we have to point out so many times. And again, why is the Quran telling me to believe in my books that don't preach the same theology as the Quran? Okay,
because it's not telling you to follow the 2025 Bible or the new, which one of thousands of versions of today's. It's talking about the original message. And they knew many Christians, even at the time of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, were monotheists. In fact, before Muhammad, they were the Muslims. They worshiped God alone, and they were awaiting a new message.
Oh my God, no.
This is where my brain started hurting. And if I was afraid I was going to break my own monitor, because I'm like, the 2025 Bible, this is, again, I almost want him to pick his phone back up, because he's making such terrible arguments now.
Yeah, now that he's focusing, he's making even worse arguments.
Oh,
but
gosh.
Yeah, I mean, do we get newer versions with I don't know, we make a discovery that kind of shed some light on some previous translation? Yeah, but it hasn't happened in a while. Now, why do we have many translations? Because people translate it and make better work. There's new teams. For example, with the King James version, that translation also had a little bit of a political tendency to the translation. So, like, it had some, you could say, ulterior motives. But okay, if that's what you believe, you can discard that translation and look for a better one, a more neutral, quote unquote. Whether you're a Muslim or whether you're an atheist, you can do that. But the fact that we have different translations or different versions of the translation, like you have the NIV, and then you have the NIV RUE, which is like the updated version, because maybe we got some extra knowledge and so on. Like, it's not that big of a deal. The only ones that have like a hard value on, oh, we have the Quran and it's never been changed and so on, it's you guys, the Muslims. The rest of the people don't even care. And newsflash, they're lying when they say that they haven't changed anything. And the chains of narration or whatever, like I will grab actually my two controllers and I will press X2 out in both of them at the same time.
Yeah, like the translation differentiators is not that they're translating like, the King James and then another one translated off of the King James. Like, if you look at like what they've done is they've gone back to the original language. The earliest manuscripts that we have, like the ESV, was while yes, it was published in like 2000, 2001, sometime like that. That's one of the ones that I like as ESV. They took that back to the original text, the earliest known manuscripts, and like I said, through archaeology, we find earlier and earlier manuscripts. So the fact of the matter is, when we find an earlier manuscript that might show where a variation might have taken place, the fact that we have so many different early manuscripts lets us know that we can find the correct translation and what that correct word means and use that. And so the more translations we have doesn't water down or reduce the understanding. It actually builds it up into a better earlier knowledge base, which is just completely backwards from his.
And the translations, they don't give you like a fundamental change. It's not like we're going to discover a manuscript that, I don't know, that doesn't.
Nothing says like Jesus, all of a sudden denied being Jesus or being God.
Right.
Yeah, no,
or
exactly.
that Jesus was Satan or some.
Yeah.
Like something
or he was
like that.
married,
or get that. Right. Yeah. That's I was having a hard time. Thank you for the example, because I was having a hard time thinking of it at first.
Messenger.
I do want to just circle back to what Jesus's beliefs per se were.
Yeah.
So
So
in other words, like, what did Jesus believe based on what we read?
Jesus in John 3 said he pre-existed his birth. He came down from heaven. Okay. In John 8, he said, before Abraham was, I am. In Matthew 7:21 to 22 and Luke 6:46, he called himself Lord, Lord, which is the title only used of Yahweh. Okay. He said, unless you believe that I am, ego and me, the same word, the same phrase he uses in John 8:58, unless you believe that I am, you will die in your sins. So he said very clearly, you want to get to heaven? You got to believe that I'm Yahweh, do what I command, give your life to me. That's what, according to Islam, that would be shirk. So Jesus can't be a Muslim.
Jesus never called people to worship him. If you truly reflect on
How do you know? You can't make that claim if you don't have a reference. Dude, look, I get you're mixing up all your arguments. You're doing atheist arguments now that, yes, we have what is attributed to the words of Jesus in this book. Do I have doubt that this is what Jesus really said? Yes. Now, do I have any way of making an argument that Jesus didn't say any of this? No, because this is what we have. At the most, you could maybe appeal to some, the apocryphal texts. But those don't give us much in the course of like teachings and theology whatsoever. That's why they're not in the Bible, really. They're more fantastical. Jesus in the infancy, Gospel of Thomas, Jesus kills a couple of people. They are weird, right? So that's why they're not there. So if you want to talk about what Jesus is said to have said, this is the only book that you can use. There's nothing else. The Quran doesn't really teach what Jesus talked about, which if you want to go down by the corruption, then why doesn't the Quran have the corrections to the corrupted book? So a self-defeating argument once again.
And the irony is that even the Gospel of Thomas, all those that we know are corrupted, were written far before the Quran, and we have been able to flatly reject because we know that they're corrupted. But he's to point back to his argument, he's actually wrong. I mean, in Matthew 14:33, he specifically there were multiple times where the disciples or others talked about, gave divine names or divine character traits to Jesus, and he never rebuked him or corrected him. In Matthew 14:33, it says, "Truly, you are the Son of God." So if that's the case, and he didn't say, no, that's not true, that's not me, and we have early enough known manuscripts to recognize that was written far before the Quran, far before anything else. So if that was a corruption, then it should have been rejected. But it's the truth, or biblically speaking, it's the truth.
Wait, so do you think that the Gospel of Thomas didn't make the canon because it's corrupted? That's interesting.
Gospel of Thomas didn't make the canon because of what it had. It had some really weird stuff. It was a known forgery. For one, it was written. They know that it was written around 200 AD in the 2nd century, and I mean we've got early manuscripts of it, and I think it's a very interesting read. But what it talks about, like some of the weird stuff, it talks about. It's been a while since I've read it, but that like the head of the cross spoke.
No, that's the Gospel of Peter.
Oh, you're right.
No, the Gospel of Thomas, the infancy.
It's an infancy Gospel of Thomas, where he's
you're
like
right.
a child. He's a child.
Because there's two. There's the infancy Gospel of Thomas. That one is dated to roughly the 2nd century AD. But then there's the Gospel of Thomas, like just the Gospel of Thomas. That one is between 60 AD and 140 AD. And the one that you say about it's a lovely story. They go to the tomb, and it's open and comes out a giant Jesus, and behind him a giant walking, talking cross. So
It sounds like a kid's cartoon.
Yeah, it's wild. I think that was just like, yeah, no, that's maybe that's too much.
Yeah, the Gospel of Thomas, it really had the fact that it had so many Gnostic themes in it, things that were obviously not written at that time. They were much later representations that were obviously not known at Jesus' time, is why it was rejected. So.
You do you mean the infancy of or the Gospel of Thomas? Because those are different texts.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's some of those are interesting to read. Then there's the hold on, let me double check what the name is. Apocryphal. Yeah, I'm not being able to type apocryphal. Gospel of the Sayings of Jesus. I think that's the Thomas one. Yes, that the Gospel of Thomas alone, that one is a gospel that just has sayings of Jesus, attributed to Jesus. But it's late, so who knows?
Yeah.
And the infancy is the one. The infancy Gospel of Thomas is the one that I like, where Jesus kills his teacher and a little kid that snitches on him when he's playing with the some clay doves that he made, and he then revives them. But the church was probably like, yeah, no, we can't have Jesus killing anyone.
He goes John Wick on him.
Yeah, a little bit. But fun fact. The Quran has half of that dove story of Jesus making clay doves on the Sabbath, and the kid goes to snitch on him, and Jesus turns the doves into actual doves, and they fly away, deleting the evidence, but it doesn't have the second part. So when we're talking about corruption of the text, like, which way, though? Is it from Christianity to Islam, or is it from Islam to Christianity? There is an argument to be made for from Islam to Christianity, but I don't think the other way around. It's a weird thing.
That he was, again, pointing people to worship the Creator alone. This was the message of Moses and Abraham and prophets before them. And then they all called humanity to worship the Creator. I don't understand why our position that we should not worship a human being, but worship the one who created time and space is so controversial and so confusing. What you're doing is accepting pagan beliefs that like to humanize God and limit God into the persona of a person. God is so much greater. God does not eat, does not sleep, does not defecate. Your Lord is greater than what they ascribe to him. God is infinitely greater. He's not.
Can I get an amen? Hello.
Oh boy, like you're losing your mind, Hassan. This is just you completely misunderstanding the point. Isa, you mentioned that you wanted to take a look at some of the questions. Did you have anyone especially in mind? Because I kind of need to go to bed.
Yeah, I do too. What was the thing he brings up? Bart Ehrman. That's one of the questions that comes up.
Okay.
What
Hold
was
on,
yeah.
Because I mean, it just goes in the same freaking circle over and over and over.
But
So I think
there's some gold in here. We just need
I
to.
think we got the gist. So let's jump into the questions and we'll be
Yeah, we're done with that talk. We kind of get it.
Right. We have a little bit more flexibility this time, but just do want to have the same principles for the Q&A in particular. Do want to have just one question, as there's already a lot of people in line, and then also I would like to minimize follow-ups. We'll have a little bit of flexibility if you guys have a follow-up, like a really pithy response. So, all right, folks, I need you to rein it back in.
Hey! The blonde just got in line. No, to the back.
Start with the Q&A.
Oh no, she left. Never mind.
So we will jump into the Q&A, and I'll hold the mic again. And just want to be sure, please don't filibuster. Just if you have a quick setup for your question, great. That's all we need.
Hassan, this question is for you. You had stated earlier that Trinitarianism only comes from Pauline teaching, although in Matthew 28:19, Jesus says to baptize them in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. So I'd like to just hear your response to that.
Sure. So again, I think Matthew is again based on other older manuscripts that have been changed. And to be candid, I haven't studied this in about 10 years. And I was like, I'm going to prepare for this week, and I end up flying out. So I did write a paper, and I want to give it to anyone who asks, that I go into detail about how the Bible was changed. I would actually love to give it.
Oh, this
to
is
my
where he
colleagues here and
deflects
get it.
every question to, I wrote a paper. Every answer is, oh, I wrote a paper about this. Oh, I wrote a paper about this.
How
He
do
doesn't
you
give
write?
answers.
How do you write a paper about something being changed when you don't have the comparison? You're just speculating at that point. Then that's not really a paper. That's your opinion, bro.
And how do you write a paper when you don't know anything about the subject material?
Right?
I mean, it's embarrassing. I'm like, dude, you don't know anything about this subject material. Like, we got to talk about my favorite, Arios. I mean, Arios is the key.
Isa, do you want me to try and contact him to see if we can get that paper?
Yeah, I would love that.
I wonder where these papers are. I'm willing to read them.
We need to review it here, and we need to review about Arios. Arios is like a hero. We have to talk about Arios. I mean, I couldn't believe, like, this is what I feel like. Muslims don't know anything about Christianity.
Is there contact information? Oh, who the hell uses Instagram for this?
Oh, apparently his legal offices are actually permanently closed, and he's got 3.8 stars with quite a few 1-star reviews.
Oh boy. I mean, yeah. I mean, I was suspecting like no one who makes this shitty arguments could be a good lawyer ever.
I would never
insight on it. I put a lot of time and research into it, and I would love some feedback on it. The other thing is Hamza's book. I would encourage you all to check out the book Divine Reality by Hamza Tzortzis. It's an incredible theological argument for the existence of God, because I think we also have to tag team sometimes to debate against those who deny God even exists. And that's
there it is. We have to tag team against you, Max. The Muslims and the Christians.
Oh my God!
We have to tag team against atheists. That's what we have to do.
Hassan, you would get so thoroughly cooked that if you ever have children after that, they will be brown at least.
Thank you. I guess that's going to be my
I want you to know, and you know why he's bringing up Hamza Tzortzis is because Hamza Tzortzis is being cited by IP. IP sorts Hamza Tzortzis and says, look, this divine scientific miracles is bunk. And look at Hamza Tzortzis. So instead of actually engaging the point, he deflects and says, I want you to know that Hamza Tzortzis talks about how we can unite to defeat the atheists.
Who is that?
Hamza Tzortzis is an Islamic scholar. He's a convert from Greek origin, as you can tell from his last name.
Okay.
So he's a
Nice to
convert
meet
who
you. Quick
became
question.
like a famous Islamic apologist, and yeah.
Okay.
How do you reconcile your
He
6
debated
items
Lawrence
and how
Krauss.
you're trying to say
You can look
Jesus
up
is a Muslim?
Lawrence
How do you
Krauss
reconcile your
versus Hamza Tzortzis.
Okay, I'll look that up.
6 items? You're saying Jesus was a Muslim with the Shahada that says that Allah is the true God, Muhammad is his messenger. How do
Right.
you
So,
reconcile those?
I mean, first of all, Christians in the Middle East have
Little Wolf says, I just got an ad on Islam. Alhamdulillah, it's a sign from Allah.
sure many of you know this call God Allah too. That's an Arabic name for God. It's used in the Arabic language. My neighbors in Syria are Christian. They will say Jesus is the son of Allah. Now, we reject that Jesus is the son of Allah, but Allah is the proper Arabic name for God. We do believe that those 6 articles of faith were universal for every messenger, but obviously which books you believed in changed. The other difference is we believe that the previous messengers were only sent for their people. So Jesus even himself from the Bible says, I was sent for the lost sheep of the children of Israel. Every previous messenger was sent for a specific people, and the responsibility was only to follow the messengers up to the time that was there. But the 6 articles are very universal. God is one, believe in all the prophets that came up to date, all the books that were sent up to date, believe in the day of judgment, believe in the angels, believe in God's will. Very basic, simple message. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. You said that the Quran is perfectly
Apollos!
preserved, isn't that right?
Correct.
Yeah, so how would you respond to the evidence that it wasn't preserved, like Caliph Uthman burning variant manuscripts, diacritical marks giving rise to ahrufs and qira'ats, different Qurans around the world, earliest manuscripts?
Thank you.
No, it's okay. Give them time to ask. No worries. But I think no. Ultimately, look, the way the Quran is primarily preserved was through the oral tradition. So, for example, I have countless friends that have memorized the whole Quran by heart.
You know, I've noticed something that every time one of these doofuses talks about memorizing the Quran, it's always someone else. I've never seen a Muslim say, I know the Quran by heart. It's always a Canadian friend that, he memorized the Quran, but he goes to another school. Will I ever get to see a Muslim say, I know the Quran by heart? And me be able to like, okay, hands up, close your eyes, recite this. Hands up, close your eyes, recite that. And me just going through the book. I suspect they're lying when they say that. I think that reciting a book is very, very hard. We have trouble remembering the lyrics of a song you've heard 1,000 times, which is 4 minutes. So, yeah, no. I doubt that. Isa, do you know anyone who has the Quran like fully memorized?
I do. I know folks around. Like I went to a school. I know I have colleagues who do. But even if you memorize it, you might memorize it in Arabic. That doesn't mean you know what it means.
Right. But I would like to put one of those people to the test to see like if they really memorized it. The Arabic would be hard, so I would need you to help me with that, but never mind.
I know about half by heart. And what happens is we study it from an unbroken chain of teachers. We know the name and identity of each teacher between us and the Prophet Muhammad. And it's many.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Different chains, all with many different people. And it's all the exact same Quran. Now, there are 7 different dialects that the Quran can be recited in, and those are all valid dialects, but the meaning, we believe, is universal. And the fact that you have thousands of different chains, all that pass the same message, we believe is miraculous. If we were to play a game of telephone right now and try to send a message from beginning to the end of this room, by the time we get to the end of the room, the message would be different. Yet with the Quran, you have millions of people that have memorized it, and it's all consistent. There is no credible theological argument that the Quran we have today doesn't reflect the Quran.
It's not a theological argument. It's like a reality argument, dude. No, that is just. I'm so glad Delulu is now actually a word, because this describes this claim. This is just delusional.
And that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, taught. Speaking of Bart Ehrman, I said it's not fair for me to use him to argue that the Bible was changed, but then if he says the Quran was changed, not to address that. So I actually emailed him when I read his book, and I encourage you all to read his book. I said, hey, what do you think? Is the Quran that we have today the same Quran that the Prophet Muhammad taught? He was a very humble man. He said, I'm not qualified to answer that. Let me refer you to my colleague, who is an expert in that field, also a non-Muslim guy. So I emailed him, and he said, absolutely. I still have the email. I said, yes, the Quran that you have today is the same as the Quran that was taught by the Prophet Muhammad.
Pull it up.
And just remember.
I want to know who this mythical person is.
Yeah, show it.
Because right now his reality is based on the serious statement of "Trust me, bro."
Yeah.
The amount of "Trust me, bro" is kind of wild.
Yeah. He has that guy, but goes to another school.
We have to go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, just remember, Bart Ehrman did say in the paperback edition of Misquoting Jesus that essential Christian doctrines have not been changed. So no evidence that these were added later and were inserted in the manuscript.
So let's agree to read the full book.
Yeah. Well, but it gets a little bit wider in the Q&A.
Then read the book by Bart Ehrman. Highly recommend it, Misquoting Jesus. It seems like we're both in agreement that it's a good book.
Ready.
To the earliest Quranic manuscripts, how is it not a change adding the vowels and the dots?
Well, the dots, I mean, again, that's just, the concern was, so in Arabic right now, there you could still write in Arabic without the dots and the vowels, because somebody who's well versed in Arabic would know just by looking at it what it says. The concern was those who are not familiar with Arabic, because Islam is spreading all over the world, because they're not familiar, they actually need the dots and the vowels to be able to properly read it. So it was added as a support. I have a Quran that actually has color, different colors for different words
like
that help you learn the pronunciation. Historically, that was.
No, Arabic is a Semitic language, so.
No, I know. I just mean
sorry.
him referring to it as Arabic. It was that like him referring to Arias to be Aryan as opposed to Arius.
You can have different colors. Again, these are just tools to better read and comprehend.
It's the language of Arios.
If you're,
yes,
Arios. That's what it was.
properly understanding the Arabic language, you didn't need it historically.
Yes. Thanks, guys, for being here. A question, Mr. Hassan. So, if we're to understand,
Hassan, you don't need writing marks when the tradition goes for a long time orally, because you can just say the words. Now, when you start writing it down, that's when you need that extra oomph to know what the hell you're talking about, right?
basically, in this debate about whether or not Jesus was Muslim, well, then that invites the question of, is Muhammad the natural successor in the chain of prophecy?
Yes.
But if one looks at the general values that emanate from the Torah and the Old Testament, and especially what as modified with the New Testament and the teachings of Jesus, emphasizing love and charity and peace. But when we look at that, the actual lived values of the Prophet Muhammad post Hijrah, one sees it was conquest. It was getting as many women as possible. He had 10 wives when Quran says you can only have 4. Okay, anyway, how can you justify that? That's
yes, this is it. This is the guy.
Okay.
This is where we're going to hear the anti-Semitic stuff. This is what I wanted to get to.
Oh, love it.
Of the Bible to conquest, enslavement, and the killing of the Jews and exploitation of women.
That's a great question that I appreciate, and I think frankly that unfortunately you have a Zionist-funded perception of the Prophet Muhammad.
Or it is. Instead of taking accountability, let's deflect on Sheldon Adelson. You'll hear.
I know you. I am. What are you? No. What? How does that go? I know you are, but what am I? Something like that.
It's so dumb.
Like I'm rubber, you're glue. Like what is this? How do you know?
To you. I know it's so bad that he will not take accountability for these complex things. Instead, he's going to blame Jewish people and guess what? Zionists don't hate Islam. A big percentage of Israel are Muslims. Their goal is not to destroy Islam. You know, a big portion, if you go to Jerusalem, is Muslim. They have a whole Muslim quarter. Their goal is not to destroy Islam. It's such a ridiculous attack on Jews and Zionism. I don't get it.
I have someone the same view as that guy. Can I claim the $7,000 from Israel?
It's so stupid. It's so like, the thing is, it's like most Zionists I know don't even hate Islam. They're just like, dude, we don't like Islamic extremism. They're not like, we hate Islam as a whole. They're like, cool, you can be Muslim and live with us. Just don't be an Islamic extremist. That's their position. You can critique Zionism on other levels. That's fine. I don't have a problem. But trying to argue that Zionism is anti-Muslim inherently is a really dumb position. Zionists don't care about Islam per se. They are fine with Islam as long as Israel can maintain as a country. That is the goal of Zionism, is to make sure that Israel perpetuates. If Islam gets along with Jews, if Muslims get along with Jews, they're fine.
Right.
They don't have a problem with it.
Third end of reality said, but bro, I raise you Uno reverse, dude. But that's wild. Hassan, I have those views, and I am neither Zionist nor Jewish nor paid by the Zionist or anything like that. So
Mossad agent.
Yeah.
But I mean, I noticed a lot of these Muslim debaters do underhanded tactics to attack Jews in Israel. Like, they do it every single time. Every Muslim debater has to throw some shade on Israel and Zionism.
On the last couple of series of Muslim debates that we reviewed, they all had but what about Palestine kind of a thing, like when that was not the topic.
You know what's really funny? When I debated for Islam, I actually supported Israel in my debate. I said, Israel actually uses the Millet system from Turkey. It's funny. I actually did the inverse. I supported Israel in my debate. So it's interesting. And it's so funny. I'm like the only debater for Islam who has never thrown Israel under the bus. Like, it's really wild.
Mm-hmm.
God, these people just really have to attack Israel. I'm like, can you just leave Israel and Jews out of it? Defend that Jesus is a Muslim. I know it's hard. It's hard for folks to the Muslimun to say that Jesus is a Jew. I mean, I think for all regular people, we all know it. He's a Jew. It's okay. Let's keep moving. But these guys are like, no, it's evil Jews.
Yeah, but that is just it's just playing the victim card and appealing to emotion, like and that's not a good debate tactic. That is just for the soap opera. Okay, so if that was the question that you wanted, let's do final thoughts. And
No,
we'll
no,
be
no,
on-
wait. He didn't finish the
Oh, okay.
statement. No,
All right.
listen to the rest of it. After this is done, let him finish the
Oh,
statement.
you got it.
It's better.
Yeah, no problem.
Part of me
Sheldon,
wants to just say, I was like, I don't feel like that Zionists need any help. I think he's destroying Islam well enough in himself.
Yeah.
These debaters that are coming up, man, they're doing more damage to their own cause than I think that anything that's been done in against Islam in a long time.
And this guy is tame. Like there's this one other guy called Malik. That guy is defenestrating Islam and Muslims and other Dawa people. That guy is Islam's worst enemy right now. If you are not aware, like, go watch some of the David Woods summary videos on the whole Malik saga. It's just insane.
Adelson, Miriam Adelson, they have spent over $100 million to demonize Islam. And that actually resulted because, I mean, most recently, they spent a lot because with the genocide in Palestine, they're freaking out and they realized the only way that they can win over support for Israel is to demonize Muslims. So if you study, I can show you the hundreds of millions of dollars that have been spent over the last several decades to make you have that false narrative of the Prophet Muhammad. If Prophet Muhammad actually represented what you say, it would be a completely different story. But if you were to actually study his life and history correctly, you would realize that that is not an accurate reflection.
Okay, I'm going to actually show something on screen because I actually just went to Israel. So give me a second. I want to show you something. If Israel is this super anti-Muslim place, I wouldn't be able to buy these things in Israel. Here, I'm going to grab them because I'm doing a show and tell.
Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. I'll make you big.
Here we go. I got two powerful things here. Okay, here's number one. Ready? Oh, my hair is a little wild. Look at this. Do you know what this is?
No.
This is Mashal Aqsa.
Uh-huh.
Wow, like the most sacred site there.
That's a nice decoration.
Yeah, it's mother of pearl. I got a mother of pearl Mashal Aqsa. Put my hat. Here we go. Now look at this. It's hard to show.
Oh, wow.
This is a silk Quran rug. I got this in Israel. This is from Israel. This was made in Israel.
It's beautiful.
So if it's correct,
that's gorgeous.
He's not telling the truth because he's never been to Israel. I've been to Israel 3 times. I bought Islamic things every time I go to Israel. So he's not telling the truth. And he's talking about millions
I've
of
been to
dollars.
Israel too, and I can confirm that.
You can buy Islamic things there. I got a mother of pearl Quran.
Is that a prayer mat?
This is a prayer mat.
Uh-huh. But that is gorgeous. I always the Islamic sense of aesthetic when it comes to the temples and so on, that is quite beautiful.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to say, so it was a good purchase. But what I want to say is, this is not true. So if you went there, you could buy Islamic things. Bearded Doctor, you went to Israel, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you went to Israel. You could buy Islamic things. You can buy Islamic Quran. You can buy a Quran. I bought a mother of pearl Quran.
Wait, the one that said that he had gone to Israel was Dirt.
Dirt.
Oh yeah, no,
Dirt said that.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, you could.
So you can buy Islamic things there. So this is a lie. You're lying on Israel. This is not true. You can go to Israel and buy Islamic things. I went to the Muslim Quarter. They had tons of Muslim things. You can buy Qurans. If they had a campaign to destroy Islam, why would you be able to buy Islamic things and bring them back to America? Mm-hmm. It's not true. They make Muslim things in Israel.
It's similar to the whole there's a war on Christmas here in America. There's not. That's the most ridiculous right-wing argument.
right? And
It's utter dishonesty to attack Jews.
Just from a market perspective, they make those things because they're able to sell them because there is a Muslim population in Israel. If they weren't able to sell them, they wouldn't make them. They would just, it would make no financial sense because, of course, the person that makes that makes it as a business because they want to make money. So this is just another insane point of view from this guy.
It's correct. There are Muslims there, and there are Muslim things. If I was there, I'm like, dude, you're not telling the truth. You're not telling the truth. You're lying on Jews. You're lying on Israel, and it's not true. If you want to say there are problems in Israel, you could say checkpoints are a problem. I agree. That's not good. And you can engage that point. There's reasons why people believe they should be there. I don't think so. I don't think it's a good thing, but I understand why people would argue for it. That's something that's critical, right? You can engage that. But to just say there's a genocide going on in Gaza, I'm just like, what, was Hiroshima and Nagasaki a genocide? You could probably, if you want to argue that, but then if you argue that, then you can argue anything's a genocide. The Iraq War is genocide. What's happening in Sudan is genocide. Somalia, Congo, Iran, everything you could just call it genocide. Mm-hmm. This is why you don't play with that word. That word means something. It means that they're trying to do a mass destruction of an entire ethnicity. You can't say that when a major part of the population of Jerusalem are Palestinian people. They call themselves Palestinians. This is insane. It is a lie. It is duplicitous. And you're lying on Jewish people. How would you feel if people lied on Arab people and just said Arab people are a bunch of terrorists, evil, monstrous people that if they're around you, they're going to blow themselves up? It's equivalent to that. It is disgusting and gross. I hate this anti-Semitism. And all of these debaters have to throw some anti-Semitic thing out. It is disgusting and gross, and it needs to be challenged. Yeah, I agree. I'm very passionate on this, but I'm irked by it. It is disgusting. And as a person who's defended Islam, these people are disgracing Islam by throwing their anti-Semitism in there and throwing their anti-Jewish rhetoric in here. It's disgusting and gross.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't have like a horse in the fight. It's not like I love Israel or anything like that. I almost don't care. But yeah, it's pretty disgusting.
You care about people, man. That is your horse in the race.
When someone says, "Oh, I'm being discriminated," and then goes on to discriminate, that is just mindless.
You could put my name and Yaqeen Institute on Islam and Just War Theory that actually describes all the conquests and their context and the verses about fighting and how they apply. I mean, we have many people that are trying to answer questions, so I'm not trying to take over the whole situation, but the wars were just wars that were fought with the best rules. Yeah, and I'll give it to you. You could laugh all you want, or you could actually read it.
Well, and so Israel doesn't get to fight just wars, but you get to just fight just wars. How dishonest is this? You like when they fought against October 7th, when they fought against Hamas, you get to say, no, that's evil and genocide. But when, there were other campaigns that Muslims did, oh my gosh, that's a good just war. Disgusting, gross, disgusting and gross, dude. You don't get away with that, man. You don't get to just play that game. You don't get to just say your team is good and is exonerated because you get to make excuses for why your team is right. But when another team says the same thing, you just throw them away and say, no, it's genocide because they won. Hamas decided that they want to do a mass extermination campaign. That was the goal of Hamas. I'm sorry, their intention was to wipe the Jews off the face of the earth. The problem is they didn't have the power and they weren't smart enough. They're not smart tacticians and warriors. So they weren't smart enough in organized in doing what they did, and they failed. They failed in their mass extermination campaign. They did some damage, but they failed. So I'm like, if Israel wanted to do a mass extermination campaign, why is Jerusalem filled with Palestinian citizens of Israel or residents of Israel? That's insane and stupid. And you could say there are problems. I don't disagree with that. You could say there's some ethnic, cultural conflicts. I agree. I saw it. What you can't say is that they're trying to do a mass extermination campaign. That's a lie, and it's deceptive and it's destructive.
Yeah, when you just start throwing around words like genocide willy-nilly, it actually dilutes the concept of the word. And genocide is pretty bad. It's really, 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 really bad. So
the goal is mass extermination. The goal of a genocide is to wipe out an ethnicity off the face of the earth. It's not it's not ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing is not genocide. They are different things. And I would say that even Israel is not doing truly an ethnic cleansing. You could argue that Israel wants there to be a Jewish majority, and you could say there's problems with that. Maybe you can argue that, but there's a lot of countries with majorities. Would Pakistan allow for a Christian prime minister or president? No.
Probably
Would they
not.
allow for a Hindu? No. A Sikh? No. Not even Ahmadiyya, who's another kind of Muslim. They don't believe is Muslim because they believe there's another prophet called Mirza Ghulam Ahmed. They won't be able to become a president. So I'm like, if you're going to say there's an apartheid, is Pakistan an apartheid? Are you going to hold Pakistan as an apartheid? No, you don't. This is where the dishonesty comes in. And this is why I think this question is so important, because it shows dishonesty and disingenuousness when we hear this.
All right.
Okay, so again, read the article, understand the context, understand the rules of war, understand the context of it. I stand by them, and we're happy to go into the details with you on it.
We got to go to the next one.
I don't know, but I mean, Muhammad did war. Jesus didn't advocate for war, so I sympathize more with Jesus than with Muhammad in that aspect.
Hey, Assalamu alaikum, Hassan.
Oh, okay. All right. Hold on. Sorry. There we go. All right. That was a lot. Let's start with Dirt. Final words. Final thoughts.
Again, since I'm pretty new to this space, I don't really know what to make of this debate, but I felt like it never stayed on topic. At no point do I feel like any portion of it was Jesus, a Muslim, a Muslim, ever was really conveyed in any way other than, oh, well, I say so. Oh, the Quran says so. So I don't know what there's to respond to. It's like the debate that we watched the other night. Nothing towards the actual debate was said worth responding to. At least from the portions that I saw, because I wasn't here for the whole thing.
All right, thank you so much. Beer the doctor, sorry.
Yeah, I concur. This was a giant nothing burger. Quite frankly, I part of me feels bad for Mike that he got stuck in there because the debate never started. Hassan got on there, like I said at the very beginning. He came across as a Muslim televangelist, trying to sell ice to Eskimos, and the reality is I just feel like he did a good job of giving a presentation of his view, but he didn't give ever a good debate. And when I say good job, I simply mean that he talked loud and clear. But I think that he spent more time Googling and ChatGPT his arguments than he actually spent studying to present anything. And I think the reality is that he came in this thinking that this was going to be a super easy debate and that he had it in the bag because I'm a lawyer and all that. But he wasn't prepared. And continuing these types of debates, it just makes Islam look bad. It did no service to Islam in any shape, and I feel like that it was a waste of modern debates time to have him on there, and I think it never amounted to anything.
You all right, Isa?
Oh, my feelings. I have very strong feelings. I think there's several hints, several elements that we've got. We've got talking like this. We've got halal chop. We've got master deflection, the master of deflection. We've got Arios. I think Arios probably wins it out the entire debate. Arios is my favorite part. The least part I hate, and I hate this with all the Muslim debaters that do this, it's just casual anti-Semitism. It's the same thing we see in a lot of the flat earth debates. It's the same anti-Semitic attacks. You just can't stop it. attacking Israel, attacking Jews. It's relentless. It's relentless. And then trying to accuse Jews of hating Islam, which is false, and saying there's some kind of campaign that the Jewish people are trying to do to destroy Islam. Like, I don't know. It's sickening and gross. And saying that there's this secret cabal of raising money to attack Islam, and the sole goal of Jews is to wipe Muslims out, even though a huge percentage of Israel are Muslims. Hypocrisy, grifting, charlatanry. I mean, all of it is wrapped up in one. If you have problems with Israel, then it's okay to talk about it, but this debate is not it. I agree. I think our friend, our good Sadiq here, lost not just one debate, but multiple debates in here.
Yep.
He lost the debate of, is Jesus a Muslim?
Yep.
His only argument for is Jesus a Muslim is, well, you know that Muslim means to submit to God. So if you submit to God, you are a Muslim. He was countered easily by saying, well, if you're going to reduce the term Muslim to meaning submitting to God, well, then IP is a Muslim too. Well, you're not really a Muslim because you know that you don't believe in the real God. IP caught him in a trap. He fell for the trap. The spikes hit. Dungeons and Dragons, game over. You know what I mean? Like, it's literally that's literally what happened. He rolled the dice, and the spike trap got him, and it was over. It was game over at that point. But I mean, that was one debate that was lost. The other debate is Trinity versus Tawhid. Even if he critiques Trinity, he doesn't win Tawhid. No atheist is going to be like, yeah, that one God, that invisible God makes sense when this God does all these things that I think are horrific and against what I would think a divine being would do. It doesn't escape that. And in fact, the Trinity actually looks like a better God because overall, besides certain elements that you could argue, the Hebrew scriptures and the gnashing of skulls, the protagonist who's called God seems like a pretty decent dude overall, right? So it's like, you're like, if I have to choose between the gods based on who's a better person overall, I think I'm going to go with the Jesus God, right? Like that's not good either. You don't win in that case because you haven't even proved that Allah is a moral God. So you failed in that case. Trinity Tawhid didn't win. Just saying God is one and saying radical monotheism. We're the only radical monotheistic tradition that believes in Jesus, even though there's Sikh and Baha'i and, Jehovah's Witness and all these other groups of people that actually believe Jesus is, a prophet too. But I just forgot about them because I just don't even think that they exist. I stuck my head in the ground because I'm an ostrich, and I actually don't know about other religions besides Islam and Christianity. But I don't even know about Christianity, and it doesn't even look like I know much about Islam either. So it's like that was a failure too. I'm sorry I'm going on, but there's so much that I needed to unpack here because I'm just like, it's just bad on so many levels. He didn't prove, Islam was true. He didn't prove that Allah is good. He didn't prove why monotheism is even valid. Why should we believe in monotheism? Like, again, if I'm putting on an atheist hat and I'm going to be the atheist audience member and I'm supposed to decide between these two traditions, even I think both of them are nonsense if I'm an atheist, right? The position I would need is you would need to persuade me that, first of all, you would need to persuade me what Islam is. He didn't even define what Islam was, on a very in a tactile way that you can use it very specifically and meticulously. He couldn't do it. He just gave a very generalized thing, and then he basically he muddied the water by just adding other definitions within it, which was disgusting and gross too. Where he was like, "Yes, it means peace now." He didn't make it in his primary division. He's like, "Yeah, it's peace." Right afterwards, and I'm like, "No, you have to categorize that in the beginning. You don't just get to make Islam whatever you want it to be. It doesn't get to be, what is that called? That unicorn that's in the sky, the magical Pegasus or unicorn that can grant all the wishes. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of a joke on God, like the magical unicorn that, is able to grant all the wishes, or this flying spaghetti monster. You can just make it whatever you want. That was terrible. It's just like everything was bad. Like it's a masterclass on how not to be a Muslim debater. attacking Jews, doing anti-Jewish attacks, deflecting from every argument, not engaging, deflecting from the topic, engaging another topic and failing epically in engaging that other topic, not knowing your source material, not knowing the characters you're engaging with, and of course bringing up Arios. Arios is the winner of the debate. Hands down, Arios wins. Every time you need to clip that needs to be clipped, Arios is there, and it will never be taken off the internet. So, it just was a winner all around, masterclass of how not to debate for Islam. You need to get your debate argument pimped. Come to Yerba Mate Talks. This is a plug for Yerba Mate Talks. All the Muslim debaters who want to go on modern day debates, come to Yerba Mate Talks. We will make your debate better. You will not look like a clown. You will actually look semi-decent and able to make a good argument. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we can't make Jews out of stones, but at least we'll make you not look absolutely ridiculous and have the whole auditorium laugh at you because you said that Buddha was a Muslim. We'll avoid stuff like that. We can't guarantee that you'll win the argument because it's a very hard position to hold. But you are, at the very least, will do way better than you're doing right now on your own. Yeah, this was so bad. I laughed. I went back between, oh, this guy's lying, now this guy's lying. But in general, in the openings, it was decided when we realized that Hassan had no argument. IP made his point in his opening very coherently, and he refused to accept the baseless assertion that Jesus is a Muslim because of an argument that had no less than 3 fallacies contained within it in just the first few minutes of the opening. And then it went downhill from there. Debating with your phone in your hand, big no-no. Big no-no. You know what? Grab a copybook, an actual copybook, and lay it on the table. Have actual notes. Have your computer on the side to, I don't know, have a skeleton of notes or whatever. Just don't be playing on Tinder or Grindr or whatever rocks your boat in the middle of the debate. You're not supposed to be taking booty calls. Focus in what you're doing. So yeah, it was fun. I had a lot of fun watching this the first time, a little bit less fun watching the second time. But that being said, thank you everyone for being here, all in the panel and all the way over there. Before we go, make sure to do the social things, like, share, subscribe, send this to a friend, send this to your significant other, go to the corner, yes, the corner of your street, and just subscribe to Yerba Mate Talks. And that way we can share the lab for the channel. Tomorrow it's Tuesday, so we regularly do not don't stream on Tuesdays. I have some stuff I need to take care of, so I will be away for tomorrow, and we'll see what we are up to the rest of the week. We have a couple more debates from DebateCon to review, where we have 2 more left. And we'll see if we do them all in a row or we do something else in the middle to keep it interesting, you know. With that, thank you so much, everyone. We'll catch you whenever we catch you. Love you all. Take care. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Bye.